1. Des Fox. "They're coming!" The child's voice was too loud, too shrill, and Desdemona Fox moved quickly to clamp a hand over the little boy's mouth. The boy struggled, panicking because of what was outside. What was always outside. And because of Des's hold, her strength, the sharp stink of her unwashed body, the blood and dirt on her hands, the gun in her other hand. But Des pulled the boy close, pressing him against her breasts, curving her shoulder around him as if that could keep him safe. Inside the bus, the other children were frozen in postures of listening, their faces transformed into masks of fear and uncertainty. No one made a sound. Everyone held their breath as they listened and waited. The only sounds were outside. Those sounds. Those awful sounds. The slow, artless shuffle and thud of feet against the blacktop. The hiss of cloth as bodies brushed past the sides of the bus. The low, endlessly desperate moans that spoke of bottomless hungers. In the grass alongside this stretch of highway, even the birds and crickets had fallen silent. It had been half a year since these moans began to fill the air, and the animals had learned their lessons. The incautious, insect, bird, and mammal died. The cautious few who survived had learned to be quiet, to be still, to be unheard and unseen. The children inside the bus knew that lesson too. Even the little boy who now clung to Des, fearing her less than he feared the things passing by. He did not speak again. He barely breathed. The moments stretched and stretched, becoming excruciating. "How long this time?" wondered Des. "How many?" And what was happening inside the other buses? She strained to hear, but there were only the dead sounds from outside. The wrong sounds. No screams, no gunfire, thank God. For now, thank God. Then, nothing. A silence that at first felt filled with promise like a cocked fist, and then emptier, and then finally empty. Des sagged back, exhaling the air that had burned to poison in her lungs. The little boy looked up at her, his eyes huge and filled with ghosts. "Are they gone?" he said, more mouthing the words than speaking them aloud. She pushed him back gently, handing him off to one of the older children, a girl of 11. Des put a finger to her lips and turned so that everyone on the bus saw the gesture. They nodded. Those who could nod. Those whose minds could process the signal. Des rose and moved toward the back of the bus. The creatures had been going that way, past them, heading south along the highway. All of the windows on the bus were blocked out, covered with pieces of cloth or cardboard held in place with duct tape. Sloppy, but effective. She waved the kids away who crouched on the rear bench seat, and they moved without comment, casting frightened looks at the opaque window behind them. The only other adult on the bus, Beale, a former math teacher with a pinched face and a bruised cheek that was fading from purple to yellow, also moved away from Des. Beale's eyes met hers and immediately flicked away. He was silent. The bruise on his face was a reminder of the least of things that could happen to noisy people. He'd seen Des kill someone who couldn't keep quiet. Not a kid, though. It had been an adult who they picked up along the way, but who was a noisy troublemaker, whiner, and complainer. The kind of person who couldn't hold his tongue even when it meant drawing the attention of the dead. Des Fox had warned him twice. On that third time, she hadn't said a word, but had dragged the man to the door of the bus, drove a buck-hunting knife into his heart, and threw him out into the road. The following morning, when the caravan had started up, they'd driven over what was left of his bones. Des moved past the math teacher and knelt on the bench seat. The thick cardboard covering the glass was loose at one corner, held in place with a tiny square of weak Velcro. She peeled it back, careful to minimize the sound, and then peered out. There were at least 40 of them. Mostly men, a few women, all clad in the blood-stained shreds of forest camouflage battle dress uniforms. Their weapons and gear hung from belts and harnesses or trailed behind them on straps. A few still wore helmets. They all wore the traces of the wounds that had killed them, savage bites that had stolen their lives and futures away, along with flesh and bone. Every single one of them was a soldier. National Guard, thought Des, coming from the north. Her heart had long since broken, but now the pieces sank to a lower place in her chest. She resealed the window, turned and sat heavily on the bench, lowering her gun. Des rubbed her tired eyes and felt the wetness of tears. She looked at her fingertips. Then she felt the weight of other eyes and looked up to see so many pale faces staring at her. A few were empty of anything except a lingering and vacuous shock, but most of them held some sparks of hope in their fearful expressions. No one spoke, but those expressions asked the questions. Are they gone? Are we safe? How could she answer? How could she even speak? Des felt immensely weary. She'd been at the heart of this thing, there from the very first bite. She and her partner, J.T. Hammond, had been the officers responding to the first attack. They'd tried to contain it, but even then, even when it was small, it was already racing out of control. When everything fell apart, Des and a handful of adult survivors had bundled a couple of hundred kids into a convoy of school buses and lit out for Asheville, North Carolina, where there was a rumor of a safe zone. But they'd had to detour time and time again, losing days, then weeks, and finally months. Jammed roads, forest fires, destroyed bridges, washouts, floods, and massive swarms of the hungry dead had forced them to find alternate routes. And then there were the nuclear wastelands created when the military dropped bombs to try and contain the spread. Dumb fucks, thought Des. All they'd accomplished was to kill the last of the living in those cities and turn them into more of the dead, except now they were radioactive zombies. It only reinforced Des's belief that humans were too goddamn stupid to survive. She'd lived this long because she was too mad at God to lay down and die. And because there was hope, thin and threadbare, but there. Now, this. Des knew where those soldiers had come from, knew it as surely as if they had spoken to her with their dead voices. The Appomattox River Rescue Station was 20 miles up this road. Des didn't want to look at the skeletons of the 4 horses and 6 cows they'd used to pull the bus all these months. The animals had made it to within an easy day's walk of the rescue station, and then a swarm of the dead had come out of the woods. Des and Beale had fought them, but only for a while. They'd killed 36 of the dead, but as that day wore on, more than 200 zombies were drawn to the sound of gunfire. They didn't have enough bullets to win that kind of fight. The horses and cows all died. So, during a lull, Des and Beale dragged the corpses of the ones she'd killed over to the bus and did her best to stack them around the vehicle. Then they wrapped rags around their own mouths, used bunches of weeds as paintbrushes, and painted the sides of the bus in the black, worm-infested blood of the zombies. They were careful not to get any on their skin. It was horrible work, and they only abandoned it after a fresh wave of the dead came staggering out of the woods. The presence of the rotting corpses and the stink from the tainted blood kept the fresh waves of dead away from the bus. Those creatures were not attracted to putrescence. They only hungered for warm, living flesh. Des kept her kids safe in the bus, and the nights and days passed in silent horror. They lived in that bus, stretching out their food, trying to ignore the stink of all those kids using buckets for toilets, enduring, weeping silently, screaming into bunched-up jackets so as not to draw down death. In the darkest parts of the night, as wave after wave of zombies passed by, Des wondered, as she always did, about the other buses. Had any survived? If so, how many? Had Billy survived? Her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Billy Trout, had been in one of the other buses during the storm. She hadn't seen him in more than 5 months. 3 times, wandering refugees had told her about seeing groups of children walking with adults along the road, or about buses blackened by fire or splattered with blood. She had no idea if the refugees were mad or accurate, or if these were even the children from Stebbins. Everyone who was alive was fleeing, and a lot of people were headed to Asheville. If the safe zone there was even real. If any of it was real. The Appomattox River Rescue Station was supposed to be real, though. Too many people swore to it. There were signs, freshly painted, all along this road. But now this. The National Guard station had been their only beacon of hope. It was supposed to be maintained by a strong unit of soldiers who had food, shelter, and medical care, and all of it under the protection of tanks and heavy weapons. A fortress that not even the dead could overwhelm. It was up this road. It was in the direction where this pack of zombies had come from. Des saw the hope in all of those young eyes. She wanted so badly to scream. 2. Rachel L. It was quiet. If there was one thing that Rachel had to identify as the part about the end of the world that she didn't expect, it was the silence. In video games and horror movies, there was always music to announce something bad was going to happen. Bad guys had theme songs and ambient music to build anxiety to big climaxes. She didn't realize how much background noise existed in real life until it was all gone. She didn't realize how alone she was. Now she eagerly waited for the scarce sounds of birds and other animals, anything to keep her company as she walked silently down the freeway, anything to fill the silence, anything but the moans of the dead. Those were the sounds she heard in her nightmares. Those were the sounds she heard while she was awake. Nervously checking her weapons again, she scanned around. The road she was walking down was empty on her side for a while, with abandoned cars stacked up bumper to bumper across the median. Wrecked cars, smashed and burned out in some cases, littered the edges of the road. The wind whistled through the metal, rattling car doors left ajar and fluttering scraps of paper and plastic like leaves. And bodies. There were more bodies than she could bear to count. She avoided getting too close to any of the clusters of cars, the piles of dead. She didn't want to deal with something grabbing her when she wasn't expecting it. It was harder traveling in this world without someone having her back. Rachel wished she'd asked someone to come with her, but she couldn't risk any of them on this trip. They were safe in the hospital. It was probably only going to be a temporary shelter for her group, but it would do, for now at least. They had the supplies they needed, people around, a defense system. Plus, when she came back, she needed a definitive place to meet them, a rally point. If they were wandering, she'd never find them again. Brett wasn't happy she was leaving. In the 2 months it took them to get out of New York and make their careful way south, they'd taken on being co-leaders for the group. They weren't voted in or anything as formal as that. It was just something that had happened naturally. They'd been friends for so long. They were in sync. Even when fighting, they had each other's backs. But she couldn't ask him to leave the group. The group needed him to be there. He was big and powerful. He looked like a hero. And that calmed everyone else and made them feel safe. Without Brett, Rachel knew there would be panic and chaos. He would keep the group safe. He would keep them all together. However, Rachel knew that Brett was as terrified as everyone else. But she also knew that he was trying to act brave for her. She also knew that acting brave was sometimes enough. Fake it till you make it. She hoped that by leaving him in charge, he would man up, get more confident, become tougher. Like her and some of the others, Brett still wore the hero costume he'd made for Comic-Con. Thor, Prince of Asgard, all leather and lightweight chainmail. Rachel wore her warrior woman costume, also made of leather reinforced with metal. At first, they kept their costumes because it was nearly impossible to bite through those materials, but now they made a statement. To the others in their party and to each of them. Stay alive. That's what Brett had said to her before she left, hugging her tightly as if he'd never see her again. She promised him she'd come back alive and in one piece. Nice promise, easily said. Rachel's hands nervously traced the ridges in her sword as she cast around, walking quickly and silently. In the last months, her sword hadn't left her side. It wasn't the one that had been part of her costume. This one had been scavenged from the hotel room of one of the event's vendors. He'd been a knifesmith who sold everything from Klingon bakleth to steel katanas to perfect replicas of the swords from each of the Lord of the Rings movies. The vendor hadn't been in his room, and Rachel had no idea what happened to him. When she and Brett had begun to raid the other hotel rooms for supplies and food, they'd found the cache of weapons. It had been a godsend. Truly. Rachel had collapsed on the floor, clutching an armful of sheathed swords to her chest, and wept. Now she carried one of those swords, an exact but functional replica of the sword carried by the elf lady Arwen in the Fellowship of the Ring. It was a real weapon with a razor-sharp edge, and she had the matching daggers as well. She kept them oiled and honed and ready, and those weapons had saved her life too many times to count. She was not an expert fencer, but that didn't matter. When you're fighting orcs, you don't need finesse and fancy footwork. Rachel favored slashing and working fast, taking them out with shots to the head as quickly as possible, or chopping through their legs and letting the less skilled members of their team finish them with blunt force trauma to the head. Orcs. That's what her group called the Hungry Dead. Easier to think of them as movie monsters because the heroes could always cut their way through armies of orcs. Heroes always won, right? Yeah, maybe, but not always. They'd lost most of their friends in the first day. The rest didn't make it out of New York. There were other cosplayers that had made it out of the Avengers Tower, the hotel where they'd barricaded themselves the first few weeks, and civilians. Lots of civilians. Besides the group of 32 they'd gotten out of the hotel at New York Comic Con, they'd picked up more and more survivors as they took the trek to New Jersey. But there were more people out there. There had to be. For the few months that they had been at the hospital, they'd sent out small groups, looking for survivors, trying to bring them to safety. After the fall, civilizations had scattered. Cities were dangerous, and from what they could tell, any survivors had vanished into the countryside. There were rumors that there were camps of survivors further out, that the government had safe places they'd set up that hadn't fallen. Survivors meant more people, but no one could give her a definitive answer on where. That's why Rachel had left Brett, had left the group behind at the hospital. It was safe there, hopefully. There was food and power, enough beds for her people, and they'd managed to clear out all of the orcs. It was their haven, at least for now. And she'd send people back. With the world in chaos, there needed to be a safe place for survivors. But she couldn't make this trip with all of them. It would have taken them too long to try to find any survivors and get back, and she couldn't risk their lives. They weren't warriors, the people that they'd saved. They were scared. They would slow her down, and the more people there were, the larger the chances that they would lose some of them. Better she went out alone, find the camps, see if she could find any refugees that she could bring back to the safety of the hospital, or, in turn, make sure there was a safe place that her and her group could stand a chance of starting their lives over again. For someone who never played as a lawful good character, she really cared too much about saving people. The sound of her boots was muffled against the pavement, and she was keeping a quick pace. Moving alone meant she could travel quickly, rest for shorter times, and hide easily, and since she'd left the hospital, she'd covered a lot of ground. There were roaming hordes of orcs on the road, though whether they were migrating somewhere together like geese or just happened to find each other when the world ended, Rachel didn't know. All Rachel knew was that she wasn't taking on a horde alone. So now she was traveling south as quickly as she could, on a fool's errand. She could tell that's what Brett had thought, though he never said it. Why should she go south, to the unknown, and leave their safe place behind? They had plenty of people here, plenty of food and supplies. How would she ever get back? Would she come back? He didn't say it, but she could see the pain in his eyes. They'd lost everyone else. Now he could lose her too. The wind carried the faint sound of a groan and the smell of death, and Rachel cast around, drawing her sword from the scabbard on her belt. She squinted into the sunlight ahead, eyeing the hazy silhouette, the hunched shape of a broken body that limped along the cracked pavement. She only saw one, though that didn't mean more weren't out of sight. One she could take. She couldn't let these orcs roam, hurt people, so she cleared them as she could. Rachel walked towards the figure calmly, sword out and ready. It was a solo orc with tangled hair and half of her face tattered to shreds, which lunged at her the moment she got close, a bone-chilling, inhuman sound escaping its throat the moments before Rachel sliced her sword through its head. And then she was alone again in silence. She couldn't think of those orcs as what they'd been before. Rachel was not a killer. Rachel was a survivor, and she was doing what she had to do. But the moment she thought of these things as human beings, she knew she would hesitate, and hesitation would be her death. They were not human. They were monsters, like a video game villain's minions of darkness. Except real. That was the hardest part about all of this. After a life spent role-playing heroes and aliens, after years of live-action role-playing against orcs, monsters, mutants, and bands of killers in handmade costumes, this was real. Real. God. Real. 3. The Ranger and the Dog. "What is it, boy?" murmured the big man. He came to the edge of forest wall and squatted down next to where a huge dog stood. The animal was a mix of white shepherd and Irish wolfhound. 150 pounds of muscle and fang wrapped in strips of leather that were studded with heavy metal washers, bite-proof. The leather was oiled and worked to make it as silent as possible, and the dog, like the man, knew how to move without a sound. A helmet of thick, iron-studded leather was buckled onto the dog's head. It made the animal look like one of the fighting dogs from ancient times. The man was tall, in his 50s, but muscular, with coarse blonde hair that was going gray and blue eyes surrounded by crow's feet. He wore combat fatigue pants and a utility vest over a black t-shirt. The logo of the Army Rangers peeked above the V of the vest. The dog leaned slightly toward the road, his way of pointing, and the ranger narrowed his eyes to peer through the gloom of the woods and the bright sunlight of the midday road. The landscape was in 1,000 shades of leaf green, bark brown, shadow gray, and macadam black. But there, in the middle of it, was a bright yellow bus, filthy, streaked with mud or possibly dried blood. The ranger said nothing for a long time, watching the bus. If it had been empty and derelict, the dog would not have hung back out of sight of the road. Something was in there, alive or dead, but unseen. A sound, muffled, a furtive, metallic creak. Someone was opening a door on the far side of the bus. In the still air, the creak sounded loud and alien. The hinges needed grease, and whoever was on that bus needed his ass kicked. Might as well ring the damn dinner bell. The dog stiffened, and the ranger's hand slid to his hip and drew the long knife from its sheath. It was a Marine Corps K-bar fighting and utility knife with a 7-inch straight blade with a clip point. The knife, like the man and the dog, was no virgin. There was another sound, very soft this time, a faint scuff of a shoe on the blacktop. The man and dog remained absolutely still. A figure stepped out from the other side of the bus, moving with caution, creeping around the end of the bus, looking right and left, up and down the empty road. The figure was slim, dressed in filthy, ragged clothes. A girl. The ranger guessed her as 13 or 14, young but with visible swell of breasts and hips. Maybe pretty in a different version of the world. Now she merely looked young and lost, ragged and absolutely terrified. He could read that in her jerky, uncertain movements, in the bird-like jerk of her head as she tried to look in every direction at once. Scared. The dog uttered the smallest of whines, only loud enough for the man to hear. There was blood on the girl's face and her shirt was torn, revealing the strap and part of a cup of a functional bra. The ranger tried not to read an even worse story into the state of her clothes. There were a lot of ways in which someone's clothes could get torn out here. Snagging it on a crooked branch, evading the clutching fingers of the dead, lots of ways. He did not want to calculate all of them. His heart was scarred enough already. The girl looked over her shoulder, back at the bus. Then with a small cry she broke and ran, running across the road away from the bus, not running towards safety. No, she was fleeing from that bus. Shit, growled the big man, and then he was up and running. The girl was headed almost toward him, though he was sure she hadn't seen him or the dog. She was bolting for cover, and a second later it was apparent why. A man's voice punched its way through the still air. "The bitch is getting away, get her!" The bus rocked on its springs as heavy bodies moved within it, and then 4 men came running around the end of the bus. "There!" cried one, pointing, and they tore after the fleeing girl. The men were even filthier than their quarry, each of them dressed in soiled jeans, grimy t-shirts, sneakers. One wore a John Deere build cap swung backward on his tangled black hair. They had knives on their belts, and one had a machete in his hand. He was the one who'd spotted the girl, and he waved his buddies on with the big flat blade. The girl shrieked and ran faster, veering away from the forest now to try and gain speed on the flat road. It was a bad choice, but then there seemed to have been a lot of bad choices in this kid's life. All of the good choices had been taken away from her by circumstances, bad luck, and men like these. All the hair stood up along the dog's back, and he bared his fangs. His powerful body trembled with savage need. "Baskerville, go!" snapped the ranger. "Hit, hit, hit!" The dog burst from the woods onto the road and galloped toward the closest of the men, not barking, not howling, making no sounds but the clicking of its nails on the hardtop. The 4 men did not see the dog until it was almost on them. Then the last man in the string jerked around, seeing the gray monster bearing down on him. He screamed a warning as he tore a hunting knife from his belt. The scream was too late. The knife, too small. Baskerville struck the man like a missile, crushing him backwards, slamming him down, tearing at him, tearing new screams from him. The other men whirled, seeing the dog and then seeing the figure that was running directly toward them. The man with the machete slapped one of the others on the shoulder. "Joey, get the bitch," he snarled, unimpressed by the middle-aged man. "Zuko Neil dances, motherfucker." Joey, a 20-something with fresh scratch marks on his cheeks, pointed to the dog and its victim. "Holy shit, Bob, look at Hank!" "Screw Hank," growled the leader. "He was never worth shit anyway." He used his machete to point to the girl who was running up a hill 200 yards down the road. "Go drag that slut back here. We ain't even had a chance to break her in yet. Now get!" Joey, his face ashen as he stared at Baskerville and the red thing on the ground, backpedaled a few paces, then turned and ran off. He was very fast. The ranger slowed to a cautious walk, and one of the other 2 men tapped the leader. "I got this, Bob," said Zuko. He was a bull of a man with heavy shoulders, tattooed arms, and a heavy red beard. "Why don't you go see about that damn mutt?" The ranger smiled. He had thick blonde hair, blue eyes, and a smile that made him look like the guy who used to play Captain America. "This is the part where I'm supposed to tell you to lay down your weapons," he said, as if this was a reasonable conversation. "This is the part where I'm supposed to appeal to your human decency and try to talk you off the ledge so you can reclaim your humanity." Zuko said, "What? But here's the thing," said the ranger. "I already used up today's whole ration of give-a-shit, so basically, it sucks to be you." "You crazy or something?" growled Zuko. "It's come up in therapy." The ranger stopped and glanced up the road. Joey was gaining on the girl. Shit! He clicked his tongue and the dog suddenly raised his head from what was left of Hank's throat. The ranger pointed with his K-bar. Save. It was all he said. The dog barked once and then leapt over the corpse and ran. Bob tried to chop him with the machete, but the dog jagged sideways to avoid the blade and tore past him, racing to catch up with the man and the girl. The ranger turned back to face the remaining men. Zuko was on his left and Bob on his right. Both men were big and strong. Both were decades younger. Both were armed with heavy blades. The ranger was still smiling. "You put your hands on that girl?" he asked. "You raped that kid?" "Not yet," said Bob, grinning to show yellow teeth. "But the day's young." "Just caught her," agreed Zuko, "still fresh off the shelf." "You her old man?" asked Bob. "Or you looking to tear off a piece for yourself?" The ranger's smile, bright as it was, did not reach as far as his eyes. They were cold, blue stones in his weathered face. He nodded toward the bus. "You have any other kids in there?" "What's it to you?" demanded Bob. "Where'd you get that bus? It has Pennsylvania plates." Zuko shook his head and took a threatening step toward the ranger, who did not flinch or even move. "Why are we talking to this dickhead?" The ranger ignored him and addressed Bob. "You boys running with the NKK?" "We're not with them," said Bob quickly. "Really?" "Bob," warned Zuko. "Look at him. He's military. He's with that team out of Farmville, those Free Scouts." "Not exactly," said the ranger. "But they're stand-up guys. Met a bunch of them last week and they said there were 2 or 3 teams of NKK dickheads working this stretch of highway." Bob said nothing, but Zuko actually put his left hand behind his hip. It was a bit late, though. The words New Klux Klan had been visible through the dirt on his skin. "For the record," said the ranger, "New Klux Klan is probably the stupidest name I've ever heard, and I've heard some real porkers." "Yeah, well, kiss my ass," snapped Bob. "It means something." "It means what exactly?" "Please, tell me. I'm fascinated." Bob sneered. "People think the world went all to hell because of some plague or bioweapon, but that ain't it. This is God testing us. He saw us fuck everything up by letting kikes and niggers and wetbacks take over, and this is how he's going to set it all right. He shook things up just like when that flood thing happened. When this is all over, there ain't gonna be nothing but pure whites running this world, and we'll live like kings." The ranger burst out laughing. "Holy shit, seriously? You believe that shit, or are you messing with me?" "It's the way it is," growled Zuko. "It's the way it should be." "You're saying that inbred mouth breathers are the meek who are supposed to inherit the earth?" "We ain't meek, we're the chosen people." "Oh, so you're Jews." "What?" "Jews. They're the chosen people. I seem to have read that somewhere in a book." He snapped his fingers. "What was it called now? Oh, yeah, the Bible." "You mocking us?" asked Bob, brandishing his machete. Yes, I thought that was clear," said the ranger. "What with my mocking tone and all." "You're gonna laugh out of the other side of your face," began Bob, but his words were cut off by the sound of a terrible high-pitched scream that came rolling at them down the road. It was chased by the echo of a deep-chested howl of red triumph. "Oh, Jesus," murmured Zuko. "Joey, personally," said the ranger, "I doubt you cats have Jesus on speed dial." He moved into them. The K-bar rose, blurred, became fluid, moved like light as it knocked aside the other blades and filled the air with glittering rubies. Bob and Zuko simply ended. One moment they were there, big, deadly, feral, and the next they were disconnected pieces of meat that no longer looked human. The smile never left the ranger's face, and it never reached his cold blue eyes. He stepped back and went still, listening to the air. The echo of Baskerville's howl had not even finished bouncing off the trees. The killing of these two men was nothing, a moment out of his life, and he turned away from them without further thought. He ran to the bus, circled it, saw the open door, and went inside. There was no one else in there. However, there was a line of 18 human scalps hung above the driver's seat. Some of the hair was fine, the way a child's hair is. A smile leaked away from his face and he sagged against the dashboard. Oh, Christ, he breathed. Then he backed off the bus, turned and ran up the road to find Baskerville and to find the girl. 4. Des Fox. Des heard Beale step down from the bus. Were they? Began the math teacher, then he faltered. Des turned to watch him as he looked at the retreating backs of the dead soldiers and then looked the other way, toward the Appomattox River Rescue Station. Des waited for him to say something else, but all she heard was a tiny noise that might have been a whimper. She scanned the woods. Route 625 ran through dense woods, but the last 6 months without road crews cutting back the weeds had resulted in a riot of growth. Weeds, creeper vines, kudzu, and tall grasses grew all the way to the edge of the blacktop and sprouted up in every crack. If things didn't turn around, then this road would vanish completely in 10 years. Mother Nature was a hungry and relentless bitch, she knew. Then she wondered if that would be a good thing or bad. Ever since the fucking brain trust in the military dropped all those nukes, which in turn hit everything with electromagnetic pulses, none of the vehicles worked. The fleet of buses she'd taken out of Stebbins were dead. One here and the others God knew where. They'd been separated during a bad night, long ago. A storm raged throughout this part of the state, and the bombs, nuclear and fuel air, had chased tens of thousands of people into their path. The drivers of the other buses had panicked as rivers of people and zombies swept toward them. Some of them took side roads, some just disappeared. And then all the engines died as the EMPs played their dirty backstabbing trick. The zombies were gone now and the road was clear. The woods were still, too. If it wasn't for all the rotting corpses, it would be a pretty day in the country, she thought. Blue sky, sunshine, a few puffy white clouds. Appomattox was 20 miles from here. She could make it in less than 6 hours. Des was leaned down to rawhide and whipcord. She could haul ass, and even dumb as he was, Beale could defend a closed bus for a day. There were smart kids on that bus, and they'd learned how to be quiet. Could she risk leaving them for half a day? That had been her plan, to button up the bus and head out alone, find some buff young guardsmen and get them to come back with lots of balls and bullets to rescue the kids and save the day. Shit, she said. Beale came and stood next to her. What do we do now? Des sighed. It was noon or a little after. Lots of daylight left. She could make it to the rescue station long before dark. But why bother? Why frigging bother? Des, prodded Beale. She wanted to slap him. Not because he was speaking out of turn, he wasn't. It was a reasonable question. But because it might make her feel better. I don't know, she said. We have to do something. Let me think, she said quietly. But before she could come up with anything resembling a plan, there was a sound off to her left. She and Beale turned. It was there, deep in the woods, still hidden by the tall weeds. Even unseen, though, they knew what it was. They heard it. The crashing of heavy bodies moving clumsily through the overgrown foliage. And the moans. Those terrible moans, lifted from a dozen dead throats. No, more than that. Dozens. Or hundreds. Des closed her eyes. If the kids weren't in the bus, if they didn't need her, there were ways to shut off those sounds. Rush into them and tear down as many as she could before there was nothing left of her. Or ride a bullet into the big black. There were always doorways out. Staying alive had fewer options, even when there was no real hope left. Des Fox opened her eyes, turned, and gave Beale a shove toward the bus. "Go," she said. He did. She followed. And the dead came. 5. Rachel L. Night. Rachel found a sheltered spot with good concealment that also allowed her good lines of sight and escape. She strung tripwires, caught and cleaned a young rabbit, found water from a stream, and built a fire. The woods were filled with sounds, which she took as a good sign. Silence meant danger. But night meant waiting. Night meant another day away from Brett during which something could have happened. Another day their group could have been attacked. Another night that the world would fall further into chaos. The longer this trip took, the more she was beginning to lose hope, though she wouldn't voice it to herself out loud. She hadn't seen any signs of survivors after leaving the hospital, and now she was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Virginia, though exactly how far through the state she wasn't sure. The map she'd found in a rest stop was confusing to read, and she was used to nav systems and Google Maps. Reading old-fashioned paper maps was never a skill she thought she'd need to learn. She would keep following 95 all the way to North Carolina, and then she'd turn back, find a different route home, and try to see whom she could find. Alone during the long hours of darkness, trying to keep her mind from pulling her down into negativity, her thoughts drifted to the past, to her family. Your aunt and we're headed south. North Carolina." That fractured message, distorted by failing phone signals, was the last thing Rachel had heard from her mom. Rachel had tried to call her the day the world went to hell, and after the third try had managed to get through, but the connection was bad and the call got dropped quickly. Rachel had been left with a dead line and, "I love you, Mom," left on her lips. It had been 6 months since her phone battery had died. Everyone else had ditched their phones. They were useless now. Rachel hadn't been able to give hers up. She kept holding on to the hope that they'd find somewhere with power, that the towers would work again. It was silly and pointless, but her phone was her lifeline in the world before, and here in the world after, she wouldn't leave it. Rachel played with her iPhone absent-mindedly, flipping it over between her hands as she stared into the small fire she'd built. The last birds dove through the air, reveling in the early spring. It was still just cold enough that she needed to wrap herself in the wool and fur cloak she'd found in one of the rooms in the Avengers Tower, and days of exhaustion from walking and uneasy sleep were adding up, weighing her lids. She needed to find somewhere to sleep, somewhere with doors that locked. But that sounded like it required more effort than she wanted to give that moment. So instead she closed her eyes just for a moment, wishing she had a shot of espresso or a 5-hour energy. She was going to make sure she grabbed those the next time she saw any. She conjured images of her mother in her mind. The ache was immense, and even all this time hadn't dulled the pain. She tried not to cry in front of Brett or the others, but now, alone, out here where no one could see, the tears came in a flood. Sobs broke in her chest with the intensity of bare-knuckle punches. She caved forward with her face in her hands and wept for all that she had lost. She missed the change in the woods. She did not hear the birds fall silent. Rachel was unaware of anything until the dead weight that slammed into her from behind and the pinch of teeth on her arm. 6. The Ranger and the Dog. The Ranger left the dead behind and ran up the road, following the baying of his dog. Baskerville could sound a lot like a wolf when he wanted to. The hound was mostly silent in the heat of a fight, but when the killing was done, he liked to tell the world. It was the dog's only bad habit, but in a world of the savage dead, and even more savage living, it was a habit that the Ranger was trying very hard to break. He climbed up the steep slope of the highway and plunged down the other side, but slowed to a quick walk within 100 yards of the crest. What was left of Joey littered the center of the road. Baskerville could act like a puppy and sometimes like a clumsy goof, but not in combat. Like the Ranger himself, there was a switch that doused all interior light and left only something dark and predatory, something more savage than the dead. Not cruel, but thorough in its desire to destroy. In that way, Baskerville was very much like both of his grandparents, a combat white shepherd and a fierce but strange Irish wolfhound. The shepherd, whose name had been Ghost, had walked through the Valley of the Shadow with the Ranger on countless missions, back when the Ranger had been a captain in a covert special ops group called the Department of Military Sciences. The wolfhound, Banshee, had been bred by a group of women called Arclight, and they had bred some bizarre qualities into the dog. The pups of Ghost and Banshee had each been powerful and individual, and each of them had gone into combat too. Baskerville was still young, but all of the intelligence, instinct, and ferocity of his forebears was fully alive in him. As alive as Joey was dead. The Ranger flicked a quick look at the corpse, noting the type of damage Baskerville had done, looking for what he called recreational damage, as opposed to wounds inflicted to win the fight. There was definitely some of that. Baskerville sometimes went too far, dismembering a kill even if it wasn't food. It was something the Ranger would have to work on, and for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, he wanted the dog to be a soldier and not a monster. And second, he needed to trust the animal. He knew from dealing with his own personal damage and inner demons that the killer within needed to be kept on a leash. Baskerville stood on the shoulder of the road, body pointed toward the woods, head turned to watch the Ranger approach. The hound did not wag his tail or romp around. He stood like a statue, eyes fixed, mouth smeared with fresh blood. "Where?" asked the Ranger. The dog turned and looked off into the forest and then back at the Ranger. "Find," said the man, "my pace." The dog whuffed once, very softly. He always did that, a habit from his grandfather. Ghost had been able to understand a huge number of verbal commands, and always seemed to answer with that woof. A strange and wonderful animal, and Baskerville had all of his best qualities, and some of his grandmother's more dangerous and enigmatic traits. A weird dog for a weird world, mused the Ranger. The dog began to move, but then the Ranger said, "Wait." He knelt beside the animal, tore off a thick handful of grass, and used it to wipe most of the blood away from the animal's muzzle and fur. Baskerville endured it with all of the bad grace of a child getting chocolate wiped from his face. He even contrived to roll his eyes with exasperation. "Stop it," complained the Ranger. "You want to scare that kid even more than she is." He finished and stood, then clicked his tongue once. Baskerville moved off immediately. The Ranger looked up and down the road once more, and then followed. 7. Rachel L. Rachel was stunned for a moment as she hit the ground hard, but she reacted as adrenaline surged, using her legs to push the orc off, twisting her arm out of its teeth. It struggled to its feet, but she was faster, rolling over her shoulder into a crouch, dragging her dagger and holding it ready. She lunged forward, swinging her arm down to try to drive the knife through the orc's skull, but her sharp metal blade bounced off, slicing through rotting skin, but not penetrating the thick bone. Crying out in frustration as the orc reached out for her with ragged nails, not fazed by her attack, Rachel struggled to push it back, this time driving the dagger down hard through the softer bone at the top of the skull. As it slumped to the ground, so did she, hands shaking from adrenaline. Then she sat up, her hands running over her arm with feverish intensity to make sure that her leather bracer had held. The teeth marks were indented in the thick leather, but nothing broke through, and she almost wept with relief. But she couldn't sit long. One orc meant more were close behind. She learned early on that orcs seemed to find each other, traveling in hordes, a wave of disease and death washing over the world. Using her boot to shovel dirt over the fire, Rachel tugged her bags back over her shoulders, then buckled her knives and swords back on. She took a moment to stare down at the orc, the rotted skin peeling back from the mouth and forehead, unseeing eyes staring past her face into the unknown. It didn't feel real. It still felt like a video game, like she was in a very realistic virtual reality, that when it got to be too much, she could press start and go back to reality. Her cell phone had fallen into the dirt and she picked it up gently, brushing the dust from the screen and tucking it into a pocket on her bag. One day, she'd leave the phone behind. One day she'd give up her hope to return to the world before. Today was not that day. Back on the road, Rachel tugged her bag up over her shoulders, eyes casting around as she tried to find a sign for where she was, what direction to head in. Some of the signs on I-95 had suffered significant damage, and she constantly had to compare her old paper map with fallen signs and old landmarks. Rachel had driven this road a couple of times over the years, on family road trips or trips with her friends. Things looked so different from car windows, like a movie. Rachel passed a rest stop, a flicker of a memory from long ago. A kid from a different life peering out the dark car windows over her Game Boy. There was trash scattered around here now, fallen fences and abandoned cars. It looked so different, like something she recognized but also unrecognizable. Like that feeling you get in a dream when you know something but it's not exact. There were a handful of orcs wandering around, and Rachel cleared them quickly, her sword a blur as it hissed through the air, bodies slumping to the ground. Inside the rest stop there was nothing standing, though bodies of fallen dead scattered around in heaps. Stepping around them carefully, Rachel grabbed a few bags of chips and some candy from the store, tucking a few 5-hour energies into her pack. Turning to leave, she noticed something written on the wall of the information center. It's hard to see, though it looked like it had been purposely wiped off and distorted. Half of a map taped to the sign was ripped, a few pieces lying around the floor, but it looked like the start of a circle, or some sort of writing on the map. Maybe that's where there were survivors? Could the information center be the place that someone had posted directions to a safe zone? Squinting at the wall, the smudged out letters, she could make out part of the words. Station. Picking up the few pieces of map paper she could find, Rachel pieced them together carefully on the table. Some of the crucial pieces were missing, but she could tell a general direction. Somewhere off the next exit, there seemed to be something. She could see the edges of a circle drawn on the map, though what city or landmark they identified was lost, but maybe there would be more signs as she headed that way. She pulled out her map and scoured it for anything that might contain the words written on the wall. The font was so small it was hard to read, and she pulled the map as close to her face as possible as she looked for anything, any hints at all. Finally, something caught her eyes. Appomattox River Rescue Station. That had to be it. It was in about the same place that the shredded map had indicated something. Copying as much of the information onto the new map as she could, she tucked that into a pouch at her waist, heading back onto the road and looking for a sign of an exit. She wasn't sure how long that information had been there. She had no proof that it was actually legitimate, but for now she had nothing else to go on. This was the first sign of possible life, first hint of a location of people, and she was going to take it and hope for the best. Turning off the next exit, avoiding the pileups of cars and bodies cautiously, she turned her eyes to the horizon. There was at least a chance. A chance of survivors. A chance there would be someone out there. She just hoped she wasn't too late. 8. Des Fox. It took half an hour for the swarm of dead to pass by. It felt like 10 hours. Beale huddled down with the kids, both giving and taking comfort, while Des crouched by the front of the bus and peered out through a peephole. Some of the dead came down the road from the direction of the rescue station. More soldiers, but also quite a few ordinary folk. Farmers and people dressed in whatever clothes they wore when they died. There was no uniformity to what the citizens wore either, nor was there any particular variety. In movies about the end of the world, there were usually people dressed as clowns, as nuns, as bakers, as convenience store clerks, like that, each different so that the filmmakers could make some kind of statement. Not here. These zombies were just people. Unique in that they had each been an individual with a life, a future, a past, an identity, but turned homogeneous in death. They were all hungry, all torn, all ragged, all beginning to rot, all undead. And all of them would have battered their way through the cracked windows of the old school bus if they knew what was inside. From the oldest to the youngest, the strongest to the weakest, they would become an attacking army. Only the rotting flesh of their own kind made them pass by without pausing, without noticing, without knowing. These thoughts shambled through Dez's mind with the same slow, deliberate gait as the zombies. She'd never been the top student in her class, except in the army and the police academy. In school, she'd been a C student, cruising the edges of frequent suspension and likely expulsion. But that did not mean she was not a thinker. The long hours of the nights since the fall of man had given her so much time to brood and ponder that she now considered herself a philosopher on the nature and specifics of the apocalypse. A new field of study, and one in which she could hold her own as an expert against anyone. That thought, though, made her immediately think of Billy Trout. He'd broken the story of the rogue bioweapon that had caused all this. His live broadcasts placed on YouTube and blasted through social media had focused the eyes of the world on Stebbins County. His pleas for mercy had kept the town from being thoroughly sterilized, including the school where the last of the living had been hiding. And afterward, when the convoy of buses had set out, he stopped several times each day to give updates on the fall. This is Billy Trout, reporting live from the apocalypse. It had almost been a joke, except that no one thought it was funny. Where was Billy? He was the real thinker. He was the one who had always been in touch with his emotions, more so than Dez, who'd always mocked him for it. She would give so much to have him back here right now, to hear his voice, even if he was saying something that made her mad. She'd even sit through a whole day of his liberal politics if it meant having him back, if it meant knowing he was alive. Damn. Outside, a last zombie staggered out of the woods, a fat woman walking on a shattered foot, limping slower than the others, straggling behind. "Come on, you stupid cow," muttered Dez, too quiet even for the huddled kids to hear. The dead woman fell to her knees, took an excruciating time getting back to her feet, walked 5 steps, fell, got up, rinse, repeat. It took nearly 15 minutes for the crippled corpse to walk to the crest of the hill. Dez relaxed by very slow degrees. She went to the back of the bus to watch the lame zombie vanish over the hill, then to the front again to make sure that one really was the last. It was. For now, at least. The children sat in silence, none of them visibly reacting to the end of the immediate threat. They were becoming too weary to even show their fear. More than half of them had fallen asleep. A naive person, Dez knew, would look at those sleeping bodies and think that it was a sign of the resilience of youth. Dez would want to smack that person for being an idiot. These kids were so deep into habitual shock that they were retreating into exhausted sleep, and that sleep was in no way refreshing. Dez moved past the small bodies and tapped Beale on the shoulder and nodded to the door. He followed her outside, and they walked a few paces away from the bus. "Look," she said. "There were a bunch of farmers in that last batch, and I saw some yesterday too." "So what?" asked Beale. "So this is farm country or near enough to it." "Again, so what? If you're thinking about holding up inside a farmhouse, then you're nuts. It didn't keep the farmers from getting killed." "Maybe," she said. "And maybe they tried to make a fight of it, or went running to help neighbors and got bit, whatever. This bus is getting rank, and we're nearly out of food." Most farmers have stores of stuff and they have rain barrels, and a barn could be reinforced pretty easily. They're stronger than houses and don't have as many windows. So you're suggesting what? That we take the kids on a class trip to some hypothetical farm somewhere? Those woods are full of the dead. No, Einstein, that's not what I'm saying, she snapped. I'm saying I go looking for a farm. Me. I can move faster alone. I can scout around and come back. What if you don't find anything? Then I'll try a different direction tomorrow morning, and somewhere else tomorrow afternoon, and I'll keep trying until I find something better than a rusting tin box on an open road. Neil looked badly shaken at the thought. You'd leave us alone? Not for long. I'd be out a couple hours at a time. You stay here and keep the bus buttoned up. You can do that, can't you? You can do that, she repeated, putting a more encouraging stress on her words. Come on, man, you've done this a lot of times. You're a pro, and I won't be far away. If the shit really hits the fan, fire a shot and I'll hear it. But only do that if things are going totally south. Don't do it just because you get spooked. You hear me? He nodded. It was a quick, nervous, uncertain nod, though. Des flashed him her very best smile and patted him on the shoulder. That's my man. Neil actually blushed. Des went back to the bus, stuffed the last 2 full magazines for her Glock into a pocket, slung a water bottle over her shoulder, and left without saying a word. The kids didn't even seem to notice, or care, or anything. At the edge of the forest, she turned and waved to Beale, who stood in the doorway of the bus. He lifted one uncertain hand and then fled inside and closed the door. Jesus, Des breathed. What am I doing? She turned and ran into the woods. Des wasn't sure what to expect or if there would be anything worth finding. Most of this area was state forest, but there had been farmers. A lot of farmers. There had to be farms. The sun scorched a hot line across the afternoon sky as she put mile after mile between her and her kids. 9. Rachel L. After a few long hours spent walking off of the exit, Rachel stopped to rest. She shrugged off the backpack and let it fall, and then slumped down with her back to a burned-out shell of a state police cruiser. The woods and road were quiet except for insect and bird sounds. That was good. That was safe. Her rest period lasted less than a minute. The quiet was suddenly shattered by the frantic sound of whinnying, which was nearly a scream in the silence. A horse? God! She cried as she jumped to her feet, grabbed her bag, and instantly took off running after the sound. There was something else alive in this area besides her, and she was going to find it. It didn't take her long to track the sound. It was close and it was in trouble. Rachel knew that she was running into danger, but the cry of that horse mattered more. It touched something deep inside her. Not far beyond the trees were acres of fenced fields, the long grass rustling in the wind. Ducking under the posts, Rachel moved swiftly toward the barn in the center, scanning around nervously for possible threats. She could see movement along the side of the barn and pulled at one of her daggers, creeping closer silently. There were orcs, though she couldn't tell if the smell was from them or from the barn. A handful of them that were trying to reach through the open barn windows. There was no way they could get into the barn. The fields were fenced and gates locked, and the big barn door led directly into the fields. There was at least one horse in the barn, though. Rachel could hear it. But why it didn't just leave the barn, she wasn't sure. Using the pommel of her dagger, she banged it against the metal gate, the hollow clanging unnervingly loud. "Over here, you ugly lumps!" Rachel yelled, continuing to hit metal on metal. The orcs, distracted by the sudden and new sound, turned to stumble towards her, lunging with moldy hands, reached out for her, flesh and sinew hanging from bone. Pulling her elven dagger out of her belt, she waited until the first one was within arm's reach, then drove the dagger into the back of its skull. It crumpled to the ground as the second and third one reached the gate. She cleared the group without any problems, holding her breath as the rancid smell washed over her, breathing out her mouth and fighting to keep down the power bar she'd eaten earlier. Wiping the thick black blood on the grass, she kept it in hand just in case, and moved over to the barn, cautiously. The frantic cries of the horse had stopped, though she could still hear the hooves against the hard floor and deep snorting. Could a horse become infected? Rachel hadn't come across many animals since New York, and a mental image of a half-decomposed horse carrying an orc across a field as if it were riding into battle flashed across her eyes. It was almost comical, something absurd from a corny movie, but she shook that off quickly. This wasn't a movie, and if animals could become infected, there was a whole lot of new problems they were going to run into. Dead humans were bad enough. Dead wolves were terrifying. She peeked around the corner hesitantly, worried about what she might find. The horse was halfway down the barn, watching her with wild eyes. Living eyes. Tucking her knife into her belt, she put her hands up in front of her, trying to calm the horse. It tried to back away, but the lead kept it in place. Rachel didn't need to imagine the horrors that this horse had seen in the last year. It probably thought she was going to try to hurt it. Shh, it's okay. Rachel slowly inched her bag off her back and reached in, scouting for an apple. Taking a bite out of it and putting it in her hand, she moved closer to the horse, hand out, trying to tempt it with the treat. Its nostrils were flaring, watching her with panic, but it let her come closer. Look, it's an apple. You remember apples? She asked in a calming voice, standing still with her hand out. The horse's ears flicked forward at the word apple. Rachel didn't move, letting the horse come to her. Its brown hair was matted and fur caked with mud and dried blood, but it looked to be in one piece. No gashes, cuts, or bites. Pablo, she already mentally named him Pablo after a horse she rode when she was a kid, shifted back and forth nervously, ears flicking, watching her every move, but let her approach, taking the bit of apple and munching on it eagerly. This isn't going to be easy, she said to him quietly. It's going to be scary and dangerous. It's not a good place out there anymore. But I'm going to find survivors, and I'm going to find a safe place for everyone, okay? And we're going to make it a good world again. Pablo nickered softly and she stroked his neck, gently, calming him. Rachel was relieved. Luck was on her side today. On horseback, she could move faster, cover more ground. She could find survivors and get back to Brett and their group easily. It's okay. See? We can stop the world from ending. We'll make it all okay. 10. The Ranger and the Dog. They moved through the wood with practiced ease, the dog leading and the man following. They went as fast as caution would allow and not one step faster. There were no screams in the forest, which was encouraging. But Baskerville suddenly stopped and looked off to his left, not in the direction they'd been following. The ranger drew his fighting knife and crouched beside the dog, touching the animal's side in order to read the degree of tension. Baskerville was trembling. The dog did not fear the living, not at all, but when there were zombies around, the animal shivered like this. Even Baskerville feared the dead, and the ranger could understand why. Unlike human enemies, the dog could not use its fearsome fangs against the zombies. Canine instincts, or maybe it was some kind of prescience, the ranger didn't really know, made the dog fear the blood of the zombies. There were parasites in that black blood, tiny thread-like white worms, and they were the true monsters of this apocalypse. Genetically modified larvae that carried a chemical witch's brew cooked up in a Cold War bioweapons lab long ago. Lucifer 113. Conceived by Soviet scientists and then remodeled by a deranged prison doctor here in the US. Madness on all sides, and when the devil had slipped its chain, the world was consumed. Baskerville could not know or understand any of that, but it had a strong reaction to the presence of the dead. It would smash into them, knock them down, but it wouldn't bite. and the dog was even careful not to walk in spilled black blood. It's why Baskerville was still alive. It's why the ranger was still alive. They were a team. Baskerville was the best weapon against living human foes or against the packs of feral dogs that roved these woods, but it was the ranger who fought and killed the zombies. The ranger tapped the dog's shoulder once. A question. Close? Baskerville did not react, which was the answer. No. Or at least not close enough to be an immediate threat. Nearby, though. The dog shivered, wanting to get away, so the ranger rose and used his knee to gently nudge the animal back toward the path they were following. Baskerville lingered a moment longer, giving an uncertain look to the dense forest, and then turned, sniffed to recapture the girl's scent, and took off. The ranger slid his knife back into its sheath and followed. The forest was a series of densely wooded hills with a few small streams cutting through it. The slopes and gullies were nothing to the dog, but the man felt his leg muscles begin to burn as he moved. He was 50, not 20, and this kind of thing was a young man's game. Once upon a time he would have run 20 miles of this for fun, but as he saw it, that ship sailed, hit an iceberg, caught fire, and sank. Now he felt every one of his years, every inch of scar tissue, every bit of calcification on broken bones. The kid they chased, though, must have been a marathon runner before the damned apocalypse. She was well ahead and seemed able to go through holes in the shrubbery where a rabbit wouldn't have tried. Great natural athleticism will do that. So will stark terror. Baskerville suddenly shot forward faster as the ground leveled out into an overgrown farm cornfield. As the ranger raced to catch up, he saw the clear marks of small, sneakered feet in the dirt. Ahead there was a rustling of something moving fast through the tall weeds. "Circle," he called out, and Baskerville cut suddenly left and really poured it on. He vanished into the corn but went wide to try and get in front of the fleeing girl. The girl was fast, but the dog was faster. The ranger heard her voice rise in a sudden shriek. The girl had encountered the dog. The ranger moved into the cornfield, but he slowed his pace, then paused to call out. "Girl?" he said, pitching his voice to be heard but keeping urgency out of it. "Hey, kid. Don't be afraid. My dog won't hurt you and neither will I." There was no sound. No answer. "Those guys back there? They can't hurt you anymore." Nothing. "I'm a soldier," he called. "My name is Captain Joe Ledger. My dog's name is Baskerville, and he will not hurt you. We just want to help." There was silence in the cornfield, but the ranger, Ledger, thought it was different. A listening stillness. "Please," he called. "I know you're scared. You're smart to be scared. I'm scared too. But I'm a soldier and a father, and I won't let anyone hurt you." More silence, except for the soft rustle of the corn. Then a voice spoke. Young, trembling, frightened. Female. "Leave me alone." Ledger inched forward. "I can't, sweetheart. You're alone out here, and there are more of those NKK freaks out there. You're safer with Baskerville and me." "I can take care of myself," she said, and there was some iron mixed in with the fear. "Not alone, kid. Heck, I don't even travel alone, and I used to be with Special Forces." He had her exact location pegged now, 40 feet in and slightly to his right. "Go away," she yelled. "Can't do it, darling," he said. "We good guys have to stick together." "I don't need your help." "Yeah, you do. There's some shamblers in the woods and they're coming this way, and when the rest of the NKK nutbags see what happened to their boys, they're going to come hunting." "I didn't do that, you did." He moved closer, but he lowered his voice a little to disguise the fact. "Sure I did that, but they won't know that. They're going to come looking for someone to hurt." She sobbed. "Please, why can't you people just leave us alone?" Us. Did she mean the innocent, or women in general, or was she with the party? Ledger guessed that it was a bit of all three. "Look, kid, I'm coming to you. I won't hurt you." "Don't." "I have to. Like I said, it's not safe out here. You're one of them, he sighed. No, I'm really not. Ledger moved through the corn, doing it slow and making noise so she heard, so she knew. Please, she whimpered. He found her in a small clearing. Baskerville sat watching her from 10 feet away. The girl was a year or so older than he'd first thought, maybe 14, but slim and undernourished. Her clothes were in rags and she had bruises on her face and arms. There were broken pieces of leaves and twigs in her filthy hair, and she sat huddled, shivering with exhaustion and terror. But there was fire in her eyes, though, and she clutched a sharp stone in one hand, ready to fight, expecting to have to. Ledger knelt at the edge of the clearing. Listen to me, he said quietly. I understand that you're terrified, and I know you don't know me from a can of paint, but I won't hurt you. That's what they said, and they lied. I bet a lot of people have lied to you. Your parents probably told you there were no monsters, but there are. The boogeyman is real, and sometimes he's cold and dead, and sometimes he's alive, like those freaks back there, but I'm not one of them. She eyed him with enormous suspicion, the rock ready to strike. Ledger crossed his legs and sat. He removed his knife from its sheath and tossed it lightly to land in front of her. It's better than a rock. The girl dropped the rock and snatched up the knife, raised it, held it ready to stab. Baskerville went woof, but did not move. Where are you from, kid? Asked the ranger. I'm not a kid, she snapped. Okay, sorry. Where are you from, miss? She said. Richmond. Your family got out before they dropped the bombs? The girl said nothing, but after a moment she nodded. Are they still around? Your folks? The girl shook her head. A single bright tear fell down her dirty cheek. How? He asked. The walkers, or... She sniffed back her tears. The dead ones. Oh, I'm sorry. Another family took me in. We were together until... She stopped and Ledger didn't ask for details. They both heard enough horror stories. Retelling them only did harm. I was overseas when it started, he said. On a job. Was with the military, like I said. Things all went crazy while we were half a world away. By the time we got back, everything was falling apart. I tried to get home, you know? My wife and our kid had gone to my uncle's place in Maryland. Nice big farm, lots of land, away from the cities. He shook his head. After a long minute, the girl asked, What happened? He sighed again. It took me too long to get home. You know how it is. The roads, the crowds, the walkers, the nukes. By the time I made it to my uncle's place, there was nothing but burned fields and ashes where his house was. Your family? Were they in the... You know? Ledger shook his head. No, there were no bones. I looked. God help me, I really looked. And the thing is, I don't even know if my wife made it to my uncle's place or not. Communication was lousy even in the first few days. I know she was going there, but that's all I know. What did you do? The girl still held the knife, but no longer raised to strike. Instead, she clutched it to her chest. Baskerville laid down and placed his big head on his front paws. I think I went a little crazy, said Ledger. I looked everywhere I could. Went to every refugee camp and rescue station. Spent months doing that. And then there was a while where I think I was out of my head. Baskerville whined softly as if he understood. He helped me get through it all, said Ledger. Big goof of a dog gave me a reason to keep moving, keep fighting, keep going. The girl looked at the dog for a moment. If Ledger had wanted to, he could have reached over and plucked the knife out of her hand, but he did not.
His name's Baskerville, like in the book?
Yep. The girl nodded and they sat for a moment. The breeze stirred the corn and starlings flew overhead.
Lindsay,
she said. What? Asked Ledger.
The name's Lindsay. Lindsay Brewer Munoz.
Ledger smiled. Good to know you, Lindsay Brewer Munoz.
You're Mr. Ledger?
Captain Joseph Edwin Ledger, he said. My friends call me Joe. She nodded, but did not repeat his name. How long have you been alone? He asked. Her answer was a stubborn shake of the head. It wasn't information she wanted to share. Not yet. He accepted that, letting her set the rules. When did you meet those MKK lame brains? Lindsay looked away and down.
This morning. Only a couple hours ago, I ran away and...
She shook her head again. They didn't mess with you? He asked.
No, they were...
She didn't finish the sentence, and he didn't need to know what threats or promises the dead man had made. They're gone, he said. Lindsay turned slowly and stared at him. She had very green eyes.
You killed all of them? All four?
We did, corrected Joe, nodding to Baskerville. And I'm sorry if you saw any of it.
Good,
she said, and her pretty young face instantly became a mask of such utter hatred that Ledger almost recoiled. It saddened him, hurt him deeply to see so much contempt on a young woman's face, on any human face. It hurt worse to know that this girl would live with the knowledge of what almost happened to her, and have to bear the fear of the very real possibility of it happening in the future. Her innocence, or a chunk of it, had already been stolen from her. She would never again be able to believe that the world was not, at least in part, a truly vile place. And Ledger wanted very badly to put that genie back in the bottle, to seal it up, to make it not so. But the world was the world. Wishing for a better one wasn't going to change what had already happened. He said, I'm sorry. The girl held onto the knife in the moment, ugly and raw, stretched and stretched. Suddenly Baskerville leapt to his feet. At the same moment Ledger heard the sounds coming from off to their left, the swish of corn stalks, and the moans. He shot to his feet too. Stay close, he ordered. There were more moans now, from their right, and more in front of them. The dead were coming from all sides.
Oh God,
cried Lindsay, and still clutching the knife, she broke and ran into the cornfield, vanishing from sight. 11. Rachel L. Rachel and Pablo walked beneath a canopy of green trees. The road seemed to never end, though the signs for the river station were becoming more and more frequent, and newer looking the further she traveled, which Rachel took as a sign she was moving in the right direction. But she still hadn't seen any people, any survivors, which concerned her. It had been over a week since the last living person she'd run into, and she'd hoped the closer she got to some sort of sanctuary, the more survivors she'd find. Had the world slipped further into chaos? Was she the only one left out here like a Twilight Zone episode gone horribly wrong?
Please let this be the right way. Please let there be people there. Let this not have been completely in vain.
A sound rang out, deafening, startling Rachel in the silence. A gunshot.
People.
Her heart began hammering, and hope, that lovely, dangerous thing, flared in her chest. There were survivors somewhere nearby. In trouble? Or hunting? Or... Rachel urged Pablo forward, letting him take his lead, but coaxing him into a canter, and then a full gallop as she became more certain of the direction. The horse was fast, and it raced along the blacktop. Rachel strained to hear above the sounds of his hooves. The wind whipped through her hair and made her cloak billow out behind her. Another gunshot. Closer this time, much closer. She was almost there. She rounded a bend in the road at full speed and nearly slammed right into a mass of orcs. Pablo reared, hooves flailing, kicking back the arms of the dead that turned to attack them, giving Rachel a split second to pull her sword, one hand clinging tight to the pommel of the saddle. She swung the blade, slicing through an orc and kicking it back. There were more orcs that she could easily count, most of them attacking what seemed to be an old, broken-down bus, its sides caked with old blood and dirt, fingers clawing against grimy metal, trying to get whatever was inside of there. Was there anything inside of there? She couldn't hear any sounds, not over the sounds of the dead, but the gunshot had to come from somewhere. Her horse bolted as an orc attacked from their right, nearly unsaddling her as she clung tightly with her knees, keeping her grip on the sword, swinging it as best she could at the dead, but more focused on trying to stay on as claw-like hands tried to grab onto her legs or saddle. Stay alive. She could hear Brett's voice in her mind, though if it was a memory or her imagination, she wasn't sure. "I'm not dying here," she growled to herself under her breath as Pablo turned sharply, ears flat against his head. She reined him in, trying to get him back under some semblance of control. He didn't want to be here, and she didn't want to either. It would be better to leave this place, leave the dead for whatever they were after. She was turning him to go, to keep riding far away from this place when she heard it. The terrified wail of a child. Rachel's heart dropped. There were kids on the bus. Every ounce of flight reflex was gone, every ounce of self-preservation. Now she had a mission, something she needed to do, someone to save. She might not be a superhero or the heroine of a book, but she was the only hero they had right now. "I'm sorry, Pablo." The horse's ears were flat on his head, eyes panicked. "I know you want to run, but we have to do this. I know we can do this." Most of the mass of dead was still distracted by the people inside the bus, their trapped prey, but Rachel was glad for that. A swarm of even 5 dead could overpower someone, and there were probably 20 or so, though it was hard to get an exact count. They were all slow, stained and tattered clothing falling off of bone and flesh. They all seemed a unified rust color as they moved, not individual people, but a large mass of monsters. This was life or death now, the big bad boss at the end of the level. She was staring it in the face, and there was no escape. She would have to fight. "I am Arwen and Eowyn. I am Alana and Arya," she yelled out loud to an unresponsive mass of the dead, raising her sword above her head as if she were inspiring an army to charge into battle. "I am Sif. I am Xena." She took a breath, trying to gather her courage. "I am Rachel. I am a warrior and I am not afraid." Squeezing Pablo's sides, she urged him forward, charging down at an orc that had turned to respond to her yelling. Her sword sang through the air, the crunch of splitting bone as the sword pierced the skull and the body collapsed. Her horse seemed to understand what she was thinking and kept to the edge, dancing out of the reach of the snapping, grabbing hands that were now turning their attention to her instead of the bus. As he ran, a handful of the orcs turned to follow, giving Rachel the time to slice and stab, dropping their bodies and turning her attention to the next ones that came through. There were 5 down now, but the horde kept coming. Rachel was losing track. She felt like she had already killed more than a dozen, but there never seemed to be an end to this mass of bodies. She had no idea how many she had actually killed. All she knew was that she needed to keep going. Her arm hurt, and her hand was slippery from the sticky black blood of the dead. She clenched her fingers tighter around the hilt of the dagger. Any mistake meant her death. She knew that. An orc grabbed onto her leg, teeth attaching to her boot as she tried to kick them away, dragging her out of the saddle as it pulled her down. She yelled, whether from fear or surprise or as a war cry, she wasn't sure, driving the dagger down through its skull with such force that she fell as the body crumpled, carrying her blade and her with it, as another orc latched its teeth onto Pablo, ripping a gash into his side as the horse let out something akin to a scream. More orcs diving for his legs, teeth driving into the soft flesh they found there. She hit the ground hard as Pablo fell, the air driving from her lungs as she rolled, trying to jump back up to her feet. The horde was split, half of the orcs still continuing their assault on the bus, the others stumbling towards her, yellow teeth gnashing. One grabbed onto her forearm, teeth sinking into the thick leather. She swung her sword jerkily, ribs protesting, and she missed the skull, sinking her sword into the base of the neck. Wincing, she let go of the sword, using the hand to grab a dagger out of her belt and sinking that into the weak part of the skull at the top of the head of the orc, which dropped hard. Okay, this was bad. This was so very, very bad. Pablo's panicked cries continued, but Rachel couldn't look at him, so instead her eyes fixed on the next body that lunged at her. Her eyes tracked the bodies, trying to figure out the best way to clear them without backing herself into a corner she couldn't get out of. There wasn't time to try to retrieve her sword, so instead, she turned to face the next orc in a half-crouch, jumping to the side as it tried to lunge at her, turning in midair to drive the knife into the back of the head at the base of the skull. There were only 3 left coming, and she backed up a few steps, trying to judge which to take first. One came at her from the side, and she dodged it, shoving its shoulder and using its stumble to grab onto the shirt and drive the blade between the eyes. Using a well-placed kick to the chest to knock the next one to the ground, she dispatched it with a quick stab. The last one's hands tried to grab hold of her, clumsy fingers attaching to a loop on her armor and pulling her towards its teeth. With a cry, she switched hands on the knife, driving it hard into the side of the orc's forehead. Her chest was heaving, ribs sending sharp warning pains as she moved. She ached everywhere already, but there was no time to wait. Pablo had fallen silent, and Rachel didn't want to look. She couldn't look. She wouldn't have been able to handle it if she did. Squeezing her eyes shut for a moment, she swallowed down her emotions. Heroes couldn't cry, not when there were people to save. Another gunshot rang out across the road, followed by the agonized screaming that Rachel had come to associate with death. Her heart sunk, and using her foot as leverage, she pulled the sword out of the orc's neck from where it had lodged, ignoring the protests in her side. Sprinting forward, she sliced through the back of the head of an orc that had turned to follow the screaming, and kept going. She couldn't see anything from this side of the bus, and she ducked around the back of the bus, hoping that most of the dead would be on the other end. Slicing her sword through the side of the head of another orc, she rushed toward the man that was laying at the foot of the door of the bus, still screaming, as 2 orcs dug their teeth and nails into him. The blood was everywhere. Rachel felt nauseous, but she swallowed it down, driving her dagger into the heads of the orcs one by one, shoving their bodies to the side. The man wouldn't stop screaming, clawing at the bites on his neck, and Rachel knew what she had to do. "I'm sorry," she whispered before driving the knife up through the side of his skull. Then it was silent. Rachel had the unnerving feeling tickling on the back of her neck that she was being watched. 12. Des Fox. Des had spent a lot of time hunting the forests of western Pennsylvania and northern Maryland. She understood the woods as well as any experienced hunter. She'd also hunted men in Afghanistan during the war. Being a soldier, a hunter, and a cop had taught her a lot about how to read what the land wanted to share. In a police academy forensics class, she'd also learned that contact always leaves a mark. Tracking, then, was looking for marks. Mankind itself made marks on the world. Roads, buildings, cultivated fields, and more. These impositions on the land were mostly overgrown and eventually would fade, but that created a different kind of pattern, a different kind of trail. Where weeds and new growth grew, it spoke to a lack of use, and in some places it was crystal clear to Des that no foot, living or dead, had come this way in months. Elsewhere, the weeds were bent and broken, or pushed aside. The passage of random passage suggested a single person using that route infrequently. Crushed foliage told a story of heavier and more frequent use. Des could read the stories of each. A careful living person, even one trying not to be seen and making maximum use of natural cover, still left tracks that showed they were in control of their bodies. The steps were more orderly, more evenly spaced. Dead feet tended to wander, to drag, to ignore cover and follow the path of least resistance. There was evidence of both kinds of travelers in the woods. Twice, she spotted zombies standing in the forests doing nothing. It was a phenomenon she'd begun to realize was a thing. Unless drawn by scent, sight, or sound, the dead would often slow to a stop and simply stand there. When the dead moved in packs, the movement of the whole tended to draw the others, but Des figured that even these groups would eventually slow down when the ones out front had nothing new to chase. It made a weird sense to her. After all, why would they just keep moving? Zombies were opportunistic hunters. They attacked and devoured life, animals, humans, birds, and they had already begun stripping areas of everything that could feed them. In the absence of prey, they stopped, no longer pulled by their senses. That created a new kind of danger. The motionless zombies were like landmines and IEDs. They could be anywhere, and because they remained so still and so quiet, it was easy to walk right past one and accidentally trigger its appetite and aggression. Des paused in her search long enough to cut a green branch from a tree. She used a knife to strip the leaves and bark from it, and to trim it down to a 20-inch length with a sturdy Y at one end. She held that in her left hand and carried her blackjack in the other. That gave her a formidable set of tools for a technique she wished she could patent and sell. She'd be a millionaire with the first post-apocalypse must-have invention. Great for Christmas, perfect for stocking stuffers, she mused. She had to use it less than 2 miles from the bus. As she cut along an overgrown fire access road, a solo zombie suddenly lurched toward her from the shade of an oak. One moment it was invisible, merely part of the landscape, and then next it snarled and lunged at her, gray fingers clawing at her shirt and hair. Des backpedaled to get her footing, set her weight on the balls of her feet, and as the creature shambled forward, she used both weapons to slap its reaching arms down, and then thrust the Y-stick hard against its throat. The mouth of the Y snugged in tight under the chin of that snapping mouth, and Des quickly moved close and brought the blackjack down on the crown of the monster's head. The blackjack was made from a heavy pellet of lead wrapped in leather. The weapon's neck was flexible, which allowed for a lot of snapping speed. Handled one way, and it would deliver a soft, penetrating blow that would render a criminal dazed or unconscious, often with a mild concussion. Used any other way, it crushed bone and drove splinters through dura mater and into the brain. There was a reason it had been outlawed by police forces across America, just as there was a reason Des Fox had taken it out of the box of weapons she'd kept in her trailer home when everything was falling apart. She'd nearly lost her job for using it once while busting up a biker gang brawl. Now she was glad she hadn't thrown it away. The blackjack whipped through the air and hit the zombie on the crown with enough force to send a shockwave up Des's arm. She knew from hard, bad experience that it wasn't any trauma to the brain that stopped one of the dead. The blow had to do significant damage to the motor cortex or the brainstem. So as the creature dropped to its knees, Des used the Y-stick to set it for the killing blow. Another swing, another crunch, and then the zombie was a ragdoll, dead for sure and forever. She stepped aside and let it fall. The creature had been a forest ranger once. She could see that from his pants and shoes, and the few remaining tatters of shirt that clung to the destroyed body. "I'm sorry," she murmured as she stepped away. And she was sorry. Hard and brutal as she was, as she'd become, Des Fox was not a monster. She mourned this nameless man, this victim of horror. As Billy Trout once told her, there was a story in every single one of these poor sons of bitches. A story. Sure, thought Des as she moved off. A freaking tragedy. 40 minutes later, she found a dirt road that was overgrown but showed signs of frequent passage. Some of the wandering steps of the dead, but mostly human footprints. She squatted down to study them. There were at least 17 different and distinct sets of prints along a stretch where rainwater had softened the ground. Several from big shoes that had to be men's, but there were smaller prints, women's sneakers, or maybe from one or more teenage girls. She followed the smaller prints, and it was soon apparent that a group composed of one adult male, 2 adult females, and a mix of children. A family, she wondered, or a group of survivors. Des touched the edge of one print and the ground yielded, showing that it was moderately fresh. The last rain was a week and a half ago, and these prints had been made since then. Des's heart leaped in her chest. She knew that the odds of this being Billy Trout or even anyone from the buses was astronomical, You could sell a coincidence like that in a Lifetime TV schmaltz fest of a movie. But these were the prints of adults and kids. Living people. Des kept moving, following the tracks until they suddenly stopped. The tracks went a mile down the road and then there was nothing but blank dirt before her. Except that wasn't what it was. Not really. She dropped down onto hands and knees so she could study the dirt from a worm's eye level. Then she grunted and straightened, wiping soil from her palms. The road was not blank. No road ever is. The dirt, however, had been swept smooth. Des moved to the shoulder of the road and prowled forward through the weeds, her eyes clicking back and forth between the shoulder and the smoothed dirt. She found what she was looking for nearly 100 feet farther. It was a leafy branch that had been cut from a roadside tree, lying 5 feet off the road where it had been thrown. Des picked it up, saw the traces of dirt that still clung to the leaves, and let it fall. This was an old trick, using those leaves like a broom to wipe out the signs of human passage, old as time. But what concerned her was that it was poorly managed. Whoever had erased the footprints had only gone so far back and simply began at that point. They hadn't thought it through. Anyone with half a brain would do what she had just done, kept looking for when the footprints started again. It would have been far smarter to have the family walk off the road so that their prints vanished into the weeds, fallen leaves, and debris in the forest, and then, even if they had to return to the easier passage of the road later on, a tracker might have been thrown by the deception. Instead, it was clumsy. "Damn," she said, immediately concerned for this little family. She quickened her pace, moving alongside the road until she found the point where the family had indeed come out of the forest. Stupid. It was stupid. No hunter or tracker would have been fooled long enough to simply give up. There was a logic to everything that happened in the woods. Everything made sense. It was only human choice that made senseless decisions. She followed the tracks all the way to the small side road that wound like a serpent's tail through fields of tobacco that had run wild with weeds. The farmhouse was there. The sight of it froze Des's heart for a moment. It stood on a slight rise, its walls painted a smoky blue with shutters of a darker blue. A red barn, a tractor and harvester visible through the open doors. It looked as perfect and picturesque as something from a painting or a calendar or a dream. Des began running. She did not intend to run. It was a rookie thing to do. Incautious and ill-advised, but she did it anyway. Because there was a curl of smoke coming from the chimney. Because it looked like people were home. Because it looked like the living still owned this small patch of the world. And because the yard was full of zombies. 13. The Ranger and the Dog. The girl ran fast, but not well. She was nimble enough, but she wasn't skilled at flight through the woods. Not an overgrown forest like this. Catching her was going to be easy. Frustrating, mused Ledger as he set off, and actually a pain in the ass, but easy. The hard part would be calming her down once he caught her again. That and convincing her that he wasn't a rapist, murderer, or general lowlife. He knew his looks were against him. Once upon a time he'd been what he called safe-looking. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a winning smile, and a skin that took a surfer tan. But that was back when the world was the world. Now he was middle-aged. His skin was a roadmap of scars that marked battles on every continent and of every kind. He carried the marks of knife, bullet, fang, and claw. No zombie bites, but that was probably the only type of physical harm he'd so far managed to dodge. He'd lived too much of his life out on the edge of darkness, out where bad things happen as a matter of course. Until this plague happened, he'd been winning a lot of battles in the war of international politics and terrorism. In his moments of self-congratulation, he'd taken some pride in the fact that he'd prevented madmen from burning it all down. He'd even stopped the release of a designer pathogen that might have done to the world what Lucifer 113 actually accomplished. It was no comfort at all that this outbreak had taken place while he was off the local clock. He'd been overseas, preventing a different kind of catastrophe. He had, in fact, prevented that disaster, only to turn around and discover that despite all of his actions, sacrifice, and best intentions, the devil had slipped his leash. By the time he'd reached America, it was all gone. There was nothing left of the country to save. Hubris is a damned ugly thing, and perspective a terrible lesson to learn this late in life. Now his world was his dog and whomever he could save. Now his world was that poor damned girl. And so he ran into the woods to convince her that she needed to be saved and that he was the one she should trust. Jesus wept, he thought, as he followed Baskerville through the foliage. 14. Des Fox. There were 8 of them. If they had been in a bunch, she might have tried it another way. She might have circled to slip in through the back door. She might have made some noise and tried to lead them away in a pack. She might even have risked using her precious bullets and dared the loud bark of the gun. But they were spread out, facing the farmhouse from different points. There was something wrong about that, and Des should have noticed it. That was her second rookie mistake. That was the second thing she did that afternoon, which should have warned her that weariness, desperation, fear, and hope had begun to strip away her necessary caution. Instead, she came running at the closest zombie, her Y-stick in one hand and blackjack in the other. It hurt her too late, and it had only begun to turn when she slammed the weapon against the base of its skull. The blackjack shattered the bone and destroyed much of the brainstem. The zombie fell forward and lay there, twitching and flopping. Des jagged right, running toward the next, who had heard the commotion. It was 40 feet from her, and by the time she reached it, the creature was reaching for her. Des used the Y-stick to stall it, and the blackjack to kill it. Then she raced toward the third, who had been standing by a hand-crank well. This one was a farm worker, big, heavy in the shoulders and arms, with a bull neck. He towered over Des, and when she rammed its throat with the Y-stick, the creature's 280 pounds of mass did not simply jolt to a halt, as the last one had done. One arm of the Y-stick cracked and folded back, too green to break off but too feeble to withstand that much mass in motion. Des yelped in fear and dodged, grabbing hands that were the size of baseball mitts. She kicked the thing in the knee, trying to cripple it, but her balance was as bad as his angle, and it was like kicking a tree stump. She fell hard on the ground and the broken stick went flying. She almost lost the blackjack, and might have, if that hand and arm hadn't been under her as she landed. The zombie bent and clawed at her, and out of the corner of her wild eyes, Des could see other creatures closing in. She cried out as she rolled sideways and scrambled awkwardly to her feet. The big zombie lunged at her, but this time Des was able to stay on her feet as she dodged. She slapped the reaching hands away and brought the blackjack down hard on the creature's forehead, again and again, tearing dry skin, shattering bone, pulping the brain. She had to hit it 6 more times before she damaged the right part of the brain. Even then the thing tried to grab her as he fell. A limp left arm tripped her, and she went down once more, panting, exhausted, her striking arm tingling with the shocks of each of her powerful blows. It was then that Des Fox realized all of the things she had been doing wrong. Running in without thinking it through, fighting badly, wasting energy and breath. 3 of the zombies were down, but that left 5 of them. And something else occurred to Des as the dead closed around her. The zombies had been standing in the field. They hadn't been clustered by the front door or windows. They hadn't been trying to get in. They hadn't been doing anything at all, only standing there. The way they do when there is no prey to draw them, to focus them. She flicked a despairing glance at the house. The smoke still curled from the chimney, though. Thin smoke, faint, fading. A dying fire in what she now realized was either a dead house or one that had been abandoned. Everything was wrong. The whole day shifted without a clutch, and as each gear stripped, Des felt it like a punch to the heart. She got to her feet one more time. The broken Y-stick was lost, but she had her blackjack and she had her gun. The 5 zombies were closing in, but they were not yet clutched like a fist around her. "Kiss my ass," she told them. Moving with equal parts caution and fury, she went after each of the zombies, one at a time, using hard sweeps of her arm to parry worm-white grabbing fingers, using better timed and aimed kicks to break knees, using the blackjack with precision. It took less than 5 minutes to kill them. When it was done, Des staggered over to the well and collapsed against it, spent, bathed in sweat, gasping for air. She worked the hand crank as fast as she could to pull up a bucket of water, then held it up to the light to make sure it wasn't polluted. It sparkled clear and sweet. Thirsty as she was, Des used all of the water to wash black blood from her hands and clothes. 6 buckets worth until she was soaked to the skin and shivering. Only then did she take some water for herself, and she drank as much as she could. She stayed by the well until her heart, her breath, and her tears all slowed. All the time she watched the house. The smoke from the chimney was thinner, almost gone. "Kiss my ass," she said again. Des pushed off from the stone well, snugged her blackjack into a back pocket, and drew her Glock. And with that held in 2 trembling hands, she approached the quiet farmhouse. 15. Rachel L. Rachel could barely see the eyes watching her through the disgustingly clouded windows of the bus, but she could sense them on her. Wiping some of the blood on her hands on the ground, she straightened up slowly, her eyes looking around to make sure there were no other orcs ready to strike.
"I know you're in there. I'm not going to hurt you,"
she said softly, knowing they were listening as she sheathed her daggers and knives, holding her hands out peacefully. There was no answer, though Rachel could hear the movement inside, and she cautiously pushed the partially open door of the bus. What if this was a trap? The thought echoed through her mind, and part of her wanted to draw her dagger in case of an ambush. But she definitely heard a kid before. It was a different scream than the sounds of a dying man. She only hoped whoever had a kid with them was a good person. Taking a cautious breath, she stepped up into the bus, wondering who or what she'd find inside. There were a handful of children clustered at the back as far away from her as they could. None of them looked old enough to have reached their double digits, though she was awful at guessing ages, so she could be mistaken. Their eyes peering over the tops of the worn seats of the bus were terrified, their dusty and dirty faces stained and damp with tears. They were the eyes of children who had seen too much. They were the eyes of children who had grown up too fast. Suddenly, Rachel was incredibly conscious of what she must look like, with beat-up leather and metal armor of her warrior costume, the splattered blood of monsters on her clothes, the blood of the man who had died protecting these children on her hands. What had this world come to? What had this world made her into?
"Say something."
"Hello." Well, that was something, though definitely not helpful. She tried again.
"Hi, I'm Rachel, and I'm here to help you."
Nothing. Silence, only broken by the occasional sniffle of a child holding back tears. None of the kids moved a muscle, their eyes still fixed on her, some in wonder, some in confusion, but all of them distinctly registering fear.
"I'm going to get you somewhere safe,"
Rachel added. A few more sniffles, but no movement, no response. If the gravity of the situation wasn't so serious, she might have laughed at how horribly this was going. It was like a scene from a bad horror parody. She needed to get them moving. She needed to get them somewhere safe. The gunshots would draw more orcs, and she couldn't fight off a horde while trying to keep a bunch of scared kids safe. Though, of course, they weren't going to go with her. To them, the bus was their temporary home, their place of safety. She could only imagine how long they'd been hiding in here. Probably since the world ended. And now she was a stranger, covered in blood and armed with a sword, which they just watched kill the only adult that was keeping them safe, telling them they needed to come with her. She wasn't sure she would even trust her right now in their place, so why would they? There needed to be a solution. She needed to get them somewhere safe. She wasn't going to leave them behind, not without any protection. She would never be able to live with herself if she didn't get them at least to a safe zone with adults and supplies.
Please, I know you're scared. I know that you don't know me, but I want to help you. If you stay here, the monsters will come back and I can't stop them all.
A few of the kids glanced at the windows, the threats of monsters and nightmares, enough to make them question what to do. But she was still a stranger, and the older kids eyed her with suspicion. They'd seen enough of this new world not to trust her. Time for Plan B.
Can I tell you a secret?
She asked them quietly, and all of their eyes were on her.
Can I trust you?
There was a slight nod from a few of the kids, and Rachel gave the most sincere and trustworthy smile she could.
I'm actually from Themyscira. I'm an Amazon, just like Wonder Woman. Do you know who Wonder Woman is?
She asked the group, to a few more nods.
Well, Wonder Woman is in New York trying to make sure everyone is safe, but she asked all of her Amazon sisters to come from Themyscira to help her, and she sent me to find all of you to bring you to safety. Why do you think I'm dressed like this? This is my magical armor. It protects me, just like her gauntlets do.
The children's eyes were on her in wonder, and she really hoped they were buying this. She was trying to make it as convincing as possible and putting all of her heart and soul into it.
Now, I need to do my part, but I can't do it without all of you. Was there another grown-up with you? Miss Des.
One of the little ones in the back spoke up quietly. Okay, so there was another person, another adult. Maybe she could use that to get the kids to come with her.
When did Miss Des leave?
She asked, sitting down on the edge of one of the bus seats, leaning against the back of the seat as casually as she could, trying to look as comforting as possible.
A while ago, I don't know,
a little girl mumbled.
She said she'd be back by the time it got dark.
Another kid piped up, one of the older boys in the back. So, she had a decision to make. If this Des was alive, if she was coming back, then Rachel didn't want to move the kids, not if she was expecting to find them still here and safe. She could only imagine the panic that could cause, how she'd feel if she was supposed to be meeting her group somewhere and they weren't there, how she'd feel if she went back to the hospital and they weren't there anymore. She couldn't do that to someone, even if she'd never met this woman before, especially not with children involved. So they could wait it out until sunset. She didn't think it would be much longer before the sun went down, and she just hoped that no more orcs would come their way. If she barricaded the door of the bus, then they'd be safe enough here, at least until nightfall. Then at nightfall they'd have to move.
I'm going to stay here and make sure all of you are safe, okay?
Rachel asked, trying to keep her voice light.
I want to make sure Miss Des gets back here to you tonight, and I don't want to leave all of you here alone. Is that okay if I stay with you?
Most of their hesitations around her had faded when she told them her big secret, and they nodded. Of course they wanted a superhero around. She could protect them from the big scary monsters. Well, she would do the best she could. 16. Des Fox. Des approached the house slowly, with caution, her shock and weariness falling away as her training and common sense came back online. She was badly rattled by how stupid she'd been, and she was glad Beale wasn't here to see it. When she placed her foot on the bottom riser of the short set of steps to the porch, it creaked. Just a little. Enough, if there had been ears to hear. Des pointed the gun at the front door and then swung it slowly toward each of the two windows. Heavy shutters were in place, the slats down. No one could see out or in. She took a breath and leaned on the step a little heavier, making the creak louder, more deliberate. Waited. Heard nothing but the wind across the tobacco leaves. Birds began to sing in the trees, a good sign most of the time. Des took another breath and this time used it to call out, "In the house!" Nothing.
"It's cool," she said. "I'm alone. I'm not here to raid or anything, just looking for help."
A pause.
I'm a cop.
As if that meant anything. She wasn't all that sure if it meant much before the world fell off its hinges, and a badge sure as shit carried no weight now. Not authority, anyway. Reassurance, maybe. And that's what she was hoping for. Nothing. She mounted the steps. They all creaked. So did the floorboards on the porch. The house was old, probably mid to late 19th century. It had seen a lot, felt a lot, and even after it was all falling apart, the place had offered shelter to someone. Recently, too. She shifted her Glock to a one-hand grip and tried the door handle with the other. It turned, and there was a faint click. Then the door swung inward. The hinges, at least, had been oiled. Des reclaimed her two-hand grip and followed the barrel of the automatic into the house. As soon as she moved from vestibule to living room, she knew that she wouldn't find anyone alive in there. There was a breeze blowing through the downstairs, and as she moved forward, it became clear that the back door was open. She moved through the downstairs all the way to the kitchen, finding no one but seeing signs everywhere that told her this place had been occupied very recently. The fireplace held the coals of a dying fire, and a pot had been hung there filled with soup that had boiled over. 8 sleeping bags on the living room floor. Empty cans, stacked supplies, some weapons, baseball bats, an empty shotgun that had clearly been used as a club, an axe with a notched blade, but no people. There was blood, though. Red and black. Human and dead. Furniture was pushed out of place. Plates were broken. There had been a fight here, but when Des checked the back door, it didn't show signs of having been forced. She retreated to the living room and studied the scene, looking at it as a crime scene, reading it. 2 of the sleeping bags were stained with blood, and all of them were messy in a room that looked to be otherwise well-maintained. When she peered at one of the bags, she saw 2 kinds of stains. The brown stains were old, dried blood, human blood. But spattered atop those were stains in which the white parasitic threadworms still wriggled. The adjoining sleeping bag was stained with blood that had not yet had time to turn brown. It was splashed red. She looked around and found the trash can filled with old, stained bandages. The scene made sense. It was a tragic story, but a familiar one. One of this party had been wounded, and they'd done their best to patch the injuries, but either the wound was a bite or the damage was so severe that it became fatal. In either case, the wounded person had died in his or her sleep, then revived as a monster. It attacked the person sleeping in the next bag, and from there it was a slaughter. Badly handled, badly fought, and ultimately lost. And yet, she walked over and looked at the spilled blood on the floor. There were scuffs in it, the marks of sneakers. Mostly the balls of the feet, though, as if whoever wore those sneakers was running through the house and out the back door, leaving it open. The dead do not run. Des stepped out onto the back porch and saw the bloody sneaker prints heading off into the woods. The scuffling footprints of the dead followed, and Des had no way of knowing if the runner had escaped, or had she been one of the zombies she'd killed to get in here. Some of them looked fresh, and Des figured them to be owners of those other sleeping bags, and the big farmer had been the house's original owner. Jesus. She went back inside, closed and locked the kitchen door, and spent 40 minutes prowling through the empty house. There were moldering corpses upstairs in the beds, which explained why the squatters hadn't settled up there. Each of the corpses had a bullet hole in their head and old bite marks on their withered flesh. Des kept her mouth and heart hard as she went through closets in the attic. The place was a treasure trove of supplies. Blankets, boots, scarves and coats, tools, and more. And downstairs there were the supplies amassed by the squatters. Plenty of food, too much for them to have carried, so Des figured they'd raided the pantry here and maybe neighboring farms. There was enough food here to feed her busload of kids for a month, and the well water was pure. The building itself was sound, and she knew she could reinforce it and defend it. All she had to do now was go back and get the kids. Convincing them to leave the bus was either going to be a very easy or a very hard sell. Some were too terrified to leave, others were too terrified to stay.
She thought about it as she ate some Spam straight out of the can, having opened it with the key they conveniently attached to the bottom and washed it down with a quart of fresh water. Des was just checking her gear for the trip back to the bus when she heard the scream. She raced onto the porch, gun up and out, and saw a teenage girl break from the shadows beneath the trees. Blonde hair whipped behind her as she ran, and Des looked for the pursuing dead. Saw none. Instead, she saw a monstrous dog come charging out of the woods, and behind it was a big and brutal-looking man. The girl fled from them, screaming, terrified, making for the farmhouse. The range was too great for accuracy with a handgun, so Des knelt, braced her elbows on the porch rail to steady her aim, sighted on the dog, and fired. The shot banged, loud and hollow in the air. The dog flinched but kept running. Des fired, again and again. Then, with a terrible cry of animal pain, the pursuing hound crashed forward and down, rolling over and over among the tobacco plants until it came to a stop. It lay there, panting and howling, its side pumping bright red blood. Des snapped off 3 more shots at the man, but he dove for cover. The girl, startled by the shots, stopped in her tracks and looked wildly around. Des rose up and waved frantically at her. "Over here, come on! I'll cover you! Run! Run!" The girl ran. 17. The Ranger and the Dog. Joe Ledger lay flat and tried to melt into the dirt as bullets punched through the air above him. The farmhouse was 60 yards away from him, and he was certain whoever was shooting at him had a handgun. At that range, a pistol is usually better thrown than fired, but this son of a bitch was dishearteningly good. Shit. Baskerville whimpered piteously, and that broke Ledger's heart. He loved dogs more than he liked people, and Baskerville was a friend. If the shooter had killed his dog, then Ledger was going to paint the walls with hair and blood. He drew his Sig Sauer and tried to aim through the weeds and wildly overgrown tobacco plants, but his view was almost completely blocked. To get better line of sight, he'd have to move to higher ground, and that was likely to earn him a bullet in the brain pan. Which is when he heard the shooter yell out, "Over here, come on, I'll cover you, run, run!" It was a woman's voice, angry, scared, desperate. Joe laid his gun down, cupped his hands around his mouth, and yelled as loud as he could. "Stop shooting!" he roared. "I'm not trying to hurt the kid." There was a pause that lasted 2 full seconds, and then 2 quick shots that struck the small ridge of dirt behind which he lay. Christ, this woman could shoot. Then there was a longer pause. Either the woman was swapping out her magazine or she was conserving her bullets. Only people in old bad movies and video games had an unlimited number of rounds. In the real world, when you ran out of ammunition, you couldn't go to the store and buy more. And carrying a lot of bullets was problematic because they were heavy as hell. It would be a very nice thing if this crazy woman had fired her gun dry. After a full minute of silence, Ledger risked raising his head. He did it very fast and took a quick look, then ducked back down and let his mind process what he'd seen in that fragment of a second. The farmhouse, the field, a bunch of dead zombs, a well, and nothing else. No running girl, no woman. Baskerville whimpered again. "Screw it," muttered Ledger, and he began crawling toward his dog. He kept his gun in one hand, though. If the woman wanted to turn an ambush into a war, then that was on her. Ledger wasn't a chauvinist. He'd blow a hole in anyone who wanted to kill him. God help her if the dog died. He crawled, teeth clenched, a furnace igniting in his chest. 18. Rachel L. The movement outside the window, barely visible through the grime on the glass, caught Rachel's attention, and she held up her hand to gesture to the children to stay quiet. The movement was too fast to be an orc, she thought, but it was hard to tell. Drawing one of her daggers, she crept silently back towards the front of the bus, crouching low, peering around the corner, waiting for whatever or whoever was out there to approach the door. There was definitely someone out there, and Rachel was about 90% sure whoever was there was alive.
Now the question became, was it someone that was looking to help them or hurt them? Rachel had met enough people in this world so far to realize that it was about a 50-50 shot, and she didn't want to take that chance, not with kids at risk. She could hear the person outside kicking a body of an orc towards the back of the bus, and Rachel used their distraction to maneuver herself carefully down the steps of the bus, keeping herself close to the wall. Whoever it was obviously didn't know that there were living people on the bus, or at least didn't know who was on the bus, so it couldn't be Miss Des or anyone with the children out there. So it meant a stranger, a new player, had entered the game, and Rachel didn't like new, unseen NPCs she knew nothing about. If Brett knew all the stupid things I was doing today, she mused to herself, trying to keep her humor as a cover for her deep-down terror. Taking a sharp intake of breath, she stepped out the door. The first step out the door told her a number of different things. One, the person outside was definitely alive, and her gut instinct was telling her that he definitely was not there to help them or anyone else he came across. Two, the person outside really wasn't expecting a superhero to come walking off the school bus. Three, she really needed to do a better job at analyzing a situation before just jumping out into a battle that was going to get her killed. The guy seemed startled to see her at first, though the nasty look on his face quickly melted into a neutral one, though still unsettling to look at to Rachel. He seemed like he was trying to wear a mask that didn't quite fit him, and she didn't like the vibe he was giving off. Rachel was a big fan of gut instincts. "Can I help you?" she asked, her dagger in her hand at her side, ready to strike if needed, but non-threatening. "Survivors!" He feigned excitement, though Rachel's gut response didn't lessen any. "There's more of us. I've been looking for more survivors, looking for anyone. I've been on my own for so long." He tried to look pitiful. "Do you have any food? Any water? There are more of you? How many are you?" "Okay, that's more questions than I can answer at once." She faked a smile and a laugh, trying to come across as non-threatening, naive, trying to figure out what he wanted, why her gut told her not to trust him. "Here, let me get you some water first," she started, turning her back a little, pretending to duck her head. He took the bait, jumping at her with his knife out, trying to attack her. Rachel was ready, though, and she swung her dagger around to block his, before using his surprise to push him backwards with a strong shove. They stared at each other for a moment, the girl in the leather warrior armor and the man with a nasty-looking hunting knife in his hand, and an even nastier look on his face. And Rachel cautiously adjusted the grip of her elven dagger, which compared to his, looked like a letter opener. "Who the fuck are you?" The man snarled at her, and the sarcastic part of Rachel that came out when she was very afraid threatened to give him a stern Captain America-like comment about his language. "Not the time, Rachel," she chided herself, pulling her focus back on the man in front of her. "I could ask you the same thing, but I don't want to know. So how about you just walk away and go back where you came from?" The man lunged at her mid-sentence, swinging his knife around and slicing it dangerously close to her breastplate. Jumping backwards just in time, she nearly stumbled over an orc's limp arm, catching herself on the side of the bus for balance before bringing her dagger up to block his second attack. It had been a long time since Rachel had fought against someone who could fight back with a weapon, and suddenly she wished she was fighting against an orc instead of a person. There was no way she was going to be able to beat a man with obvious experience in a knife fight. All of her fighting experience was player versus player LARP fighting, and foam, weapons, and fake damage points had far less at stake. Using her free hand, she pulled the second dagger out of its sheath on her belt, getting lower into a fighting stance. If she could block him with the one knife, maybe she could strike him before he got her. It was the only thought she could come up with, and she hoped it would work. All she knew was that she needed to stop him. The little voice in the back of her head was telling her that she needed to keep him as far away from the children as possible. He was fast, though, and she was barely able to keep up with blocking his attacks, let alone strike him with one of her own. Dancing away from one of his slices, she ducked quickly, using one knife to block his blade from hitting her, and swinging her other one down to slice across his side, before pulling a few steps back, trying to focus on a strategy. There had to be something. The man with the knife was coming closer, focused on her with a terrifying furor in his eyes. He was pissed, and that was both good and bad. Bad that he now was going to be fighting with more anger at her drawing blood, even if just a small cut. But good, because angry people make mistakes, make stupid decisions. She learned that long ago in LARP. He swung again and Rachel ducked, catching his incoming blade with her dagger and slicing her secondary dagger across his arm, this time drawing a deep gash. He cried out, dropping his dagger in pain, which Rachel kicked to the side quickly, her dagger still out in front of her, ready to strike. She didn't want to strike an unarmed man. Didn't want to kill anyone, but she would if he forced her to. But he was pissed, spitting in anger as he backed up, clutching his bleeding arm. "Fuck you, bitch!" he snarled, eyes burning her with an angry fire. "You better not be here when I get back with my friends. You better run fast, because if I find you, I'm gonna love every moment of killing you, and it's not gonna be fast or fun for you." And then he was gone, into the woods, and Rachel let her weapons drop to her sides, the threat still lingering in the air. Oh, this was really not good. 19. Des Fox. When Des first yelled, the girl froze for a moment, caught in a moment of obvious doubt and confusion. The man and dog that chased her were one thing, and the farmhouse seemed to be a destination she thought might be safe, or safer at least than being caught by the blonde-haired thug and his mutt. But Des's voice was coming from the farmhouse, and it was clearly a woman's voice. It took the girl time to process that and make a decision, maybe 1 full second. And then like a startled deer, she was running again, moving fast and well on long legs. Des fired 4 more shots at the spot where the big man had dropped. She heard him yelling something but couldn't hear him and didn't care what kind of bullshit he was trying to sell. The girl shot a terrified look over her shoulder, saw nothing but ran as if there was a whole pack of killers on her tail. She blew past the well, ran up to the foot of the porch stairs and skidded to a stop, panting, face running with sweat, eyes wild. "Get inside," Des said. "I'll keep this dickhead entertained." She emphasized the comment with another shot, but then her slide locked back. While Des swapped it out for a fresh one, her last, the girl gave her a 2-second up and down appraisal, looked over her shoulder once more, and then ran up the steps and in through the open door. Des smiled and slapped the magazine into place and released the slide. The bastard out there in the weeds wouldn't know it was her last magazine. Besides, if one guy could get past her while she had a full magazine, a blackjack, a knife, and a lot of female indignation, and she wasn't trying her best. Des liked a good fight, especially when the payoff was kicking some guy's nuts up between his shoulder blades. That always felt good. There was some movement out in the field near where the dog went down, but Des had no clear shot. Nevertheless, she knelt there, finger laid along the trigger guard, eyes moving slowly over the field. Was the guy down too? Had one of her rounds popped him? Maybe. She hoped so, but she wasn't sure. He hadn't returned fire, which probably meant he didn't have a gun or was low on bullets. She had a slightly elevated shooting position and had already proved that she was a good shot. Most people don't want to play that kind of game, especially these days. A small, scared voice spoke through the slats of the living room shutters. "Is he gone?" "No," said Des. A pause. "Is he dead?" "We can hope." Several long minutes passed and there was no movement at all in the field. Des thought she heard the dog whining, but the wind was blowing past the house toward the field and she couldn't be sure. She straightened very slowly and carefully, weapons still trained on the field. There was no movement and no shots fired in her direction. "You have to go make sure," insisted the girl. "No, I damn well do not," Des growled. "It's a great way to get a bullet in the brain pan. No thanks, honey. If that guy out there is setting a trap, it's going to be for someone stupider than me. His name is Joe." Des cut a look at the shadowy form behind the shutters. "You know him? He one of your group?" "Huh? Oh no, I just met him. He was in a fight with some guys who
I tried to...
She didn't finish, but Des got the point. The afternoon sun moved steadily toward the west, and the shadows flowed out from the distant trees, seeming to flood the fields like black water. Des moved to sit with her back to the living room wall so she could talk to the girl more easily while still watching the field. She was more than half convinced that the guy was dead. Her other half was less sure, because if she'd killed him, then he should have reanimated by now. The fact that he hadn't left it all in a gray area. He could be dead with a bullet in the brain. He could be wounded and bleeding out. He could be hurt and waiting for nightfall or for reinforcements. Or he could be unhurt and really pissed and simply waiting for his moment. Once the sun was down, it would be too risky to stay here on the porch, though, and defending a house was tough. Easy enough to do against the mindless dead, much tougher against a thinking person who really wants to get in. As the shadows lengthened, Des thought about the food in there, and the other guns. Plus, she really needed to pee. Twilight turned the fields to a featureless purple-black. There was no way Des was going to get back to Beale and the kids tonight. The forests at night were a death trap in more ways than she could count. So Des shimmied over to the door and pushed it open. It was dark inside, which was good. She'd warned Lindsay about lighting a fresh fire, and the one in the fireplace had long since burned out. Good. She rose to a crouch and hurried inside, closed and bolted the door, and before she even stopped to go to the bathroom, Des hurried through the house floor by floor to make sure all of the windows and doors were shut and shuttered. Then she found a bucket and relieved herself. The downstairs broom closet had been turned into an outhouse, any port in a storm. Then she called for Lindsay to join her in the kitchen. There was a mountain of trash in one corner, including many empty food and drink cans that were swarming with ants, roaches, and other opportunistic insects. That kind of vermin no longer bothered Des. The vermin outside were more important. "Kid," she said, "we need to rig an alarm. Take some of these cans and stack a few in front of every window. If you can find silverware, then put a piece or two in the top can. If anyone comes in, it'll make noise, got it?" Lindsay nodded, and after only a moment's uncertain hesitation, began gathering cans. The girl impressed Des by working fast and being smart in how and where she stacked the cans. When all of the cans had been used, Des went around and inspected the work, using a candle for light. Whoever lived here was into big, chunky, scented candles. "Nice job," she told the girl. "You can still get in," said Lindsay. "Not without us knowing," said Des. She patted the Glock on her hip and hefted a small-bore shotgun she'd found upstairs. The shells were filled with bird shot, but even a 20 gauge with birding rounds would blow the junk off a rapist, and in the confines of a house, there was no way for her to miss. By the light of the scented candle, Des and Lindsay opened 2 cans, Vienna sausage and kidney beans, and ate while they exchanged stories. Des told her about the outbreak in Stebbins County, and how the massive superstorm had slowed down the government's response. By the time the main cell of the storm had passed, the plague had jumped the quarantine zone. The military tried to control the spread with the use of fuel-air bombs and to take no prisoners, live fire response, but by then it was like trying to destroy an anthill with a pistol. The bombs did damage, but it only takes a couple of infected outside of the Q zone to spread the infection again, and again, and again. "So you have a whole bunch of school buses filled with kids?" asked Lindsay, eyes wide. "And they're okay?" "I hope so," Des told her. "One of the teachers is back there with them, and we reinforced the bus pretty well. They can hold out for now, and I'll head back there at first light." Lindsay looked immediately terrified. "Hey," said Des quickly, "don't sweat it. You can come with me. We'll put some supplies in a wheelbarrow and take it back to the kids. Or maybe go grab the kids and bring them back here. That might be a better plan, come to think of it." "He's out there," said Lindsay. "That guy Joe and his dog." "Yeah, about that," said Des. "You want to bring me up to speed here? What happened to your group, and who's this Joe dickhead?" Lindsay studied her plate for a while, and fresh tears fell through the grime on her cheeks. "This wasn't my family," she began, and then told a story that had become familiar to anyone who had survived these last 6 months. Lindsay's family had been killed during the outbreak, and she'd fled from one group to another, escaping as each new group was torn apart or died from diseases. These days, even a simple infection could rage out of control. The group that settled in the farmhouse were a disparate band of refugees from all over the South and lower northern states. A fireman from Philadelphia, a West Virginian CPA, a mechanic and his wife from Kentucky. People running in every direction in hopes of finding a safe zone and then dying because they made mistakes, got sick, got bit, got too weary to run, or gave up.
We found this place, and it looked like the people who lived here had caught a break, you know? There was a National Guard rescue station not too far from here, and the soldiers were keeping the forests clear. Or at least that's what we were told. We bunked down here and did our best to, secure the place. But Mrs. Gillespie, the wife of the mechanic guy, she was pretty fat and had this heart thing. Angina. Yeah. I guess she died last night.
Lindsay shivered.
I can't believe it was only last night.
Yeah, she died and woke up again. The girl nodded, then got up, lit a small sterno fire in the sink where the light would show through the windows. She poured water into a pan and placed it on the flame. She explained how the rest of them woke up because of the screaming. Mrs. Gillespie had already bitten her husband and 2 others. They'd made the mistake of huddling together for warmth because the night was so cold. By the time everyone realized their mistakes, it was too late. Lindsay poured the hot water into cups, found tea bags, and handed one to Des. It was some kind of sissy green tea crap that Des wouldn't use to wash her books, but the tea ritual seemed to calm the kids, so she accepted it. They went into the living room, and after Des checked the windows and peered through the blinds into the field, they sat on a pair of overstuffed chairs set near the cold fireplace. Lindsay had her cup cradled in her palms and leaned over it, shaking her head. The bloody debris of the sleeping bags was all around them, evidence of horrors.
What happened?
Asked Des.
After all this, I ran,
said Lindsay, and that tore a sob from her. Not from shame, because the girl, young as she was, already understood the necessary logic of survival. No, she wept from the weariness of having to survive when everyone else died and she had to start all over again.
I was trying to make it to the rescue station when I saw a bunch of guys cutting down some of the dead. I was stupid. I didn't wait to see who they were. I was just so happy to see living people who seemed to be strong, They were fighting the dead and winning. They were even laughing as they cut the zombies down like it was nothing to them. Like they weren't afraid of them,
Yeah, honey, said Des, stroking the girl's long hair.
I know. But they weren't what I thought,
said Lindsay, and now there were ghosts moving behind her eyes. A different kind of fear, a kind that was older and crueler than the living dead.
A bunch of them took me to their camp and said that I'd be safe there. They said there were a lot of women and other kids there. They said,
doesn't matter what they said, Des told her. They're assholes. You'll be smarter next time. And if I see them, I'll blow their dicks off and wear them as trophies. It was meant as a joke, but Lindsay flinched back from those words. After a moment, she said,
they're already dead.
What?
Most of them.
I don't understand, said Des.
Did you kill them?
No, said a voice behind her. I killed them. Des started to whirl to grab her gun, to rise, but instantly froze as the cold barrel of a pistol was pressed against the nape of her neck. Lindsay screamed and backed away. Joe Ledger pressed his Sig Sauer harder, forcing Des to bend forward. You shot my dog, he said in a voice that was colder than anything Des Fox had ever heard. 20. Rachel L. The kids were panicked again. They'd watched the man try to attack her, watched her kill him. She wished they didn't have to see that. They'd seen too much blood and violence already. But so was the way of this world. But where's Miss Des was the question of the hour, the question that the kids kept trying to ask. Rachel didn't have an answer. Rachel didn't have a lot of answers anymore. So instead she sat with all of the children, telling them fairy tales she'd been told as a child. Silly nothings that take the mind away from reality. The world needed a lot of distractions now. People needed something to take their mind off of what they were living. This was what she needed to do. Save people, yes, but keep their minds off reality. She would reject this reality and replace it with her own. Sounds like something she was used to doing, she mused to herself with a smile, and it would be worth it to see people smile again. But she wasn't going to be able to do anything if she didn't make it out of here alive, and right now there was no guarantee. 21. The Ranger and the Cop.
No!
Screamed Lindsay and threw a cup of hot tea at Ledger. He saw it coming half a second too late and roared in pain as the scalding liquid splashed his hand and neck and face. Des exploded into movement, spinning, chopping up and back with her elbow, catching Ledger's wrist and knocking the pistol from his hand. The weapon went flying. Lindsay snatched up a heavy book and hurled it at Ledger, who ducked just as Des came up off the chair, drove her shoulder into him and ran him backward. They crashed into the wall, knocking framed photographs off their nails. Des tried to knee Ledger in the crotch and simultaneously headbutt him. He twisted and her head missed, but her knee caught his upper thigh. Not a full hit, but enough to send a wave of sick pain up through his groin and gut. "Stop it," he snarled, but Des punched him in the face. The damn woman knew how to hit. Ledger slammed back into the wall, but he rebounded with a two-handed shove that sent her staggering back. Lindsay grabbed Dez's teacup and hurled it at the Ranger's face, but he ducked under it. Just as Des tried to kick him in the groin again, her foot missed the intended target and instead hit Ledger in the chest as he ducked. She wore the steel-tipped shoes she'd worn as a cop, and it felt like being shot. Ledger fell hard on his ass, then flung himself sideways to miss the vicious stamp that Des launched to try and crush his kneecap.
"Get him!"
screamed Lindsay, and she began plucking objects off the end tables to hurl. Empty coffee mugs, empty cans, a paperback, a box of shotgun shells. They rained down on Ledger as he rolled like a log away from Dez's next stamp, and the next. Ledger rolled onto his back and kicked up to intercept Dez's next kick, jolted it to a stop in the air, then pivoted and swept her standing leg. She crashed to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, grabbed the corners of one of the overstuffed chairs and shoved it at Lindsay with all of his strength. It chunked into her and the girl went down with a yelp of pain, but Des on the floor pulled out her blackjack and whipped it at Ledger. He danced backward, but the heavy lead and leather caught him on the left heel hard enough to detonate white-hot pain through his foot and ankle. He staggered and dropped, catching himself on his palms as Des threw herself at him, trying for his head this time. She almost had him. He rolled sideways again, parrying her swing with one forearm and swinging a tight, hard palm heel strike at her as she dropped onto him. His hand caught her right behind the ear and it rocked her, hard. She crashed down onto the floorboards beside him, gasping and blinking and wincing. Ledger got to his knees, grabbed her hair and pulled her head back as far as it would go, then whipped a rapid-release folding knife from its sheath inside his right front pants pocket, snapped the 3.75-inch blade out, laid it against her windpipe, and snarled at Lindsay, who was in the process of raising a heavy vase. "Stop! Right goddamn now!" She stopped. Right goddamned then. "Put the fucking vase down!" he roared. "Do it!" Lindsay took a step back and let the vase fall. It shattered at her feet. She looked absolutely terrified. At that moment, Ledger didn't care. "Put your hands in your front pockets, deep as they'll go." "Good. Now go sit down," he told her. "No, not on the couch. On the floor over there with your back to the wall and your legs straight out in front of you." "Good. Stay there, kid. You move, and this gets messy." Lindsay sat exactly as ordered, her face white with terror. Ledger bent close to Des. "Listen to me," he said in a quieter but no less threatening tone. "Listen to me and understand. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. I could have killed you when I came in. Here's a newsflash. I don't want you dead. I am Captain Joe Ledger. I was with the Department of Military Sciences before everything went to shit. I am one of the actual good guys. You, however, are a psycho bitch who shot my dog. The fact that you are still breathing is because you didn't kill my dog. He's hurt and he needs help. Tell me you understand." He had the woman's head pulled back too far for her to talk, so he eased the pressure by 1/2 an inch. His knife didn't move. "Yes," "You're wearing a police uniform," said Ledger. "Or part of one. Are you a cop?"
Yes.
"Where?"
Stebbins County.
Ledger grunted. That's where all this shit started.
Yes.
"What's your name?" He couldn't see her face very well, just her eyes as she looked up and back at him. Those eyes were filled with incredible hatred and fury. And shame too, because she tried and failed to protect the girl. Ledger could sympathize, but he wasn't yet ready to let her go.
Fox,
she snapped.
Desdemona Fox.
Ledger said,
"Wait, what? You're Des Fox?"
He felt her stiffen, but it was Lindsay who spoke.
"You know her?"
Ledger removed the knife, let go of her hair, and stepped quickly back. Des turned, fast as a snake, but he was well out of range. "Everyone knows her," he said. "Everyone who watched the news when this shit started. The standoff at Stebbins' little school will have its own chapter in the history books, if anyone survives this, I mean. Des Fox, J.T. Hammond, and Billy Trout holding off the National Guard who wanted to wipe the town off the map to try and stop the infection. Not that it would have worked because it was already outside the Q zone, but damn, you're really her, you're Des Fox."
"So what?"
said Des, as she got slowly to her feet. She rubbed her throat and seemed surprised not to find a drop of blood. "Two things," said Ledger. "First, I had the blunt edge against your throat. You couldn't tell, but there it is. I just wanted to calm this crap down." She glared at him. "Second, you're supposed to be dead," he told her.
"Says who?"
she demanded. "Says Billy Trout. Or that's what he thought last time I saw him." Des Fox took a step toward him, but then her legs buckled and she dropped to her knees, her eyes wide, mouth working, hands balled into fists.
"Billy,"
she said in a tiny voice.
"Billy? You saw him? You really saw him? Oh my God, is he alive?"
Ledger smiled. "Yeah," he said, "and so are a whole bunch of kids who all think you're dead." Des fell sideways and barely caught herself on one hand. She looked like she was going to pass out, and she swayed, dizzy and gasping.
Where?
She stammered.
"Oh my Christ, where are they?"
Ledger opened his mouth to answer, but his words were instantly drowned out by a long, terrible howl of animal pain from outside. Des and Ledger raced over to the windows and stared out. Lindsay got up and joined them. Outside, deep in the tobacco field, but clearly defined by cold moonlight, figures were moving. They did not lumber like the ungainly dead. Instead, they moved with the quick, furtive, and deliberate movements of the living. Of hunters. Of killers. And they were closing in on the spot where Ledger had left Baskerville, drawn by the animals' terrible howls of pain. 22. Rachel L. Rachel sat in the driver's seat, foot propped up on the dash, biting her lip, weighing her options. She did not want to be here much longer, but she knew the children were going to fight her about staying there as long as they could. The sun was almost down. There was no sign of this Des woman, and then what? The men would probably be coming soon, and she couldn't risk any of them being there when they arrived. That would spell certain death for them, or worse, judging by the vibes she got from that man. But alone in the woods, at night, in darkness with scared, unarmed children with no means of defense, that would leave them open to attacks from animals, humans, and orcs. That wasn't a good option either. She needed to figure out a plan. The kids were resting wearily, some of the older ones watching her while the rest slept. They would be safe here as long as she didn't go too far out of sight.
"I'm going to go see if maybe Miss Des is around here somewhere. I'm not going far, just up the road a little. If you need me, I'll be able to hear you,"
Rachel said to one of the older boys, and he nodded as she strapped her swords back into place and headed out of the bus. She first stopped by the other side of the bus, dreading what she was going to see as she approached the body of her companion. She choked back bile and tears as she looked down at his body, but didn't let herself look long.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispered to him, reaching down to stroke his forelock one last time, Before unhooking her packs, she could reach from the saddle. She checked the supplies, which seemed a bit crushed but not damaged, and then reached to check for her cell phone. It wasn't in its usual pocket, and Rachel sighed, missing it, feeling its loss. And yet, it was an artifact from the world before. That was not this world anymore. That was not her world anymore. So she turned away, shouldering her bag and continuing down the road away from the bus, looking for any signs of people, good or bad, living or dead. But there was nothing. The sun was low in the sky, casting a bloody haze over the horizon. Appropriate, Rachel mused to herself. Ominous. A little obvious, though, don't you think? She asked the sunset. It ignored her and continued to bleed colors across the horizon. Suddenly, the distant crack of a gunshot startled Rachel back into focus. She froze, listening to the echoes, trying to source the sound. It wasn't nearby. No, a few miles away at least, but it was there. She strained to listen for more, and they followed, the repetitive popping of distant gunfire. It had to be the men coming for them. The panic rose in her heart. She needed to move the group, get them to safety. They were her problem now. She needed to make sure they survived. Be the hero they need. It was now or never. 23. The Ranger and the Cop. Ledger ran across the room, scooped up his fallen gun, then kept moving through the house. Where are you going? Demanded Des. Back door, he said as he ran. Stay with the girl. He opened the back door, checked the yard, and went out quickly and silently. There had been 5 men in the field, and there had been the glint of metal in the moonlight. Guns or blades, probably both. Baskerville's howls filled the air, hiding what few sounds Ledger made. The dog sounded angry as well as hurt, and that was a good sign. If the poor bastard was simply dying, there would be only the wail of despair that Ledger had heard too many times before from mortally wounded animals. But there was still fight in Baskerville's voice. He heard men's laughter, though, and that was a bad sign. It meant that they weren't afraid of the dog. Ledger ran low and fast. Once upon a time, he'd been an Army Ranger, and then he'd been a cop in Baltimore. And for years and years after that, he'd been the senior field agent for Echo Team. He'd led the best of the best into combat all over the world, facing all manner of terrors. He'd learned the habits of stealth from necessity. Haste not only made waste, it made corpses. Sometimes it was better to move slower in order to get all the way to the enemy's door without him knowing it. There would be time for speed soon enough. He heard a man say, "Leave it, stupid mutt's not worth a bullet." The voice floated to him through the dark, and it lit a match to the gasoline in Ledger's heart. He quickened his pace and brought his pistol up. 5 men painted silver by the moon, black eyes and black mouths, and the black mouths of gun barrels. Were these men with the new Klux Klan, or just another pack of human predators hunting the wild? Ledger didn't know, and at the moment he did not much care. The men were closing in around the depression in which Baskerville lay. One of them held a pitchfork, and as Ledger watched, the man raised it to strike. Ledger was 30 feet from them when he opened fire. The first bullet took the man with the pitchfork in the chest and staggered him, but before the man could fall, Ledger put 2 into a hulking figure beside him. The center mass shots knocked a wet cough out of the bigger man's throat, and he sat down hard on the ground. Then everything went crazy. The other 3 men began firing and trying to swing weapons and stab all at the same time. A small man with a big automatic began firing wildly, and his first 3 rounds hit the wounded man with the pitchfork, blowing away jaw and teeth. Ledger ducked under the swing of a double-headed logging axe and then rammed the attacker backward into the line of fire. The axeman's body juddered as 5 rounds blew the blood and life out of him. Ledger whirled again and used his free hand to parry a slash with a hunting knife. Then he buried the barrel of his pistol under the knife man's chin and blew off the top of his head. That left the small gunman, who stood momentarily stunned as his comrade with the axe sagged down to the ground in a bloody sprawl. Ledger put 3 rounds into the gunman, 2 in the chest and 1 between his goggling eyes. Then, suddenly, Desdemona Fox appeared out of the gloom, gun raised in both hands, and fired. Ledger pitched to one side, half aware that there was something behind him. A sixth man he hadn't seen. He landed, rolled, and came up in a combat crouch, gun tracking a body that fell backward, trailing blood from a shattered breastbone. He swung his barrel back toward Des to see that she was now pointing her weapon at him. The moment froze. A few yards away, Baskerville whined in pain. Ledger saw the black eye of Dez's Glock staring at him with unwinking intensity, and her own mad, wide eyes behind it. He lowered his weapon, released the magazine, swapped in a new one, and turned away from her. Her gun was still pointed at him, and he knew that he was taking a terrible risk. "Make sure there's no one else," he said, as if they had been working together all along. "I have to see to my dog." 24. Rachel L. How do you motivate a bunch of scared kids to do anything? Rachel worked as a camp counselor once in high school, but that was different. This was life or death, but you couldn't say that to children. This was not her area of expertise. But the time was now. She couldn't wait any longer. Sitting down in the seat in front of a few of the older children, she addressed them seriously, looking them all in the eye. "I need all of you to help me. We need to get everyone to a safe place, and I know one not too far away, but I need all of you to help me get everyone there." "I'm scared," said one of the girls softly. "I know you're scared," Rachel told her. "I get scared too. Being scared is what keeps you alive. It's what keeps you on your toes. You don't think that Batman gets scared sometimes? Wonder Woman? Captain America? Even Spider-Man gets scared, but you know what they do? They looked at her silently, eyes wide. They face their fears. They look the bad guys right in the eyes even when they're afraid, and they fight them. They help those who are smaller than them, who can't protect themselves. They stay good people. They fight for what is right." She paused, looking between each of them. "I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I need all of you to be brave. Do you think you can do that for me? Because I know every one of you has a superhero inside of you." Rachel looked at the girl that had spoken first. "Who's your favorite superhero?" "Supergirl?" "I want you to pretend to be Supergirl. No, I want you to be her. You're big and strong and brave. You protect people in need. You defend the helpless. I need you now to each pick your favorite superhero, and I want you to be them. Close your eyes and choose one. Say their name out loud. Picture them in your head. Be them." Each of the older children closed their eyes, focusing hard. Rachel heard a variety of names being said, from Spider-Man to Thor. Rachel tried hard not to think about her Thor waiting back for her. To Black Widow to Batgirl. A good variety of heroes, each of them idolized. She could see each of their faces lighting up as they pictured themselves as their heroes. A momentary blip of childhood happiness in a world that had forced them to grow up too fast. "Do you have them all?" she asked after a few moments. They all nodded, opening their eyes. "Because all of you are heroes, and the moment that you step out of that bus, there are going to be monsters and bad men, but superheroes will always triumph. I want you to remember that. You are all heroes." She gave each of them one of the knives she'd been collecting, warning them to be careful with them, that they were only if they needed to use them. When she got to the final girl, her little Supergirl, she pulled one of her own daggers and handed it to her gently. "This knife is very special. It was given to me by Wonder Woman herself, and I know that it's going to help you be very brave." Standing again, she looked over the group of older kids. "Now we need to get everyone together. I want each of you to take the hand of one of the younger kids, because we need to stay together. I don't want anyone wandering off. As soon as we get to the safe house, I'll make sure we go looking for Miss Des, but until then we need to be fast and quiet. Okay?" Peering out of the windows of the dark bus, she pushed the door open cautiously, glancing around for human or undead threats. It seemed clear for now, the full moon overhead casting a pale glow over the landscape. Behind her, each of her heroes were pairing off, taking care of one of the younger kids, explaining to them that they had to go to be safe. Rachel's heart warmed, even through the fear she was hiding, hearing these children take care of each other like that. Evil can't win if there's love in this world.
Gesturing to the first hero and pointing down the road to a sign, she watched each of the kids cautiously, nervously checking around for any movement, from living or dead. But the air was still and calm, and she couldn't sense any close threats. As the last pair exited the bus, she checked inside, making sure that there were no more children hiding. With it clear, she silently moved over to the children, taking the lead and gesturing for them to follow her. The path that she had taken out of the woods was clear in the moonlight, and she turned down it cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. Woods at night were a prime target for an ambush, and she could feel the tension and fear in the air from the children behind her. A twig cracked underfoot and one of the kids cried out in fear before the older child with him clasped a hand over his mouth. But there were no sounds following, no moans or shuffling feet, and they continued on into the darkness, to what Rachel hoped would be safety. 25. The Ranger and the Cop. Joe Ledger knelt beside the big dog. Baskerville was barely conscious and whined piteously. Ledger shifted around to let moonlight spill on the animal as he gently probed for wounds. His heart was racing and he felt a terrible chill deep in his bones. Baskerville was a combat dog and a companion, that was true enough, but he was more than that to the Ranger. He and the dog had been through everything together. Wars on foreign soil, battles with terrorists here in America, the crash of Ledger's helicopter once he'd returned to the States, the long and heartbreaking hunt for Ledger's family, and the endless battles since with both the living and the dead. Losing him now would inflict a deep wound, and despite what he chose to show to the world, Ledger was not at all sure he could survive that kind of injury. Baskerville was the last living creature that he truly loved. "Come on, boy," he said in a soft, soothing voice as his fingers probed in and around the pieces of leather armor. "It's all okay. Everything's going to be fine." He hated the thought that he might be lying. From the way the dog had fallen, Ledger expected to find a big, gaping wound. There was certainly a lot of blood. It was everywhere, black as oil in the blue-white moonlight. Ledger heard Des move closer, but he didn't look up. "6 of them," she said. "They're all down." Baskerville yelped as Ledger's fingers moved up from his shoulder along the muscular neck to the dog's head. Then, suddenly, yellow light bathed the dog, turning the black blood to bright red as Des Fox aimed a small maglite down. Ledger cut her a microsecond of a look, nodded, and went back to examining his dog. He found the wound, and once more his heart sank. The entire side of Baskerville's head was painted with blood. "Oh, Christ," Ledger breathed. Des knelt beside him, holding the light at a better angle. "How bad is it?" "I don't know. I need to get his helmet off." Ledger was as careful as he could be, but Baskerville whined and yelped as the Ranger undid the buckles on the thick leather armor. He held the dog's head in one hand, lifting it to pull the iron-studded helmet off. Then he dropped it and bent closer still to examine a long, bloody wound. Then Ledger frowned and reached for the helmet again, holding it in the flashlight's glow. He suddenly barked out a harsh laugh. "What's wrong?" demanded Des. "Look," he said, holding out the helmet. She took it from him and examined it. One section was torn and the heavy iron stud was pushed down through the leather. That part of the helmet was smeared with blood. Then Ledger lightly touched Baskerville's head in the spot corresponding to the damaged helmet. "The bullet hit the stud, but it didn't penetrate." "He's not dying?" Ledger shook his head. "No, thank God. At least not from this. He has a pretty nasty scalp wound and probably the worst headache in canine history, but the skull isn't shattered." "Concussion?" she asked uncertainly. Ledger was silent for a moment. "What do you tell?" He stroked the dog's neck and spoke to the animal. "You scared the crap out of me, you big goof. Luckily you got your granddad's hard head." Baskerville whined again, but now his big tail whacked the ground. "The stud was probably pressing down on a nerve," he said. "I think he'll be okay once he shakes it off, but we can't leave him out here."
As if to emphasize his words, there was a faint moan from the black forest. More of the dead were out there, and maybe more of the living too.
Help me get him to the house,
said Ledger.
How much does he fucking weigh?
Asked Des, eyeing the animal. A lot. Ledger looked around. Is there a wheelbarrow or something?
How the hell would I know?
You're here, he said. Why wouldn't you know?
No, I got here right before you did. I have no idea what they have here. There's a wheelbarrow in the barn,
said a voice behind them, and they both spun, guns back in their hands. But it was only Lindsay, pale as a ghost, standing at the end of the flashlight's glow. Ledger sagged and gave a rueful snort. Christ, I'm getting old. I didn't even hear you.
You could have gotten killed,
snapped Des. Lindsay ignored her.
I saw the wheelbarrow. I think it's big enough.
She looked down at Baskerville.
He be okay?
Ledger saw the fragile smile on the girl's trembling mouth, and he nodded. Yeah, he said, and hoped it wasn't another lie. The girl's gaze drifted around, alighting on each of the fallen, bloody men. She abruptly jerked back.
Oh God.
Ledger and Des turned to see one of the killers tremble and then sit up. Another was beginning to twitch as well. Ledger began to rise, but Des pushed him back down.
I got this,
she said as she picked up the big double-headed axe. She caught a look at Lindsay.
Don't look, honey.
But Lindsay did look, her eyes filling with strange lights as Des brought the gleaming blade up and down, up and down, up and down. The field became unnaturally still until Baskerville broke the silence with a soft whimper.
I'll get the wheelbarrow,
said the girl.
Not alone,
said Des. Lindsay led Des to the barn, and they hurried back with a big Jesscraft wheelbarrow of the kind called a Georgia buggy, sturdy with a big tray and thick wheels. It took all three of them to lift the whining, struggling, uncooperative dog into it. Des collected the weapons from the dead man. They did this all in silence and walked back to the farmhouse without a word, without a comment about the living or the dead. Inside, Ledger and the others moved Baskerville onto one of the sleeping bags and placed a pillow under his head. They worked together to clean the wound, and Ledger held the big dog's head, while Des used needle and thread to stitch it closed. 13 stitches. Baskerville shrieked at first, and it was all Ledger could do to hold the animal still, but it was Lindsay who kept the dog from going completely wild. She knelt beside Ledger and began stroking his neck and shoulder, speaking slowly and softly in crooning, sing-song voice. It calmed Baskerville by slow degrees, but there was a slightly disjointed quality in the girl's voice that chilled Ledger. Kid's way out on the edge, he thought, holding on by her fingernails. He couldn't blame her. He was pretty ragged himself, and he wondered if anyone was or could possibly be sane anymore. He doubted it. Not in this world. Not anymore. Sanity seemed to have been consumed by the hungry dead along with security, faith, and hope. He wasn't sure he wanted to hang a label on what was left. Survival was too clinical a word for it, and he was afraid that the motivation they all had left was closer to delusional. When she was done sewing and the dog was resting, Des turned to Ledger and poked him hard on the chest.
Tell me about Billy,
she demanded. He did. He and Baskerville had worked their way from one National Guard rescue station to another, trying to find one that hadn't already been overrun. At each point, though, they found only evidence of disaster. One camp had high walls and stout locks, but everyone inside was already turned. In another, they found only blood and a few corpses with head wounds. He found no survivors at all, and every day was a running battle against the zombies. Then, one morning while he and Baskerville were moving along a stretch of highway, he saw smoke rising behind a distant stand of trees. They went to investigate and found 4 big yellow buses sitting dead on a side road, victims of the EMPs. A rough stockade had been built around the vehicles, though, made from branches torn down from the lush trees and tied together with vines, belts, and strips of cloth. Sharpened branches were thrust outward from the dense walls of green, and it made a formidable and intimidating barrier. However, Ledger could see a dozen ways to get through it, over it, or past it. It was the kind of protection that would be made by someone who had a good imagination, some common sense, but no real understanding of military tactics. Fair enough. He called out to announce his approach, and after quite a lot of time when nothing seemed to happen, but during which Ledger figured he was being watched and assessed, a section of the wall was lifted out of place, and a man stepped out. Like Ledger, he was tall and blond, but he was younger and of a different physical type. And though the man showed some of the necessary hardening that any survivor in this world had to have, he was clearly not a soldier. The man introduced himself as Billy Trout, a reporter for a cable news service up in Pennsylvania. Ledger, as it happened, knew the man's name. During the outbreak in Stebbins, Trout had filed stories with the tagline, "This is Billy Trout reporting live from the apocalypse." Ledger figured the Trout had been somewhat ironic at the start, but that reality had caught up with the story. The man had, in fact, been reporting live from the apocalypse. It was one of the things no one ever wanted to be right about. Trout told him about the floods, the storms, the traffic, the waves of zombies, and the EMPs. He spoke about the kids they lost, and the other bus that had been overrun or lost in the madness. He spoke with tears running down his face about the woman who had saved them all. A fierce, cranky, gorgeous, aggravating, violent, wonderful woman named Des Fox. He said that she was the love of his life, and that if it wasn't for the job of keeping the kids safe, Trout doubted he would have wanted to go on living without her. As Ledger told this story, Des sat in stunned silence, her own tears running in unbroken lines, fists balled. Lindsay huddled next to her, caught up in the story. Ledger wrapped his account by saying that a band of 7 National Guardsmen, along with 19 refugees from the overrun camps, had appeared on the road. Ledger checked them out, vetting them for safety and sanity. Together, they used better tools to cut down trees and turn the 5 buses into a real fort. During their talks, Trout told Ledger something that rocked the Ranger. He said that a small team of military contractors operating under the nickname the Boy Scouts had helped Des, Billy, and the others escape the school. Ledger knew that team very well, and he asked about the team leader, a former sniper named Samuel Imura. The look on Billy's face told Ledger what he didn't want to hear. Although Imura had helped to save all those kids, he was lost during a raid on a food distribution warehouse. "You saw him fall," demanded Ledger. "You saw Sam die." Billy Trout said, "I saw him fall, but no, I didn't see them eat him. We were spared that part of it." Ledger grilled him on it, but that was all Billy knew. Sam Imura was missing, presumed dead. It was a hard and brutal fact, but it wasn't one that Ledger was willing to buy outright. Sam had run with Ledger's Echo team for years and had faced monsters before. He was a very hard man to kill. If the man had survived, he might have tried to make it all the way to California, where he had parents and a much younger brother, Tom, who was a police cadet. Billy could add nothing else of use, though. The last 2 surviving members of the Boy Scouts, who Billy knew only as Boxer and Gypsy, had helped set up this camp but then moved on, searching for some branch of the military or government that was still functioning. Billy never saw them again. Ledger stayed for a bit, and then he too went on his way looking for answers, for survivors, and for a purpose. He told all of this to Des Fox. Her response was to punch him in the chest, very fast and very hard. "You miserable cocksucker," she snarled. "You left Billy there. First, ouch. Second, don't do that again," Ledger warned, rubbing a sore spot on his chest. "And as for leaving Billy, sure, why not? He had all the muscle he needed to keep those kids safe. I've even sent a few families in his direction, some of them with a lot of supplies and some useful skills. Trout had it in mind to send raiding parties out to find wagons they could pull so they could take weapons and supplies with them." "With them? Where?" "He told me that the plan was always to make it to Asheville, North Carolina," said Ledger. "That's where all the rumors say a community is forming. Maybe even a new government if they can get their act together. Not really sure about that, but I'll probably wander down that way eventually. Not yet, though. I have some things I want to do out here first.
Like what?
Asked Lindsay. Ledger shrugged. Some of the guys from my old unit may be around. I've run into some stragglers who said they met a couple of fighters who might be people I know. The kind of people who would still be sucking air even with all this going on. Maybe you ran into them? He asked. Big surfer-looking guy everyone calls Bunny. Black guy with a goatee and an attitude named Top Sims. Top and Bunny have Baskerville's brother, Boggart, with them. And there's a woman out here, too. Tall brunette gal with a foreign accent who sometimes calls herself Violin. Any of that sound familiar? Lindsay and Des shook their heads.
Where was Billy when you saw him last?
Asked Des. She pawed the tears from her eyes.
Can you show me? Can you take me there?
Ledger considered. When I saw him, he was 6 days' walk from here.
That close,
she murmured.
God.
But that was weeks ago, Des, said Ledger. If he stuck to his plan, then they're probably already on their way to Asheville.
Maybe,
said Des.
That many people with carts and kids and all that? They'd have to leave a trail a blind moron could follow.
Okay, fair enough. Des got up and walked over to the door and peered through the blinds at the night. Then she turned and told Ledger her part of the story. Everything from the point where she'd become separate until she'd left Beale at the bus to find a place to settle. Jesus Christ, said Ledger, getting quickly to his feet. You left a bunch of kids in one of those buses?
It's okay, said Des. For the night anyway. The kids know how to be quiet and we have corpses around the bus to keep them from smelling anyone inside.
Ledger shook his head.
Shit, that's not the problem. Didn't Lindsay tell you about the NKK dickheads? NKK?
New Klux Klan, explained Ledger. Those assholes we just danced with out there are probably part of their party. That's who grabbed Lindsay. I've been tracking a big party of them. I think they're going to try and take the Appomattox Rescue Station back from the biters and turn it into their fort or something like that. They've been raiding survivor groups all through the area, taking women and kids, stealing supplies. They're worse than the frigging dead.
Worse?
Asked Lindsay.
How are they worse than things that want to eat you?
He turned to her. Because, little darling, there are worse things than dying. Think about it. How would you like to be owned by those assholes? How would you like to spend every day cooking and cleaning for them and every night getting raped by as many of them as wants you?
Stop it, Ledger,
said Des, putting a hard hand on his arm.
She's been through enough and she's scared enough already.
No, said Ledger, she's not. She's nowhere near scared enough if she thinks zombies are the worst thing out here. They looked at each other for a long, tense moment. Ledger watched her eyes as she processed the implications. She said,
It's a long way back to the bus.
Okay, he said.
It's dark out there.
Yes, it is, agreed Ledger. She chewed her lip for a moment.
Which means that if the NKK jackasses are anywhere near the bus,
then they won't see us coming, said Ledger.
Wait,
said Lindsay, alarmed.
You're not seriously going to do this?
Kinda have to, sweetie, said Ledger.
No, you don't. Go in the morning when it's safer.
Safer for whom? Asked Ledger. Right now they have numbers and all we have is surprise.
Besides,
said Des,
we can't risk it. I'd never have left the kids behind if I knew these guys were out there. Never. Now I have to go back. I just hope to God it's not too late.
It's later every second, said Ledger. He glanced around. Duct tape, electrical tape, anything like that? Lindsay ran to the kitchen and returned with a roll of gray duct tape. Ledger took out his rapid-release knife and began cutting strips out of a runner carpet. He wrapped them around his arms and legs and secured them with the tape, then helped Des do the same. Carpet, she said, grunting. Smart. Can't bite through it worth a damn, said Ledger. When he was well protected, he walked over to the weapons Des had stacked on a chair, tore open a box of 9mm rounds, and very quickly and professionally reloaded his magazines. He picked up the shotgun, shook his head, and handed it to Lindsay. Keep this with you. You're staying here, he said. Lock the place up. Baskerville should be coming out of it pretty soon. At the mention of his name, the big dog opened his eyes and flopped his tail a few times. No whines now. His big dark eyes were filled with dark magic. Ledger knelt by him and touched his forehead to the dog's, mindful of the injury. He spoke to Baskerville for several moments, his voice pitched too low for the others to hear. When he stood up, so did Baskerville. The dog looked wobbly, but a lot less than before. "Give him some food and water and stay alert," said Ledger. "Is there a basement or attic?" "Both," said Lindsay, still clearly not liking the plan. "Pick the one you think you can defend. If you have to, go there when we leave and wait it out. You don't have to protect the house, just yourself. Baskerville will help."
"Shouldn't she go with us?"
asked Des, then immediately shook her head.
"No, honey, Joe's right. We'll be back as fast as we can, all of us."
She said this last to Ledger. He grinned at her. It was not a nice grin, and he knew it. He knew the feel of that kind of smile on his face. "All of us," he said. Moments later, they were a pair of shadowy phantoms who ran across the field beneath the moonlight, and then vanished into the blackness beneath the trees. 26. Rachel L. The swarm came so suddenly Rachel almost didn't see them. She was having trouble judging the length of time it was taking for them to find the farm, though she didn't think it could be much further, when suddenly the movement caught the corner of her eyes. Large, lumbering figures coming through the trees towards the back of the group. Rachel reacted quickly, drawing her sword and dagger and racing back along the path.
"Run! Heroes with me!"
she said. Her heroes turned to look at what was coming. A few of them moved to follow her, pushing the small children into the arms of one of her other heroes, who ushered the younger children down the path faster, holding his knife up and ready in case anything attacked them from the sides. She instructed her heroes, keeping her sword out in front.
"We need to keep moving forward. Just keep them back if they get too close."
They were all moving quickly, just out of reach of the orcs, and Rachel wanted to keep it that way. As long as they could reach the farmhouse in time, then they'd be safe. She didn't want to risk any of the children in close combat with the dead. The trees were thinning, and the moonlight was shining through, and Rachel could see the farm through the edges of the trees. Her heart soared. They were almost there. They could make it.
"Run! Get to the farm!"
she yelled out to the children over her shoulder as she swung her sword through the head of one of the orcs that moved faster than the rest, bracing her foot against its body to pull the blade out and kick the limp form away. They were almost there. They were going to make it. Pulling one of her heroes away from an orc that lunged at it, she pushed all of them along the path, trying to keep the rear, to keep them from being overtaken by the dead. There was a cry of fear from the children far up ahead on the path, but it died out quickly, and Rachel hoped one of the heroes had resolved whatever the issue was. She was the last one to burst through the edge of the woods, only to find the rest of the children standing, frozen in fear along the edge of the field. "What are you?" she started to ask before looking up and across. The farmhouse was up ahead, only a quick walk up the path and across the field. It looked dark and secure, comforting, almost under the milky light of the moon. So close. What looked far less comforting were the dozen orcs in the field before them that reacted to the cry of the children and were now turning their way. So close, and yet so far. 27. The Ranger and the Cop. Joe and Des moved through the woods. He led the way and she followed, both of them letting their senses adjust to moonlight and darkness. There was a farm road, but it wound around too far south, so Ledger took them along a straight path, and they found the highway in less than an hour. There were a few of the dead in the woods, standing like silent trees until the scent of living flesh triggered them into movement. Ledger used the carpet gauntlet on his forearm to stall the biting mouths, and his knife to puncture the top of the skull or brainstem of each zombie. He moved with a silent and deadly efficiency, not asking for help, and not needing any. "Christ," said Des after Ledger killed another of the dead. "You're fast as shit." "Fear is a wonderful incentive program," he said. "You look like you've been doing that your whole life." He paused and looked at her for a long moment, and he felt the weight of all his years and all those battles. "You have no idea," he told her. She studied his eyes but did not ask questions. They moved on. Once they were on the main road, they made better time, but they were also more vulnerable. They compromised by running along the edge of the road that was not bathed in direct moonlight, letting themselves be invisible against the darkened trees. That saved their lives because as they rounded a bend in the road 5 miles from the bus, they nearly ran into a group of men. Joe and Des froze, hands on their guns. A few hundred feet ahead of them were 6 men. 2 walked in front, one with a flashlight and the other holding an old Vietnam-era military M16. 2 others trailed behind, both of them with shotguns. But the other 2 walked singly, one in front and one behind a line of 11 other figures, all female, ranging in age from late 40s to early teens. Ragged, sobbing, terrified and helpless, with their hands tied and ropes tied around their necks, connected each to the woman in front and behind. Ledger heard Des utter a low sound that was barely human. It was a primitive sound of bottomless animal hate. He glanced at her and then put his hand out to stop her from raising her pistol. She glared at him, but he put a finger to his lips, shook his head, and then leaned close. "There has to be a camp," he said very quietly. He did not whisper because the sibilant S sounds carried. "We follow and we see." Des clearly didn't like it, but the men were going in the same direction they were, toward the bus. "You're dead men walking," was her reply. It wasn't a joke, merely a promise. "Yes," said Ledger in a voice every bit as cold and murderous as hers. "They damn well are." Like ghosts, they followed. The party of men and their prisoners kept to the main road. Every action they took made a statement. This road is ours. Everything was theirs. The women, the world. There was no doubt they were part of the larger NKK group. All of those men with all of their weapons and brutality. Of course, they believed that they had become the new apex predator in this broken world. They had no idea at all of what else hunted in the dark, and what followed them down that moonlit road. 28. Rachel L. Rachel's heart had dropped into her stomach, but she couldn't let the children see the fear on her face. The 12 or so orcs were more than she could take on right now, not with all of the kids. And some of these orcs looked fresh, faces mostly intact, no rotting, fresh blood glinting in the moonlight. But she couldn't wait here, not with the small handful of orcs coming up behind them. Instead, she gestured the kids forward. "We just need to run. Run fast. We're going to get to the farm and then get onto the porch, and we'll get inside. They can't get us if we're inside. Heroes, get ready. Fight if they come near you, but don't go after them if you don't have to. Just get past them." And before she could let her fear overcome her, she rushed forward, leading the group through the path of least resistance. The zombies were slow, and fear kept the children moving quickly, but they were tired, and their legs were short and heavy. Rachel stayed in the middle of the pack, cutting down any orc that came too near to her sword, taking off hands, slicing at their heads, trying to keep the children safe. The first 2, one smaller child and one of her heroes, reached the steps first, climbing up onto the porch and hiding down behind the railing. Driving her dagger down through the top of the head of one of the orcs that came too close, she looked around as the next pair made it to the farm. Her eyes glanced back to the woods, where the small group of orcs that had almost overtaken them in the woods was making their way into the field. That was bringing the number of orcs coming their direction into the high teens, and Rachel didn't want to have to face them while worrying about the kids. The group was almost to the steps though, and the last few children were climbing up. They were almost to safety. Not all the children. Supergirl yelled out to her, pointing at one of the smallest boys, who had separated himself from the group, darting away from the porch, down the path away from safety, crying as he fled in terror. Rachel's heart dropped and she rushed after him without hesitation. The boy tripped, screaming out as he fell down, hitting the ground hard. The nearest orc was only 2 steps away from him, and Rachel was 3. Throwing all of her body weight into it, she dove at the orc, tackling him from the side and sending them both tumbling to the ground, but away from the boy. Rachel's sword was knocked from her hand and fell to the ground as Rachel struggled to keep her skin away from the gnashing teeth. Bracing her arm against the orc's neck, she drove her dagger through his eye socket. But there was no time to rest, and she jumped to her feet as another orc bared down on the boy. Grabbing her sword again, she knocked the orc back with a squared kick to the chest, before using the orc's lack of balance to slice down through his head. One more now, coming at her from the side, and she sliced through the air with her dagger, which missed the sweet spot and bounced off the hard bone, knocking her off balance. The orc rushed her, knocking her over, his teeth latching down onto her forearm, denting the leather bracer and pinching her skin. She cried out in pain, but used the angle to shove her knife through his temple. Kicking him off, she didn't stop to check her arm for any broken skin. Instead, shoving her dagger back into her scabbard, she rushed back to the little boy, scooping him onto her hip with one arm, wincing a little at the weight. It was harder to run now, but she moved as quickly as she could, dodging the oncoming orcs, swiping her sword left and right, severing necks and dropping bodies as they crossed her path. She was fighting with a furor, a need to save these children, and nothing was going to stand in her way. The porch was only a few more steps away, and she rushed up them, dropping the boy gently into one of the other children's care and doing a quick head count. They were all there. There were still a handful of the dead in the field, close enough to the house to be a threat, and, checking to make sure that the kids stayed in place, she stepped into the path again, driving her heavy sword through bones and heads, dropping the last few of the fresh orcs. They made it. Safety. Sheathing her sword, she turned to step up towards the door, but was greeted by the loud, snarling growl of the huge dog stepping out of the dark doorway.
So close.
29. The Ranger and the Cop. After half an hour, Des gripped Ledger's carpet-covered sleeve to stop him.
They're headed straight for the bus,
she said, panic bursting in her voice. Shit, he said, realizing she was right.
How do they know about it?
Des demanded.
No one knew we were there.
Maybe they don't, said Ledger. I ran into some of these clowns near here. They had a camper in the woods. That's where they took Lindsay. I chased her through the forest and came to the farmhouse. This road would go right to that campsite, and it's the easiest route. These guys must have used a forest path or some farm road to maybe try and catch some stragglers from Appomattox. They'd have stuck to the woods for their raid, but to take prisoners back to their camp is easier if they used this road, especially at night.
But they're going to go right to the bus. They probably don't even know it's there. How would you know?
Because these guys have been working the woods west of you, staying off the main roads to avoid National Guard patrols. It's your good luck that they didn't find you sooner, and sorry to say, it's also good luck the guard didn't find you and bring you into the rescue station. Being out here probably saved your lives. It was a small, cold consolation, and Ledger could see it on her face.
We have to do something. They're going to walk right up to the bus. Maybe some of them already have.
Ledger thought about all those kids and felt a coldness in his heart. I know, he said, and we have to be ready for that possibility. But consider this, Des. These assholes are out here rounding up prisoners. They're not going to kill those kids. They'll want to add them to their catch and take them back.
Only women and girls,
she fired back.
There are boys back there. They'll just up and kill them.
Maybe not.
Why the hell not?
She demanded. He looked at her. Don't be naive. Her face, already pale in the bad light, went whiter still.
God.
How much farther? He asked, then had to jab her in the shoulder to get her to focus.
Hey, how much farther to the bus?
She blinked and then looked around.
3 miles, tops.
Okay, he said, quickly. New plan. You keep following them. I'm going to see if I can circle around and get in front of them. The bus is our target. If there's anyone else there, more of them, I mean, then you and I will regroup and make a new plan. Don't look for me. I'll find you.
And if it's just these 6?
He shrugged. Then it's going to suck to be them. But listen, don't go Billy the Kid on me, okay? You follow and wait, and then we hit them on my go order, capiche? She clearly didn't like it, but Des nodded. As he began to move off, she caught his wrist. Ledger, she said.
We're going to get my kids back, no matter what it takes, no matter what we have to do. You understand me?"
"Yes, ma'am," he said and sketched a salute.
"Ledger." "What?"
"Call me ma'am again and I'll kneecap you." He grinned and moved off into the woods. It was rougher terrain, but that did not matter. The group of men could only go as fast as their weakest and smallest prisoner. He had no such restrictions. Within minutes he pulled parallel to the group and then raced on ahead. He stayed in the woods, dodging vines and 2 zombies he didn't bother to stop and kill. The ground sloped upward and he ran up, trying to ignore the protests of old scar tissue and middle-aged knees. Instead he accepted the pain and ate it, fed on it, let it fuel the anger that drove him on. He tried not to think about what horror might have come for his wife and child while he was away trying to save the world from the wrong doomsday weapon. Had someone come to help them? Had they fallen to the dead? Or had it been men like these who had arrived when no one else would come? That was another kind of pain that threw gasoline on the fires of his hate. 10 minutes later, he found the bus. It sat on dead tires, and all around it there were bodies. None of them were alive. 30. Rachel L. The snarling dog bore down on Rachel and she drew her knife slowly, trying to keep the kids behind her. She didn't want to hurt the animal, but she only had one knife and the dog had a mouthful of dangerous weapons. She'd never been on this side of a dog attack, never quite witnessed how many teeth a dog that size could have. But she knew how much damage an angry dog could do to her, to the kids, and after everything she wasn't going to let any of the kids get hurt.
"No, Baskerville, don't!"
A young girl's voice rang out from the darkness behind the snarling dog. It wasn't one of the heroes, though. Rachel's eyes darted up to the doorway as the dog stepped back, his dark eyes still fixed on her, still giving a low growl, but teeth no longer bared.
"You got bit,"
the girl said from the darkness.
"I saw you."
Rachel glanced down at her arm before holding her hands up, dagger still in one of them. Then she raised her arm.
"It didn't break the skin. See? Prove it,"
said the voice, and there was a metallic click. Rachel knew the sound of a shotgun hammer being cocked back.
"Show me."
Rachel fumbled with the buckle on the bracer for a moment before sliding it off. Then she raised her bare arm to show the bruised but unbroken skin.
"I'm not infected. None of us are. But there are still some of those things out here. It's just me and some kids. Please, can we come in?" "No, I don't know you."
One of the little ones called out.
"Is Miss Dez here?" "Rachel said Miss Dez would be here."
The little girl stood with her arms wrapped around the boy that Rachel had saved. There was a scuff of a footstep, and then a young woman stepped out of the shadows and into the moonlight. She held a heavy shotgun with the black barrels trained on Rachel's chest. However, her eyes flicked toward the kids. The dog stood with her, and Rachel could see a horrible wound on its head, and the line of fresh stitches. The dog looked mean and maybe a little crazy. The young woman frowned.
"You know Des?" "I don't," Rachel admitted. "But these are her kids. She's been protecting them, and she went looking for supplies or a new place to hole up. She was supposed to come back and get them, but she never did. I found them in a bus out on the highway. There were monsters everywhere, and some bad men too. I'd seen this place and thought I'd bring them here so they'd be safe while I went to look for her."
Rachel glanced over her shoulder before looking back to the girl. Uncertainty was carved into her young features.
"Look," said Rachel. "We can't stay out here. It's not safe. You have the gun and the dog. You can even take my knife. Just let us in."
The girl considered for a moment before lowering the shotgun slightly. Baskerville stepped down to sniff at Rachel and then at a couple of the kids. He'd stopped growling when the girl lowered her weapon. In the fields behind them, one of the orcs moaned. Far away, another seemed to answer its plaintive, endlessly hungry call. The girl nodded to herself, then she stepped to one side and jerked her head toward the front door.
"Get in," she said, "but don't do anything stupid." "Thanks,"
Rachel told her, and began gently but quickly pushing the kids up the stairs. When they were all inside, she paused and glanced back over the field. over the shadowed mounds of bodies in the moonlight.
We made it,
She thought.
we'll be safe here.
Then she spotted a figure standing at the edge of the field, almost lost in the shadows of the forest. The girl with the shotgun followed her gaze.
It's one of the zombies,
Said the girl. The figure walked a few paces forward, and moonlight bathed his face. Rachel saw dark eyes and a wide, white smile. Hair stood up all along Baskerville's spine, and once more he uttered a low, deadly growl. However, this time it was directed to the shadowy figure. Then, the man turned and, without haste, walked into the utter blackness under the trees. Rachel watched him go, then she turned to the girl to tell her that it wasn't an orc out there, but it wasn't necessary. The girl looked like someone had punched her in the gut. No, worse.
It's them,
Whispered the girl in a voice that was full of sickness. We need to talk, said Rachel. The girl nodded, and her face was a ghastly white.
not out here.
She went in, and the big dog followed. Rachel lingered a moment longer, looking at the featureless blackness of the trees.
Okay,
She thought.
this is really, really bad.
31. The Ranger and the Cop. Ledger drew his gun and moved down the hill. The camp Des had built around the bus was ruined. There was blood everywhere, splashed on the side of the bus, spattered inside and streaked along the ground. Bodies lay in ungainly sprawls, but Ledger could not find bullet wounds or shell casings. The wounds he did find confused him. They weren't the normal stab or slash wounds, nor were they the deep clefts left by an axe blade. No, these were very long wounds, the kind a sword might make. From the angle, depth, and length of the cuts, Ledger guessed the weapon hadn't been a Japanese katana, which left injuries more like scalpels. A cavalry sword? Or something stolen from a museum, perhaps. That wasn't out of the question. He'd been planning on looting a museum for older and sturdier weapons, and maybe some real armor. Whoever had used the sword was a little sloppy, but had some moves. He saw boot marks from small feet. A teenage boy with a narrow foot, or a woman. That didn't square with Dez's intel. The adult she'd left in charge, Mr. Beale, would have been too big and, according to Dez, not much of a fighter. And none of the kids were supposed to be old enough to do this kind of damage. So who was the swordsman? Correction, he thought, swordswoman. Curiouser and curiouser, he murmured. The corpses had head wounds, but there were smears to suggest that at least one of the dead had reanimated and walked off. There were no small bodies, and he thanked God for that. If God was up there and listening. As best he could by the pale moonlight, he tried to read the scene, and it soon became clear that there were several overlapping stories here. Based on the orientation of footprints, particularly of which sets were more recent and overlapped others, the truth began to emerge. The teenager, or woman, and he was moderately sure now that it was a woman, had led the kids away from the bus after the fight. However, there was a second group of prints that seemed to almost obliterate the marks of the swordswoman's group. All of these footprints were male. It was a large party of men, and they'd come to the bus, poked around for a while, and then left. However, they went in exactly the same direction as the woman and the kids, following them. Or hunting them. More of the NKK? The sinking feeling in Ledger's gut told him that his guess was right. If there had been better light, he might have been able to tell how much time had passed between when the woman took the kids and when the men began to follow. Best case scenario was half a day. Men could move faster through the woods than a bunch of kids, even if they had to follow the trail at night. Ledger heard a sound and paused to listen. It was the rude laughter of the men leading their captives along the road. Ledger was already tired of them, of their existence. And although he'd just met Des Fox and had never met any of the kids, they belonged to the Stebbins County refugees. He'd liked Billy Trout and liked the things the man had said about Des. She was a little harder to like in person, but he reckoned that he wasn't seeing her under the most convivial circumstances. Fair enough. Ledger checked his weapon, looked around for the best vantage point, and then stepped into shadows. He had no doubt at all that Des would be following the men, or that she would be ready. His concern was that she would not freak out when it was clear the bus was empty. Nothing to do about that now, but try to ride the wave once it started and hope for the best. He waited through 5 endless minutes, and then he heard a male voice ring out in sudden surprise. "Hey, look at that shit!" The man with the flashlight and his partner with the M16 came running up the road. Ledger heard the rifleman yell, "Jose, Nux, stay back, keep an eye on those bitches. Barney, Turk, get your asses up here." Ledger waited until the 4 guards, the 2 from the front and the 2 working the rear of the sad caravan, began stalking forward, all of them with guns, all of them alert to danger, and all of them looking the wrong way. Ledger hoped Des Fox was ready because he damn well was. He stepped out of the shadows, closing in at an oblique angle, behind the range of the rearmost man's peripheral vision. He moved without a sound and made it all the way to the closest of the 4. The man, a bruiser with huge hands clamped on a double-barrel 12-gauge, never saw Ledger coming. 1 minute he was working his way forward with his friends, and then he was dead. Ledger shot him in the back of the head from 3 feet away, then turned to fire 2 rounds at the other man in the back, and then 4 rounds at the first 2. Pop, 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 pop. 8 shots. 8 muzzle flashes brighter than the moonlight, 4 men falling. It hadn't been a fight. Ledger hadn't wanted a fight, not a fair one, never a fair one with men like these. He spun in time to see more muzzle flashes in the darkness. There were screams, high and shrill and filled with terror as the women saw the fire from the guns, heard the shots but did not yet understand. All they could know is that death and horror had once more reached out to them. Helpless, bound, humiliated, and afraid, all that was left for them to do was scream. And so they screamed. Suddenly a voice rose, louder than the thunder of the guns. A woman. Des. "Shut the fuck up!" She bellowed it with all of the leather-throated volume of a drill instructor. The sound of her voice and the power promised by it smashed through the screams with more shocking force than a slap to each screaming mouth. The women flinched back, stunned to silence, all turning to stare at the woman who had appeared out of the night as if conjured by dark magic. Des lowered her smoking gun. The 2 men who had been guarding the prisoners were down, their heads pulped by hollow-point rounds. "Officer Fox," said Ledger, being formal in order to make a statement, to suggest that some kind of old world order still existed. "All the hostiles are down." Des glanced at him, then nodded. "Secure the perimeter, I'll release the prisoners." He was pleased that Des had understood and was quick enough to roll with the drama. He had put her in charge of the moment, and she took that role and ran with it. A woman in charge, a man taking her order. It was a useful fiction in the moment, and he could see the panic ebb, ever so slightly, among the prisoners. Ledger faded back and gave Des a moment to cut the first woman free, then watched with approval as she handed her knife to the woman. It gave the freed prisoner a task, and it gave her power. She would free her fellow prisoners. And it set a precedent that as each one was freed, she turned to help with the person in captivity next to her. Des was doing it exactly right. This wasn't stuff they taught in the military or in the police. It was the kind of thing learned through experience and compassion out here in the Stormlands. It was a kind of benign manipulation that turned a helpless prisoner into a member of a winning team. "Ledger," called Des. "Report." He trotted over. The women shied back from him and pulled the children close, assuming a role of strength and protection even in their fear. In quick words, but a deferential tone, Ledger told her that the bus was empty, there were no indications that any of the kids had been hurt, and that they had been led away by an armed woman. He paused and told her that a party of men had come along sometime later and appeared to be following. This dragged some sick cries from the women, but Des kept her cool. She looked around for the oldest and calmest looking of the women. "What's your name?" "Shannon Bird," said the woman. "Okay, Shannon, here's the deal. Captain Ledger and I are going to find my kids. We're going to leave right now.
You and the others can take the guns from the dog meat over there on the road and stay here until we come back, or you can all come with us. You get to make the call, Shannon. This isn't a democracy."
Shannon studied her for a moment, then looked at the others. As she did so, she idly touched the rope burns on her throat and fingered the edges of her torn blouse. There were bruises in the shape of a man's grasping hand on her upper arm. She walked over to one of the dead men, bent, picked up his shotgun, hefted its weight in her hand, paused for a moment, spit on the corpse, and then walked back to Des.
"We're going with you."
The other women milled around for a moment, and the kids stared in shock and uncertainty. Then a teenage girl, who had a split lip and a black eye, went and got the other shotgun. She cracked it open, checked the rounds, knelt and picked the dead man's pockets for extra shells, stuffed them in the pockets of her jeans, and rejoined the group.
"I used to hunt wild pig,"
she said in a thick southern accent.
"I'm okay to hunt some more of them."
That did it. The other women and some of the kids took guns, knives, ammunition, and water. Des and Ledger gave them the world's shortest course in gun safety, and then they turned toward the trail of footprints leading into the woods.
"This isn't going to be easy,"
said Des.
"Nothing is easy anymore,"
said Shannon.
"Nothing was ever easy,"
said the southern girl. They headed into the woods, hunting. 32. Rachel L. and Lindsay.
"We need to get the kids somewhere safe,"
Rachel insisted as she followed the girl through the living room, dining room, and into the kitchen. She buckled her bracer back on as she walked. The kids, heroes and little ones, had settled around the big kitchen table, most sitting, some standing, all of them looking around at their new surroundings in silence. There was almost a sense of wonder in them, as if they'd forgotten what it was like to be anywhere but inside a blood-stained bus.
"They're safe here,"
the girl said, setting the shotgun down on the table.
"No, they're not. Look, let's start with who's who, okay?"
Rachel asked.
"I'll go first. I'm Rachel. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm a long way from home, but I'm trying to find people to bring them to safety. Your name is... Lindsay,"
the girl finally responded.
"Okay, Lindsay, I'd say nice to meet you, but that would be kind of weird. Tell me about it."
Lindsay muttered.
"There are some really bad men after us," said Rachel, "and I think that was one of them out there. So we need to get the kids somewhere safe. Is there an attic or a basement, somewhere they can hide?"
Lindsay nodded.
"There's a basement and the door's really solid. Someone put a crossbar on it, after, and they reinforced the wood with some kind of metal. Stainless steel, I think. There's lots of stuff down there, but as long as they stay quiet, they'll be able to hide. Mind showing me?"
Lindsay nodded and opened a door that was built into the wall so that it looked like the front of a pantry. It was hard to tell if that was something done before the dead rose or after. Probably after, Rachel decided, to hide it from scavengers. She wondered what happened to the clever people who did that, and who reinforced the door so heavily from the other side. After all those precautions, what had tripped them up? What was the mistake that killed them? She wanted to ask Lindsay, but doubted the girl knew. And maybe that wasn't the right conversation to have in front of the kids. The basement was large and very solid, with a poured concrete floor, wooden rafters, and boxes of canned food. There was a big stack of furniture pads in one corner, more than enough for everyone to have a bed and something to cover themselves. The pads were old, covered with cobwebs and spider eggs, but who cared? Rachel tapped Supergirl on the shoulder and drew her to one side.
"Okay, I'm going to go check the rest of the house with Lindsay," she said. "You're in charge down here. I need you to make some smart choices. Everyone gets food and picks a spot to sleep. You and the other heroes make sure they all stay calm. Understand?"
The girl nodded, eyes wide with fear, but her chin was firm.
"Being a hero,"
thought Rachel.
"Nice. Now," she said, lowering her voice, "if anything happens upstairs, I want you to close the door and bar it from the inside. Once you do that, no one will know you're here, but you have to be absolutely quiet. Not a sound from anyone. Promise? I promise,
said the young hero. Rachel held her fist out for a bump, smiled, and turned to the group of kids.
Okay, troops, we need to wait for Miss Des. She's going to come back soon, but until then you need to stay completely silent down here. I know all of you can do that. Wonder Woman, Black Widow, and all the other heroes would be so proud of you. Whatever you hear upstairs, stay here and stay quiet.
The kids nodded, their eyes huge and haunted. Rachel followed Lindsay back upstairs, praying to herself that this would work. 33. The Ranger and the Cop. It was a nightmare trip through the woods. Ledger could feel it, and he was a trained special operator. Des Fox had been a combat soldier in Afghanistan and was an experienced cop, but he knew she was feeling it too. The women and children who moved through the Black Forest with them were refugees of an ongoing horror. He hoped that their worst memories were behind them and not waiting to be experienced. The moon was moving behind the far hills, and it dragged its generous light with it, yielding the woods to armies of shadow. It would have been difficult enough if the only dangers waiting for them were rabbit holes, vines, and deadfalls. If only. Ledger had Dez's maglite and picked out their trail. The group of men had not been gentle with the forest, instead choosing to smash obstacles out of their way as often as possible. That, Ledger knew, had to have been noisy because the passage of those men had pulled behind it a wake of hungry dead. Drawn to noise, movement, lights, and the smell of human flesh, the zombies had come from all over the forest and were trying to catch those men, and a party of children that went through here first. Ledger covered his light and stopped his party 50 feet back from a loose knot of shambling dead.
We have to go around,
said Des.
We can't lose their trail and lose too damn much time.
Des pointed with her Glock.
We don't know how many of them there are. No, but the wind's blowing this way. They won't know we're coming up on them, and we can take them out one at a time. These things don't learn from what happens from their buddies. Killing them is rinse and repeat. It's not that easy, Captain Macho. Of course it isn't.
He holstered his pistol, handed her back the flashlight, drew his rapid-release knife and a heavier K-bar. Here's a plan. You keep the civilians together and keep them moving. I'm going to see if I can clean up our trail.
Why you and not me?
He smiled.
You know the kids, he said. The women trust you. Lindsay trusts you. You're 30 years younger than me, and that makes me the most expendable of the two of us.
But, and no offense meant, Des, you're a cop, and I'm what I am.
Which is?
A killer. Ledger could hear the bleak sadness in his own voice, and he left her without another word, moving quickly along the path. 34. Des Fox and the Refugees. Des watched, squinting through the gloom, not risking the flashlight to see what Ledger was doing. All she could make out was a confusion of dark forms moving within the greater wall of shadows ahead. Soft sounds drifted back, but they were indistinct. The other women and kids crowded around her, asking hushed questions, seeking comfort. It made Des feel weird. Back in Stebbins County, despite wearing a uniform and badge, she was hardly the pillar of the community. Known for her drinking, sleeping around, off-duty brawling, on-duty brutalizing of child molesters and wife-beaters, and being generally regarded as a redneck hick cop. No one had ever held her out as a role model or a leader. And then the world ended. During the outbreak, she'd stayed alive and on her feet while other people fell. Even her partner, J.T. Hammond, a seasoned cop and the closest thing to real family Des had, was bitten. He'd died a hero's death, but he'd still died. It left Des in charge of the kids who had gone to Stebbins Little School because that was the town emergency shelter. The parents and teachers who'd taken them there, along with most of the county's children, had died. Only a few hundred kids and a dozen or so adults were left. All of them deferred to Des, drawn to her strength more powerfully than They were repelled by her pre-outbreak reputation. For the last months, she'd protected the kids at the bus. Now she had a bunch of women who had been brutalized by the living, by the kinds of men Des had always despised. Instead of playing nursemaid or team leader or whatever the hell she was supposed to be, Des wanted to be ranging ahead to find the NKK thugs and see how many of them she could dismantle. Maybe she'd go crazy and make a bandolier of nutsacks. That might be fun. Might be a good way to go all the way nuts. Except Billy Trout was alive. Alive! The other kids she'd saved from Stebbins were alive. And the kids from her bus were still alive. They hadn't found any small bodies along this path. She forced her hands to stop shaking and hoisted a convincing smile of confidence onto her mouth as she calmed the women. She assured them that everyone was fine, it was all cool, and the ledger was following her orders to clear the road. The women, desperate for something to believe, clung to her words as if they were gospel. Then, much sooner than she expected, Ledger came back, moving quickly but without reckless haste. He waved Des over for a quick private chat. "I took out a few of the deadheads," he said, "but there weren't as many as I thought. Stragglers mostly. I was going to keep going, but I spotted the hunting party." "Jesus! Did they have my kids?" "No," said Ledger, "and that means we caught a break. No, make that 2 breaks." "What do you mean? Since when was Lady Luck giving us anything but a bad hand job?" He grinned. "Stealing that," he said. "But to answer the question, I think whoever's with the kids is smart, and it's pretty obvious she knows she's being followed. There were a couple of times along the way here that I thought she tried to hide her trail, and up ahead, the NKK guys are trying to decide which of 3 separate trails to follow. The guy with the sword pulled a fast one." "I guess this is a you-go-girl moment, but how's that help us? We don't know which trail she took, do we? I think maybe we do. One trail heads off southwest, and I think it's supposed to look like the kids are circling back to the bus. The second trail heads due northeast toward the Appomattox Rescue Station. It's been overrun. Sure, but I think Sword Gal wants whoever's following to think she doesn't know that. Right now that trail looks best, and it follows the path of least resistance." "Oh. You said there was a 3rd track, though." "Yep, and even though it's not much of a trail to follow, I think it's what the Sword Gal took." "Why are you so sure? Are you a Cherokee scout or something?" "No, I'm not a Boy Scout either, Tuts," said Ledger. "I guess I get devious people, and the 3rd track is devious." "Devious how?" "It looks like one person went that way, and the prints are the same shoes as Sword Gal, but they're too deep." So, I think she had the kids walk that way in single file, making sure they each stepped in the other's footprints. And then she walked over that, so it looks like only one set of prints went that way. If you don't know much about tracking, it just looks like a clear track left by a single person." Des nodded, appreciating it. "That's pretty badass. I want to meet this chick." "Me too. I'd like to buy her a beer, maybe a couple." "Keep it in your pants, Blondie." He laughed. "Seriously, just a beer. I have a wife." Des avoided his eyes for a moment. Ledger had made the statement with total certainty, and as far as Des reckoned, that kind of statement was irrational. Maybe scary. "Don't go getting weird on me now," she thought. Ledger did not notice her reaction. "Here's the real prize in the Crackerjack box, Des. The trail the Sword Gal took? You go that way, and you walk right up to the farm." "Which farm?" she began, then stopped. "Shit, those assholes are going straight to the kids and Lindsay." "Nope," said Ledger. "They sent some scouts down the other trails. I'll bet they'll find something on one of them. If Sword Gal's as smart as she seems, there'll be something to find." "Even so," said Ledger. "We need to split up. You can cut off this path and hit the fire access road that cuts across the farm road. If you leave now, you might get to the farm before the kids. It'll help if they see you." "Why split up? What are you going to do?" "I'll catch up." Ledger glanced back the way he'd just come. "I want to have a little fun first." And with that he was gone again. Des Fox stared at the empty woods into which he'd just vanished. Who was this guy? She'd always loved the tall, tanned, blonde types, guys who looked like they might have a Viking gene lurking around in their DNA. Billy had that, even though he was the least physical guy she'd ever met. Some of the guys she'd bang when she was mad at Billy were like that. Most of them were roughhouse bikers who she turned into revenge fucks when Billy walked out on her. He did that a lot. Or used to when there was a world. But Ledger, even though he was a lot older than her, was a classic example of the type. That he was powerful, experienced, and confident was evident. That he was a good man was clear too. Maybe a bit more of a Boy Scout than she usually liked. Des preferred her men to be crazier than she was, and that was saying something. He was a good guy, but he wasn't necessarily a nice guy. He was sexy, like Chris Hemsworth if he was 50-something and hadn't been eaten by zombies. Des felt a strange and unwanted attraction to him. The wanting to bed him and wanting to hit him upside the head with a tire iron were running neck and neck. Then, as if superimposed over the thought of Ledger was a smaller, thinner, less capable, less heroic, less crazy, more rational, and normal man. Billy Trout. Des seldom felt guilty for what her thoughts did and what her passions wanted, but at that moment, the ache that pulsed in the broken places of her heart were not for Joe Ledger. They were for Billy Trout. Nothing's ever easy, she growled, echoing the words of the southern girl with the shotgun. She set her jaw and turned around to gather her refugees. 35. Rachel L. and Lindsay. Rachel and Lindsay swapped shorthand versions of their stories as they hurried from room to room to make sure the house was buttoned up against what they both knew was coming. New Klux Klan? Asked Rachel, laughing despite the tension. Are you serious? Yes, said Lindsay, who wasn't smiling. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and I used to watch Real Wives of New Jersey. Stupid or not, Lindsay said coldly, they're going to come in here and... Rachel crossed to her and took the young woman by the shoulders, shaking her slightly and then holding her steady. If they try, we'll kill them, she said, and she was surprised by the vicious coldness in her own voice. We have guns and blades, and we have a fortress. Baskerville whuffed loudly as if wanting to be included in her inventory. Right, and we have a furry four-legged tank. The dog wagged his tail. He seemed to understand and appreciate her description. We don't know how many of them there are, protested Lindsay. And they don't know what kind of raw, unfiltered hell they'd be stepping into if they tried to break in here. Lindsay looked at her. You're only a pretend hero, you know? The costume and all, it's not real. Rachel shrugged. What's real, anyway? The world ended and there are zombies out there. Tell me what's real. Lindsay said nothing. I've killed orcs and I've killed bad guys. I used to work in a bank, for Christ's sake. I used to be a nerd girl. Now I fight monsters, and here's the funny part. I win. I'm still alive, and so are my people. So are those kids. You want to stand there and tell me that isn't real? Lindsay began to say something. She stopped and shook her head. Baskerville suddenly growled, and an instant later they knew why. Outside on the porch there was a creak, the kind that only sounds like what it is. A heavy foot stepping onto an old board. Oh God, breathed Lindsay. Gun, snapped Rachel. Check the kitchen door, keep quiet. The girl ran to grab the shotgun she'd left on the kitchen table. The dog trotted behind her, ears back, head low, nails clicking on the floorboards. Rachel ran into the living room and crouched down next to the front door, her back pressed against the wall, sword and dagger in her gloved hand. Despite her brave words, her heart pounded like thunder. 36. The Ranger. Ledger wished he had Baskerville with him. The dog could track a frigging white ghost in a snowstorm, and he was the best friend to have in any kind of fight. Stupid mutt, he grumbled under his breath.
Why don't you have the good sense not to stand in front of a bullet, big dummy? He prayed that Baskerville's wound wasn't serious. Losing the dog would crush him. Somewhere out in the world was Baskerville's littermate, Boggart. When Ledger last saw him, the other dog was with Top and Bunny, the other two veteran special operators he'd served with for many years. Finding them was very important to him. With them, he could start building a real team of rangers who might make a serious difference in this world. Hell, if he had Top and Bunny with him, and a healthy Baskerville and Boggart, these NKK idiots would be dead meat already. Be nice if Sam Imura was with them too. If Sam was still alive. Sure, the bad guys had the numbers, but Ledger and his team had faced steeper odds before. They'd walked through the Valley of the Shadow and stepped over the bones of their enemies, time and time again. As he moved to intercept the NKK hunters, he had to work on his emotional reaction. These men offended him on a level that ran all the way down to his soul. Years ago, when Ledger was a young teenager, he and his girlfriend Helen had been attacked by a group of older teens. Those boys had stomped Ledger nearly to death, and while he lay there, broken and bleeding, he saw the things they did to Helen. It destroyed them both. They physically survived the assault, but healing tissue and knitting bones did not mean they, as people, had survived. Years later, after several failed suicide attempts, Helen took her own life, and it was Ledger who found her. He had been studying martial arts since the attack and had grown up big, tough, and vicious, but none of those skills could help him save the girl who had stepped off the edge of the world and let the big dark swallow her. The NKK hunters were no different from those boys. They were users, takers, destroyers of hearts and souls. They believed that they had a right to anything they took by force. No law applied to them, and the world's infrastructure had collapsed as if in homage to their dark desires. The world bared its throat to them. That's how they saw it, but Ledger saw it differently. If no laws applied to them, then no laws protected them either. No laws, no restrictions, no mercy. They were hunters of a certain kind, and he was a completely different hunter. He was glad Des Fox, the women, and those children were not here to see what was going to happen. 37. Des Fox and the refugees. The women and kids were scared, but they were visibly changing from helpless victims to a group of armed survivors. What had begun when they first took the weapons from their dead captors was continuing as Des led them through the woods. The simple fact of finding the fire access road where Des promised it would be strengthened them further. For her part, Des wanted to kick herself for not exploring the area around the bus more thoroughly. The farm where Lindsay waited for them had been there all along. Sure, the family who owned it and the refugees who had holed up there all died, but maybe they wouldn't have if Des had been with them. Maybe, she knew was a terrible word. It was thorn in the skin. Maybe if she'd found the farmhouse months ago, Beale would be alive, and the kids would be better nourished and, well, saner. Maybe she'd have met Ledger sooner, and maybe he would have been able to lead her to Billy. Maybe. The moon was down now, but there were no clouds, and there were stars by the billion. There were also zombies on the road. Not many, but enough. 8 or 9 of them, spaced out, looking lost, but turning toward the sound and smell of the living coming toward them. If Ledger can do it, Des muttered, and then ran ahead of the group, attacking the zombies before they could attack her charges. She smashed aside their white hands with a carpet-coated left forearm and smashed skull bones with her blackjack. Rinse and repeat. That thought made her smile. Then someone was beside her. It was the teenage girl with the shotgun. As Des was clubbing a dead National Guardsman to the ground, the girl took a stance, tucked the stock of the shotgun into her shoulder, and fired. "No!" yelled Des, but her voice was blasted away as the 12-gauge roared. 10 feet away, a zombie crumbled to the ground, the top of its head blown away. "Got him!"
said the girl with pride even as she fished for a fresh shell. Des ripped the gun out of her hand and nearly hit the stupid kid with the blackjack.
What's wrong with you?
Demanded the girl, trying to grab the gun back. Before Des could answer, they heard something that froze them all to silence. It wasn't the moans of the dead still on the road or even the ones now drawn to them from the surrounding woods. It was a voice, male and close. "It's them! They're over there!" he yelled. It was not Ledger's voice. Des drew her pistol as the refugees swirled around her.
Run!
She roared. 38. Rachel L. and Lindsay. Outside, the footsteps were muffled, and it was hard to tell exactly how many men were on the porch. Rachel didn't like that, but she didn't want to risk peering through the shutters or blinds. There could be 2, or there could be 50. This wasn't a fair fight, even with what they hoped would be an element of surprise. The first footsteps stopped outside the door, and she held her breath. The doorknob shook a little, but the lock held, and Rachel braced herself for them to break down the door. The seconds dragged on, but the crash of the door never came. Confused, Rachel stood cautiously, back still against the wall, but listening for any sounds. The footsteps hadn't started again, but she couldn't tell where anyone was anymore. Suddenly, the window in the kitchen shattered, and Rachel heard Lindsay yell and her shotgun fire loudly. That seemed to be the invitation the men outside were waiting for. The slam of boot against the door startled Rachel, but she reacted quickly as the door flew open, swinging her sword quickly and catching the first man through the door with surprise as her blade lodged in his neck. Pulling it back, she let his body fall to the floor as the man behind him yelled out with surprise, firing his gun uselessly, the bullet striking the wall on the other side of the room. She waited for the next person to come through, but another crash from the kitchen distracted her. This time, the door, she was sure of, and another shotgun blast. In the moment she was distracted, several men had come into the room, and Rachel rushed them from behind, gashing one man across his shoulder, ducking as he swung around at her, cursing, before swinging and slicing her sword into his leg. He collapsed and then turned her attention to the next man, knocking his gun out of his hand with her dagger and slicing across his chest with the blade. The third man had a knife, and she feigned an attack with her dagger, which he went to block before swiping the other way with her sword, hitting him hard in the head, downing him with a scream and a shower of blood. She heard Lindsay shout and another crash in the kitchen and what sounded like falling furniture. Slamming the door shut, she pushed one of the chairs in front of it to barricade it before running into the kitchen to see if Lindsay needed her help. There seemed to be more men in the kitchen, though most of them were on the floor bleeding, thanks to Baskerville, whose muzzle was soaked in blood. The dog leapt at a man coming through the back door, and Rachel stabbed down hard into the neck of one who lunged at Lindsay on the floor. Shoving his body to the side, Rachel held out her hand to help Lindsay up. Before either of them could say anything, another crash came, this time from the living room. Looking at each other, they both ran together to the room, Lindsay in the lead with the shotgun. Glass and wooden shutter pieces littered the floor, and a number of the men were climbing in through the window. Lindsay didn't hesitate, priming the shotgun and pulling the trigger. As she reloaded, Rachel rushed forward, dragging one of the men that was climbing through out of the window and stabbing her dagger into his chest before pushing him to the side to swing with her sword. Would this ever end? There seemed to be a non-stop stream of men coming through, and Rachel knew they wouldn't be able to take them all on themselves. 39. The Ranger. There are times and circumstances where a smaller force is more dangerous than a larger one. Skirmishers, snipers, and special operators have always known this. They use mobility in the absence of the time delays caused by chain-of-command decisions to act with autonomy and without hesitation. In the right conditions, and with the right planning, they can come out of nowhere, strike, and vanish. Terrorists tried to use this tactic, but while they were often effective, they had no escape plan. Joe Ledger was many things, but suicidal was not one of them. What he was, however, was vicious, cold, and skillful. He crept up on the hunting party and stalked them, counting their numbers, identifying the members of that group who seemed to understand what they were doing, and those whose presence could be exploited to become liabilities. He looked for the leaders and the fighters. Several of them appeared to understand something of woodcraft, which was not good, but they walked with the arrogance of power, expecting to be more dangerous than anything they encountered. That was very useful. At one point, the party split to follow another pair of trails, and again Ledger assumed they were both false trails set down by the woman with the sword. Whoever she was, the woman was really sneaky. Ledger liked sneaky. About half the men followed one trail, and the other half kept following the same set of prints. There were 30 men in the party Ledger followed, a small army. They were all armed, but not every man had a gun. More than half had axes or improvised pole weapons. One man carried a sledgehammer, which was dangerous but impractical. Lacking any sound suppressors, Ledger holstered his gun and drew his knives instead. He kept the rapid-release folding knife in his right because that required speed and dexterity, and he was mostly right-handed. The heavier K-bar was in his left, and though it was not his dominant hand, Spec Ops fighters are trained to be lethal with every limb. He moved ahead of the pack and then flattened out beside the trunk of a big maple, absolutely still. The blades he held were blackened to a matte finish. The group passed 15 feet to his right, following the lead of a man who seemed to understand how to track. 3 of the men held flashlights, and everyone was staring at whatever was illuminated by the beams. Ledger did not look at the light, not wanting to spoil his night vision. As the group moved down the trail, Ledger fell into step with the man bringing up the rear. "We'll get them," he said to the man, and it took the guy a couple of seconds to realize that he didn't know his new companion. Began the man, but Ledger clamped a hand over his mouth and cut his throat. He pushed the dying man against a tree to keep him from crashing to the ground. 1 down. He took the man's flashlight and moved to take his place, shining the light forward at the men in front. If they turned, all they'd see is a silhouette behind a bright light. The men were not walking in formation, and occasionally one would lag back or even deliberately stop to let the rear guard catch up. Ledger liked that. 2 down. 3. 4. Somewhere behind him, the dead men would be undergoing a process of transformation as they bled out. The pathogens and parasites of Lucifer 113 would be staging a hostile takeover of the motor cortex, the cranial nerves, the respiration, and other functions, discarding what wasn't necessary, acquiring what was. In less than a minute, each of those dead men would rise and then see the bobbing lights, hear the chatter of men talking, smell the meat. Good. One of the men loudly announced that he had to take a leak. He stopped, unzipped, and died without even knowing death was upon him. 5 down. Then 6. And 7. It was the 8th man who turned at the wrong time, maybe to say something, and saw a stranger with a wicked grin and a bloody knife. The man got half of a scream out. He died, but the scream was enough. Then everyone was screaming and yelling and firing. Joe Ledger was gone before the hunters began firing, and almost at once they were firing at the wrong thing, in the wrong direction. Ledger went deep into the brush, cut left, and circled around before coming back at the group from the front. He spotted the tracker, who stood next to the brute with the sledgehammer. The tracker had a pistol in his hand, and he was firing wide of the group, aiming at God knew what. With all the lead flying, the leaves and branches were dancing and popping, making it look like the woods were filled with attackers. Ledger sheathed his K-bar and folding knife, drew his pistol, and ran at the tracker. He fired 2 rounds into the man's back, then parked a single round in the side of the sledgehammer man's neck. He kept firing, taking 6 more men, and then he was gone again just as the hunters realized that not all of the gunfire was theirs. They turned, their yells rising to shrieks of fury and panic, and they did the one thing they probably thought was the smartest move, but it was the single stupidest thing they could do. It was a hit-and-run specialist's dream reaction. They spread out to try and find him. They didn't know who was out there, or what he looked like, or even how many attackers they were facing. Instead of forming a defensive group, they offered themselves up to the demon in the forest, and Ledger began hunting them. One after another, after another. 40. Des Fox and the refugees.
Run!
Screamed Des again, shoving the women and children forward. The man who'd yelled was not yet in sight, but he sounded close. 100 yards? A little more? Too damn close in any case. The southern girl had her shotgun back and had reloaded it. She was white-faced with the horror of the consequences of having fired that shot.
I'm sorry,
she said, and kept saying it. Des wanted to punch her.
Shut up and move!
They began walking backward, both of them pointing guns toward the darkness at the other end of the road. Nothing seemed to move down there, and there were no more shouts.
Maybe they...
began the girl, but then there was a single sharp crack that split the air. The girl coughed once, then she abruptly sat down in the road. The shotgun clattered to the blacktop. The girl looked up at Des and opened her mouth as if to offer another apology, but all that came out was a torrent of dark blood. The girl's eyes rolled high, and she fell backward. Des stared at her for a moment. "There!" came the shout, a different male voice. Des whirled, saw figures emerging from the shadows alongside the road. 4 men. 6. More.
"Christ!"
cried Des, and she fired 4 shots and then turned, not knowing if she hit anything. Gunfire tore the night apart and something buzzed past her ear with the angry urgency of a wasp. Des ducked and jagged right, then ran into the woods alongside the road. She'd been shot at before, and she knew that when you know you had a near miss, it's not time to celebrate your luck. It's a wake-up call that your store of luck is running low. She didn't push it. Instead, she ran. Guns pocked and banged in the night, and she heard the whine of rounds and the dull crunch of bullets hitting trees or skipping along the blacktop. How far was the farmhouse? It had to be close. She caught up with the women and barked at them to leave the road and follow her. Together they dove into the woods, cutting at an angle to try and pick up the farm road. Something moved in front of them, and one of the women screamed in absolute terror and agony as a dark shape grabbed her. Des struck the thing with her blackjack, crushing its forehead, but as it fell back, it took a mouthful of bleeding skin. Blood pumped from a torn artery in the woman's throat, and she tried to stem the flow with palsied fingers. Des stared at her, into her eyes, and shot her. The other women gasped and drew back, horrified, sickened, but then they turned and kept running. This was the world. This was how the world was. Appalled at what she had just done, Des turned and followed. Men shouted behind them, and Des could hear them crashing into the woods. They fired randomly, but there was no way they could see to aim. It was a chase now. A race. The woods thinned abruptly, and the women and kids ran into a wooden rail, rebounded, fell down, crying out in pain. One woman reeled back, clutching a broken wrist, but Des grabbed her by the hair, forced her to bend, and shoved her between the slats. The road was right there. "Left!" she cried as she half-shoved, half-carried the injured woman. "Go! Go!" They hit the hard-packed dirt and ran in a pack. Des let go of the woman with the broken arm and faded back, shoving and slapping at the others to make sure they all kept moving. Then she saw the first of the men reach the rail. In the darkness, they crashed into it too, and in the moment of stalled impact, Des took aim and fired. Even in that darkness, the men were easy targets. She didn't need to kill, she needed to stop them. She aimed center mass and emptied an entire magazine into them. Their howls of pain and fear filled the night. Des ran, swapping out the magazines as she went, slapping her last one into place. That gave her 10 bullets. There were at least 24 men behind her, and maybe more. No telling how many she'd killed or wounded. The rest would be coming. A hail of bullets tried to find her in the dark. She cut off the road and ran through the tall weeds on the verge, then dodged between a stand of maples to enter the corner of the big farm field. The house was there, and she could see the shapes of darkened figures pelting through the tobacco plants toward it. The front door opened, and light spilled out. The fool kid had not thought to douse her candle before opening the door. That light was a beacon. It was the brightest thing in the world right then, and it drew every single eye toward it, the living and the dead. But then Des realized with a sick lurch of her heart that the figure in the doorway wasn't Lindsay. And it wasn't someone coming out of the house, it was a man, and he was going in. Other men clustered around the place, and only then could she hear the sounds of gunfire and screaming coming from the house. But worst of all, threaded through those sounds were other noises. The howl of a dog, and the high-pitched, terrified screams of children. 41. Rachel L. and Lindsay. The front door burst inward again, half torn from its hinges by a powerful kick. The chairs Rachel had used to brace it went flying, and a huge man filled the entrance. He had monstrous shoulders and wild hair, and in his hands was a scythe he must have taken from the barn. To Rachel he looked like a mad killer from one of those old slasher films. The kind of relentless killer who hunted for teenagers having sweaty sex and then killed them in brutal ways. The man spotted Lindsay, who had come running into the living room for more shells. "Bitch!" he roared and charged at her. Maybe he didn't see Rachel, or maybe he didn't think she was real. A woman dressed in armor carrying a sword. Or more likely his mind had snapped and plunged into a place so dark that nothing mattered, not even his own safety. He raised the scythe and swung it with a feral growl. Lindsay dropped flat on the floor and the blade missed her by 2 inches. But then Rachel was there. She swung her sword in a smaller, tighter arc, the blade shearing through denim and filthy skin and muscle. Rachel was savvy enough not to try to cut through the leg. Bone was so much harder to cut than movies made it seem. It caught and snapped blades. She pierced flesh, and the speed of her slash left a slender red line on his trouser leg that seemed like nothing at all until the man turned toward her, and then the wound parted in a red scream. Blood geysered out. Rachel dodged away light as a dancer and swung the blade again. This time she aimed higher, and this time the blade bit through bone. But it was the more slender and vulnerable bones of the big man's wrist. The scythe flew away with one hand still clutching it. Rachel's third cut was through the flesh of his throat. She kicked him sideways so that he fell across the threshold as a second man leaped inside, a butcher's cleaver in his hand. Her blade was longer, faster, and she was already moving. Behind her, Lindsay finished loading the gun and ran back to the kitchen. Down the hall there was the sound of a piercing shriek, buried beneath the savage growl of a brutish dog. And outside, the night was filled with gunfire and shouts. 42. The Ranger. Ledger ghosted the hunters, making them pay for their arrogance, making them afraid of the dark and of what was in it. They had been so powerful for so long, comforted by the conceit born of victories over others. Now they were learning the realities of the food chain. When there was a lot of gunfire shattering the night, he contributed his own, often slipping between hunters and killing one and then yelling as if he was one of the surprised hunters. In the dark, in all that confusion, the hunters could not tell that he wasn't one of them, and he killed them for their lack of awareness. Then he melted into the woods when he felt his luck was running thin, but even then, he growled at the 2 men closest to him to come on, to follow, and they followed because when panic rules the moment, the startled tend to take their cues from anyone who seems to know what's what. He led the men 20 feet down a deer path, and then he killed them too. Of the 30 men who had followed this trail, half of them were dead or dying. Ledger went silent and moved away from the confusion, circling back to the path that would take him to the farm road. Behind him, the men fired and screamed and did not understand anything about what had happened. As Ledger faded away, he heard fresh screams and knew that the confusion he'd left behind was grinding on itself, men shooting their companions in the dark, and things that had once been part of that group of living, rising as the hungry dead. Ledger grinned as he ran. 43. Rachel and Lindsay. Screams filled the house. 3 men lay on the floor clutching at savage wounds ripped into them by the dog that, either despite or because of his wounds, had gone into a killing frenzy. As they forced their way through windows, Baskerville grabbed them, tore at them, and left them crippled and shrieking on the floor. Lindsay had thrown the shotgun down because the barrels were too hot to touch, and now held a bolt-action hunting rifle in her hands, firing clumsily but unable to miss because there were men at every window. In the living room, Rachel was hacking at men who crowded each other to get inside. One man opened up with a handgun and Rachel had to run into the dining room to survive. She grabbed the corner of the big table and with a grunt of effort turned it over, spilling weapons and boxes of shells. Gunfire hit the big oak, but few of them punched through. As much as she was loath to do it, Rachel dropped her sword and picked up a small frame automatic, checked that it was loaded, crouched down at one corner of the table, and reached around to fire blindly. She'd read about target-rich environments in novels. That was when it was almost impossible to miss because there were so many hostiles. She fired her gun dry, hearing screams. She swapped out the magazine. She'd been to gun ranges and she knew how to use a pistol, but she didn't like them. She was a swordswoman, but this wasn't a time for preferences. All that mattered was surviving. She fired and fired and fired. 44. Des Fox. Des raced across the farm field, not bothering to run serpentine or take cover. There were figures everywhere, and everyone she saw seemed to be caught up in a frenzy of bloody violence. It was like running through hell itself. Men dressed as hunters wrestled with pale-faced corpses dressed as soldiers or farmers. One of the refugee women had a man down and was stabbing him over and over and over, while a 9-year-old girl tried to pull her back from whatever brink she'd climbed out onto. Zombies lay dead, and dead hunters were twitching back to unlife. Des fired her last bullets, killing 6 men. She had no idea if they were zombies or NKK hunters. They fell and her slide locked back. A zombie lunged at her and Dez's pistol went flying. She jammed the carpet armor into its mouth, drew her blackjack, and beat the thing's head into a ruin. Then a hand clamped on her shoulder and she was spun toward a pair of living men. Hunters who leered at her and, despite everything that was happening around them, began tearing at her clothes. As if she was there for the taking, as if she was helpless. The blackjack whipped through the night, shattered finger bones, deconstructing faces, smashing into eyes, breaking, dehumanizing, destroying. As they fell, she bent and searched for weapons, found a revolver with 4 rounds left. She ran toward the house and found targets for each round. Then she brained a zombie with the butt of the gun and lost the weapon as the creature collapsed against the side of the well. "The house!" someone yelled, and Des saw one of the refugee women pushing children up onto the porch. But the picture was wrong. Men rushed at them, grabbing the kids, pulling them away from her. One of the men swung something at the woman and she fell with the kind of abrupt looseness that spoke of a broken neck. Des tore across the field to the gravel turnaround in front of the house. There were 3 men trying to drag the kids away. She hit one from behind, crushing his skull, feeling the bones give beneath the heavy leather-wrapped lead. As the man staggered, she shoved him toward another of the men, and he had not yet seen her. He turned sharply, crying out in surprise as the dead weight collapsed against him. Des ignored him as he fell and closed on the 3rd man, the one who had killed the refugee woman. He held a heavy length of black pipe wrapped in electrician's tape. The end glistened. Des did not pause to challenge or threaten. She attacked, driving right at the man as he raised his pipe to strike. She went in low and fast and slapped the blackjack across his right kneecap. The degree of pain it inflicted must have felt like a gunshot, and it instantly became the whole of his world. His pipe fell as he reached for his shattered kneecap with both hands. The blackjack did terrible things to him. Des turned away, her face spattered with blood, snatched up the pipe and stepped over to the 3rd man, who was still trying to climb out from under the improbably heavy slackness of his dead friend. He froze, looking up at the pipe as it whistled down at him. There was one split second of sad resignation on his face, and then he didn't have a face. Des ran to the kids who were quivering with terror. They were the 3 youngest from the group of refugees. "Stay close," she told them, and climbed the steps to the house. She needed to get to the other guns. There were too many of the hunters to fight with only a blackjack and a piece of pipe. A voice rang out behind her. "That bitch just killed Marty!" Des turned to see 2 of the hunters rushing in, both of them armed with baseball bats. Des turned and ran from them, her shoes slipping on the bloody porch stairs. There was a man in the doorway, but he was looking the wrong way. So Des smashed in the back of his skull and shoulder shoved him inside, and damn near got shot. As the man fell, a bullet chunked into the doorframe inches from Dez's ear. She dove sideways, and as she fell, saw that the living room was heaped with corpses and with badly wounded, all men. The only person on her feet was a woman who looked like she stepped out of a movie about Vikings. Leather and fur and armor, but she held a gun in her hand, and the barrel was tracking toward Dez's face. "No!" cried Dez, but the woman swung the gun back toward the doorway and fired 6 shots. Dez turned to see the 2 men who'd chased her reeling backward. Dez was up in a flash and ran up and over the bodies, falling, slipping, and finally crawling toward the crazy woman with the gun. She herded the refugee women and girls with her. "Get behind the table!" she roared, and they obeyed without question, flooding around the heavy oak barricade. They could all see the Viking woman with the gun, but she was female, and so were they. The attackers were all male, and that drew a deep and recognizable line in the sand for all of them. "Des Fox?" demanded the Viking woman as she reloaded. "Yeah, but who the fuck are you?" Instead of answering, the woman tossed the gun to her, bent and picked up a sword. The refugee women had their weapons, though all of their guns were empty. Even an empty gun is still a metal club, though, and they clutched these as they huddled behind the barricade. Des joined them, liking the solidity of the oak table. There were screams, the girls from the kitchen, and the deep-chested growl of a big dog. The Viking woman flashed Des a wicked grin and yelled, "For Asgard!" Then she ran into the kitchen. The next screams Des heard were all male. Des gaped for a moment longer. "This is fucking nuts," she said. And then more men came pouring into the house. 45. The Ranger. Joe followed the sounds of gunfire all the way to the farm. He ran as fast as he could, wishing he hadn't used so much of his ammunition. Would he get there in time? Would it matter if he did? The NKK had the numbers, and if they took hostages, what then? He broke from the forest and plunged into the tobacco field. The house was under siege. There seemed to be an army swarming around it, too many to fight. But as Ledger closed in, he realized that more than half of those men were no longer alive. Freshly killed hunters staggered through the overgrown plants and dirt, attacking anything with a pulse. There were at least a dozen fights in progress as the zombies fell upon their former friends, but that left several living hunters. Too many? He saw a corpse just beginning to rise, and its dead hand still clutched an assault rifle, a SIG SG-550 with a bulky box magazine. Ledger had lost a lot of his faith in the kindness of whomever was on call in heaven, but right then he would have knelt and kissed the Pope's ring. He kicked the zombie in the head, pinned it to the ground with a knee, and tore the rifle from its twitching fingers. He brained it with the stock, then slapped pockets until he came up with a second magazine. As he shoved the magazine into his pocket, he assessed the scene, calculating the odds and doing dangerous math in his head. His best chance of survival was to turn around and go. He had a family to find, friends to find. This wasn't his war. "Fuck it," he said. "And fuck you." Ledger began running toward the house. 46. In Hell. Des Fox fired at a man wearing a John Deere cap exactly like the one she'd worn when she went out drinking back home. Seeing it reminded her of too many things, so she put a bullet through it. The man fell, but his finger jerked the trigger of the huge single-barrel 10-gauge shotgun he carried. The buckshot sprayed the room, and 2 pellets caught Des, one in the shoulder and one in the cheek. She staggered, pain exploding and blood pouring from the wounds. One of the refugee women sat down with her back to the wall, a dozen spots on her face, and throat suddenly blossoming with red. Her eyes rolled up and she fell over. 2 other women rushed to try and stanch the wounds, and Des had no idea if they were already too late. Another man raised a Ruger Blackhawk at her, but he suddenly shrieked and twisted around as one of his dead friends on the floor bit deeply into his calf. There were a dozen corpses crowding the living room, and a few had been dropped with head wounds. The others were writhing and moaning as new life ignited in their brains and new hungers awoke in their souls. The 4 living men who were trying to get to Des and the refugees, the men were all armed with axes, clubs, and knives, and they screamed and began smashing at the newly reanimated dead. The room became a slaughterhouse. Blood shot from torn arteries. Howls of rage and agony filled the air. Des began scrabbling on the floor for fresh rounds, finding some, not finding enough.
Oh, fuck me,
she breathed. Lindsay struggled to reload her gun, but her hands were streaked with blood and sweat, and the weapon slipped from her grasp and landed on the chest of a dead man. She bent for it, but then the dead man's eyes snapped open and his eyes clicked toward her. She saw the exact moment when they changed from the vacant eyes of the true dead to the predatory eyes of a monster. She tried to yank her hand free, but the creature had a solid grip and was stronger than her. It pulled her hand toward its mouth, which was working as if already chewing on her. "Watch!" yelled a voice, and Lindsay looked up as Rachel stamped a booted foot down on the zombie's face and then swung her sword in a glittering arc. Lindsay fell back with the dead hand still clamped around her. She yelped and swatted at it until the slack fingers fell away and it lay like some grotesque spider on the kitchen floor. Rachel grabbed Lindsay and hauled her unceremoniously to her feet and shoved her toward the corner by the stove. Heavy iron pots were stacked on the drain board, including a cast iron frying pan. She hoped the kid would get the idea but didn't have time to watch. Men were still trying to fight their way in through the shattered door and the kitchen windows. So many of them. It confused her. They'd seen how many of their own had died in this siege, and yet they kept coming. The cost was so high. Were they lost in some kind of battle madness or group hysteria? Was it a lust for revenge for their fallen friends, or were they just insane? She swung and stabbed with her sword, but with each blow her shoulder and arm muscles were screaming at her. Even hardened by 6 months of combat against the dead, she knew she wasn't able to keep fighting for much longer. Her wrist throbbed from the impact shock of each blow, and the smell of blood was making her sick. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest, and each exhalation felt like a blast of heated air from a furnace. Joe Ledger rushed the house, coming up at an angle that would let him see the front and one side. 6 men were fighting a knot of zombies. Ledger hosed them with the assault rifle from 15 feet away. The living went down and the zombies dove onto them, biting the bleeding flesh. Ledger left them to their grisly meal. Those monsters could be dealt with later, and for the moment they were useful to him. He saw another of the dead staggering toward the slaughter, but Ledger spun him around, grabbed him by the hair and back of the belt, and ran him toward a hunter who was slapping a fresh magazine into his gun on the porch steps. "Here," said Ledger as he flung the zombie against the man. They went down in a wild tangle of teeth, scrabbling fingers, blood, and howls. Ledger caught the man's gun before it could land in the dirt. With the assault rifle in his left, he ran up onto the porch with his new pistol leading the way. The 3 men on the porch turned to see their comrade wrestling with a zombie and a stranger rushing at them. They died. The last of them fell backward into the living room, and Ledger stepped on his chest as he entered the house. He saw Des Fox behind a dining room table, and everything around her was an orgy of murder. The dead outnumbered the living, and they were tearing the hunters apart. Soon there would only be zombies in here, 16 at least. Ledger paused for one moment, doing more calculations about how many rounds he had left between pistol and assault rifle. Every single shot would have to count. A zombie crawled toward him and tried to bite his shin. Ledger whipped his leg up and brought his heel down in a devastating axe kick. He couldn't hear the snap of bones beneath the general din, but from the way the monster fell, Ledger was certain that he wouldn't need to use a bullet on that one. He raised his gun and fired. 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 Des Fox was seldom happy to see most people. She liked kids and dogs. She liked banging men, but she wasn't really a people person. That said, when Captain Joe Ledger stepped through the door, a gun in each hand, she would have married him on the spot, or banged him, or whatever. He was nobody's idea of a white knight, and she was 10 million miles away from being a damsel in distress. She'd have cut the balls off of anyone who even suggested that. But Ledger was a fellow cop, a fellow soldier, and he was here. Not to rescue her, but to help her save her kids. Behind her, the refugee women and girls huddled in a quavering mass, all of them pushed to the edge of total hysteria. As soon as he opened up on the crowd of hunters and zombies, the mass of struggling bodies seemed to turn, to focus their awareness, however fractured, on him. That gave Des time to find the box of 9mm rounds and cram some into a magazine. No time for a full count, though. She slapped it in place and began firing. Baskerville raised his muzzle from the dead hunter and sniffed the air. It was thick with the smells of blood, piss, gun smoke, and sweat, but there, deep inside the oleo of scents, was something else. A scent he knew like none other. The scent of his pack leader. He threw his head back and let loose with a howl of terrible red joy. A man grabbed for Lindsay, missed her arm and caught the shoulder of her blouse. He yanked hard just as she lunged backward and the whole front of the shirt tore away. The bra she wore beneath was soiled and spattered with blood, old and new. The man actually leered at her and started to say something. She grabbed the skillet off the stove and swung it with all of her fear, strength, anger, and disgust across his face. He spun away from her spewing teeth and dropped at once to his knees. Lindsay hit him again, this time on the back of the head. He pitched forward at once and began twitching like a trout on the floor. Rachel was fighting two men, both of them armed with knives. One had a big buck hunting knife and the other had a bread knife. She had a sword and dagger. She wanted to say something, to drop one of those cool lines that heroes in movies always manage to come up with in the heat of the moment. This wasn't a movie. This was her life, so she saved her breath for fighting. The slide locked back on Ledger's pistol, and so he jammed the empty gun into the throat of a hunter, crushing the windpipe and hyoid bone. The man clawed at his throat as if he could somehow force it to breathe, but that option was no longer his, and he fell with a look of profound defeat on his face. Ledger took the SG-550 in both hands, set the selector switch to single shot, put the stock to his shoulder, braced his feet, and began firing, one headshot after another. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot was a crack of thunder in the room. Anyone who tried to charge him, living or dead, died, either from one of his heavy 5.56 by 45mm NATO rounds or the bullets Des Fox fired. Caught between two superb killers with automatic weapons, the hunters and the zombies all fell. Down, down, down. The last man tried to make a break for it, running over the bodies of his friends toward the smashed-in window. Ledger stepped into his path and slammed him across the face with the stock of the assault rifle. The man went staggering back, spun, looking for another way out. He saw Des point a gun at him. The man tried to speak, but his jaw was broken and only blood and a mewling mumble of words came from his mouth. He raised his hands in a pleading gesture, begging for mercy where none existed. Des Fox shot him in the face. Lindsay swung the skillet at the hands reaching in through the window, breaking bones. There were no howls of pain, though, only moans of unassuageable hunger. She kept smashing, though, the skillet heavy in her bloody hands. It was the only weapon she had left. One of the two attackers was down, but the other was giving Rachel a real fight. He was quick, and although she had the longer reach with her sword, he moved like a cat, parrying, evading, dancing out of the way. As they fought, he kept up a patter of ugly words, using them with as much skill as the knife he carried. "You're pretty good with that thing," he said, laughing. "But that won't matter none. And you're just making it worse for yourself, darling. Old Teddy's gonna teach you some manners. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna enjoy teaching you the facts of life. Oh, hell yes. And you look like you'd enjoy it, too. You got a rack on you." And Baskerville slammed into him from the side. Rachel stood there, her arms sagging to her sides, her weapons feeling like 100-pound weights, chest heaving and sweat pouring down her face and throat. She watched the dog and the man. The dog and what it did to the man. The dog and what quickly stopped being a man. It was a dreadful way to die, but her heart was a stone. She looked around the kitchen. Lindsay was hammering at dead hands with a skillet. Baskerville was tearing at something that no longer even screamed. Everything and everyone else was dead. Dead. She stood in a lake of blood. "This is the world," she thought. "Just this." Death and pain, the rapacious malevolence of the living, the unending hunger of the dead. This is what the world has become. This and nothing more.
God,
she murmured. She did not even feel the tears that ran like molten silver down her cheeks. Then she looked down at the floor and saw that some of the old floorboards were warped from age. Blood seeped down between them and fresh horror rose in her mind as she imagined the slow rainfall of red droplets falling into the basement. It was only then that she could hear the muffled screams, not of pain, but of horror. The children.
Good God, the children!
She took a deep breath and raised her sword and dagger and staggered with leaden feet over to the window to help Lindsay, to fight, to end this. But as she reached Lindsay to push her out of the way, a voice rang out behind her. "Move!" Rachel and Lindsay both turned to see Des Fox come striding into the kitchen. A small group of women and children, all strangers to Rachel, crowded behind her. Des pushed between Rachel and Lindsay, raised her pistol at the dead, and fired. There were other shots, the heavier bark of an assault rifle, from outside, and more of the dead fell away. The guns roared and roared, and then stopped. Everything seemed to stop. The whole world juddered down to stillness. Rachel listened to the night. She heard nothing. No new shots. No moans, no cries of anger or pain. Nothing. Baskerville suddenly went running into the dining room, through the living room and outside, yelping and barking, not in distress, in joy. A moment later, the dog came back inside, and with him was a tall man with graying blonde hair, a tanned face lined with age and scars, carrying an assault rifle. Captain Ledger, the one Lindsay had told him about. The man looked down around at the carnage. Then he dropped the weapon onto the chest of the man Baskerville had just killed. He smiled, a faint and sad smile that showed his age. "It's over," he said, and Lindsay began to cry. 47. Des Fox. Des Fox went down into the cellar, and her kids swarmed around her, pulling her down the last few steps, hugging her, kissing her, clinging to her despite the blood and dirt on her clothes. She dropped to her knees and wept with them. The last of the women's survivors went with her, and together they shared in the thing that exists when all of the violence and bloodshed and horror has passed. Life. 48. The farmhouse. It took days to bury all the dead. It was grisly work, back-breaking and heartbreaking. The bodies of the refugee women and children who'd been killed were given markers. It was the wrong time of year for flowers, but Ledger had no doubt there would be some in the spring. The corpses of the NKK men were buried in a gully and covered over with wheelbarrows filled with dirt. The only marker was when Baskerville raised a leg and pissed all over it. Des saw that and laughed until she cried. While the women were burying the dead, Ledger spent most of his time in the forests, hunting. Twice Des went with him. They'd worked in grim silence and never once talked about the things they did out there. All that mattered was that they could tell the refugees without lying that none of the NKK men would be coming back. Not one. Not as living attackers or dead biters. It would have been nice to be able to say that all threats had been dealt with, but Ledger was tired of lies. The nights at the farmhouse were long. There were tears and there were stories. One of the women died 2 days later. She was the one who'd taken some of the buckshot in the throat. Des made sure she wouldn't rise again, and they all stood with her when the woman was buried alongside the others. No one had a prayer to say, except Rachel, who recited something in Elvish. Ledger caught a look at Des, and she raised her eyebrows as if to say, "It's better than anything I have." It was nearly a week before Rachel told them she had to leave. The whole group walked her out to the road and Lindsay handed her a sheet of paper with everyone's name on it. Rachel looked at it and then turned away to hide the tears that sprang into her eyes. She walked alone down the road, and everyone stood and watched until she was out of sight. 49. Rachel L. Rachel couldn't find the words in her head to express how grateful she was to see the hospital ahead as they left the woods, excited to be back with her friends and nervous that something had happened to them all at the same time. As she approached the large gate, she saw Matt, one of her Avengers Tower's survivors, guarding it, broadsword in hand, and her heart soared. He called out to her in excitement and she heard the sound of the gate being unbolted. She smiled at the women who traveled with her. "This is home, at least for now. It's safe here. There's a lot of us here. We're going to build a future." She expected Matt to be the first one out to greet them, but it wasn't him that rushed out to her. Instead, her eyes focused on blonde hair and red cloak, broad shoulders and big muscles, the image of a true superhero, and her heart rushed as a smile came to her face. Brett ran towards her, his smile matching her own, but he stopped as he approached, his eyes taking in every inch of her as if he didn't believe she was real. It had been nearly a month since she'd been gone and so much had happened. She had changed so much. She'd become nearly a different person. She had a mission now, a goal, something she needed to do. It wasn't just about saving people and bringing them together. It was about making this world, and the hand they were dealt, worth living for everyone. She could only imagine what she looked like, but she knew now what she was. She didn't need to pretend to be a superhero. She didn't need to play make-believe. And she knew that Brett could see it too. She didn't need to make believe she was a hero anymore, because she was one. 50. The Ranger and the Cop. Joe and Des organized the survivors into work teams. They fortified the house, repairing damage from the attack and reinforcing every door and window. Stronger shutters were constructed with wood stripped from the barn. The women began digging a trench around the house, and the kids spent their days sharpening sticks to line the bottom of the trench. Des and 2 of the refugee women went hunting, for food this time. They brought back 2 deer and a half-dozen rabbits. But the next day one of the girls went out and set snares to catch rabbits. She returned with 6 live ones, 2 male and 4 females. Everyone approved. Maybe they'd be able to find some chickens and cows too. Anything was possible. And that was something Ledger saw. The dawning of belief, of hope for survival and maybe even a future. Seeing that chipped away some of the black ice that clung to his heart, and it rekindled some of his own optimism. The next morning, he was pretty sure it was a Saturday, not that such things really mattered anymore. He told Des that he was leaving the next day. She protested, they argued, crockery was thrown, but in the end, he played the best card he had. Billy Trout and the other buses. Des couldn't take all those kids and the women on a hunt for Billy. It was a better job for one person and a dog. They ate a last meal, a big breakfast, and there were a lot of hugs and tearful goodbyes. As if Ledger had been part of this community, this family for years. Lindsay gave him a list of names too. Ledger folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. It was something he knew he would want to read again, maybe often. Then it was time to go. Ledger clicked his tongue for Baskerville and the dog sprang to his feet, but once they were on the porch, the big hound seemed to stall. The animal looked around at the faces of all the kids and at the women who had fought alongside him. His big tail swished back and forth. He got a lot of hugs, and even some kisses too. "Come on, you big goof," growled Ledger. "You're a shameless damn flirt." Joe got a lot of kisses and hugs too. They made him happy, and it broke his heart. that these powerful women and these beautiful kids should embrace him and kiss his cheeks as if he wasn't a monster and a killer. It was proof the world was absolutely goddamn insane. Lindsay stood by the door, kids all around her, and there were tears in her eyes. Ledger kissed her on the forehead. Then he and Des and Baskerville walked out to the road and stood for a moment, watching the clouds move across the sky. Des fished something out of her pocket, a note sealed in an envelope. She looked deeply embarrassed and then handed it to Ledger. The envelope was pink and the name Billy was scrawled across it. "Don't say a goddamn word, Joe," she warned. "It was the only stationery I could find." It was very, very pink. He laughed. "I will kneecap you," she said. "Hand to God." But she laughed too. It was a strange sound, rare in the world these days. They both seemed to realize it at the same time, and their laughter faded. Still, they smiled at each other. Des cleared her throat and nodded to the note. "You'll give it to him?" "If he's still where I left him, yes, I will." "What if he's not there?" she asked. He shrugged. "Guess I go looking for him." "You don't have to," she said. Ledger looked around at the big empty world. "What else have I got to do?" he asked. It was meant as a joke, but Des looked as if it was the saddest thing she'd ever heard. "I'll find him," Ledger said. She studied him, then nodded. "Yeah, I know you will." He bent to kiss her cheek, and Des Fox suddenly grabbed him and pulled him to her in a fierce embrace. She kissed him with a startling and intense heat, and then shoved him back. What? He said, unable to form a cohesive question. Des gave him a wicked grin. "That's so you don't walk away from this thinking you got nothing out of it." He shook his head. "You sure Billy Trout didn't just seize the moment and run away from you?" "Seriously, one round through the kneecap," she said, laying her hand on the butt of her pistol. He mimed zipping his mouth shut. They stood for one moment longer. Two warriors who were now connected on a level they could not express in words, but which each of them completely understood. "Goodbye, Desdemona Fox," he said. "Goodbye, Captain Ledger," she said. Baskerville whuffed quietly, and then the big man clicked his tongue again and turned away. He never looked back at the old farmhouse. Not once.